Good morning and welcome to the Cinch County Ground for the Metrobank One Day Cup fixture between Northamptonshire and Lancashire. It's Community Day here in Northampton, and to start off the day we will just have a moment of memoriam to those Steelbacks and those Northamptonshire County Cricket Club supporters who have sadly passed away over the last 12 months. You can see the players, coaches and umpires getting in position down on the boundary rope in front of the dugouts. And then Phil Rowe and myself, Dan Jadzovics, will take you through the lineups, the toss result, and this Metrobank One Day Cup fixture between the Steelbacks and Lancashire. Good morning, everybody. We are just about ready to go here at the Sitch County Grounds. Lancashire making their way out to the middle. 10:30 this morning, Captain George Balderson won the toss and elected to have a bowl first. Lancashire, the visitors, will line up as follows with Keaton Jennings, Matty Hirsch, Josh Bohannon, Marcus Harris, Rocky Flintoff, Joe Moores, Arif Shatti, George Balderson, Jake Blatherwick, Ollie Sutton and Tom Bailey. And the Steelbacks, who will be batting first, opening the batting. Ricardo Vasconcelos and Gus Miller, with Adi Sharma at number 3, Nathan McSweeney, the captain, at 4, George Bartlett at 5, Stuart van der Merwe, Rob Keogh, Lewis McManus, Liam Guthrie, Rafi Weatherall, and Yuzvendra Chahal. My name is Dan Jasvich, joined by Phil Rowe. Had a day off of one-day cup action here in Northampton. Hopefully you spent your Saturday well. And
watching local cricket, yeah.
Can't get away from it, can you? You love it.
Both my boys still play, and so they were both in Northampton. So it was good to be able to get around to see both their 2 games. 1 win, 1 loss. Lancashire look a strong side, don't they? That's the first thing when I look at their lineup there. It's like, they're missing a few, but still, that is a very strong 11.
Yes, it is.
Explains why they're top of the table, probably.
Absolutely, and the Steelbacks on the wrong side of a very one-sided fixture here on Friday against the Leicestershire Foxes as well, which saw, for want of a better word, a magnificent 100 by Rishi Patel. So some work to do for the Steelbacks. Lancashire will be looking to just kick on and extend that lead that they have at the top of the table. It's Tom Bailey to open the bowling from the David Capel end. Slip in place with Keaton Jennings.
That's how you want to start, isn't it? Right on the money, wasn't it? Bounced nicely. Good carry through to the keeper. Took it, gloves, fingers pointing up.
Glorious. Vasconcelos is away. The first one from Tom Bailey was exceptional. That one was a bit fuller and a bit wider. Vasconcelos quite happy to stand and admire that one through the offside.
2 balls in. Looks a belter of a pitch.
It's a fresh one.
It looks an absolute belter.
First time in the One Day Cup here at the Sitges County Ground. We've had a fresh one. We've had 2 games so far used on used wickets. We've got a brand new one. I suspect that tinge of green had something to do with Balderson's decision to have a bowl first this morning. Back on the money, big appeal. Thought I heard a couple of noises through the effects mic.
I've gone early with belter of a wicket. It just, but the first one flew through, didn't it? And that one flew on. The second one flew onto the middle of the bat. We shall see as it unfolds, but it does look a good pitch. And you know, I know the wickets here at Northampton, and when they look a little bit green, that's when they're at their best. I think a bit of live grass helps the ball go through. Batters like it, bowlers like it.
One more added. Vasconcelos gets down the other end and over to Gus Miller. Yeah, that's something that you've said quite a lot on Steelbacks TV over the years. Obviously, in your role of assistant coach here for those successful years, particularly in the T20 format, you've always said consistently, haven't you? When they've got that shade of green, that live grass on it, that's when the best cricket gets played here.
Definitely. This does look a good pitch. It looks a lovely colour, doesn't it? Bit of live grass on it. That's bad. Good players want it and bad players don't want it, really.
Yeah, 2 slips now for Gus Miller.
There's a few in, Dan, today. It's good to see.
Yeah, I've heard there should be about 3,000 in today, which is excellent news. Community day here at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Being well supported, as is the Metro Bank One Day Cup generally, isn't it? This summer's been absolutely brilliant to see.
Yeah.
Edged and flies past that second slip. Rocky Flintoff into action early doors. Brilliant effort, couldn't keep it inside the rope, and Miller is off the mark. The healthy outside edge through the offside for 4. End of the first over, the Steelbacks are 9 for no loss.
Tom Bailey can rightfully, as he puts his sunglasses on and wanders back down to third man, he can be feeling a little bit aggrieved there because that's a very good over. The first one went across Vasconcelos, bounced and left him. The next one was slightly over pitch, but only slightly, and Vasco jumped all over it. And then that's a very healthy nick off the last ball. And although there was a second slip in, I like to see that. It actually went straight to where third slip would have been. So a bit of a lucky escape for Gus Miller.
Yeah, a bit of fortune. Yeah, talking about the support for the One Day Cup this summer, certainly feels like a bumper year for it in comparison to other years in recent history.
I thought you were going to say in comparison to other formats that are available.
Well, definitely that as well.
Because that's noticeable, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's been really, really nice to see. We've seen sold out crowds, haven't we? I know Lancashire had one at their new grounds up around Preston Way. It's called Farrington. It looks like an absolute stunning cricket facility that they've just opened.
Yeah.
Further north.
Yeah, it looks like a nice bit of planning, doesn't it, by Lancashire? They've probably had their eye on that for a long time and made it happen. And Northampton are doing a similar thing. Probably not quite on the scale that Lancashire can do, but a partnership with Brixworth Cricket Club that locals will all know. It's north of the town, and lovely ground there. Probably will need some work in terms of infrastructure, but there's a joint venture with the club and the Steelbacks Foundation will turn that into effectively a second ground for the Steelbacks. So I think that's a really smart move. Other options were considered, and a lot of people thought it was going to be at Malton College, but it's going to be at Brixworth, an existing ground, which makes a lot of sense rather than starting afresh.
Yeah, agreed. Trying to settle in a brand new wicket block with them knowing nothing about preparing cricket wickets, I would imagine is quite a challenging thing. So to be able to have something there to use straight away, and plus as well, like with the volume of cricket now that's played in the UK summer, men's, women's, academy, younger age group pathways, disability cricket as well. There is a big strain, isn't there, on the cricket wickets and the pitches and the squares that are being used. So brilliant for Lancashire to get that Farrington grounds open and up and running. As you say, Steelbacks Northamptonshire have got something up their sleeve as well to do something in a similar vein. I tell you what a superb pair of opening bowlers for this One Day Cup here.
Yeah,
Tom Bailey, who I just noted as well, is carded to bat at 11 today.
Yeah, I've written that down, and I haven't really noticed what I've written down there. He comes in at, well, I mean, if I get to number 11, there's a question, but Tom Bailey at number 11, you've got a steady lineup.
Excellent over from George Balderson. Just one run conceded, that to Vasconcelos. It's 10 for no loss after 2. And I think it probably starts that question, doesn't it, of is Tom Bailey the best number 11 in world cricket today?
Well, probably.
You'd struggle, wouldn't you, to find a better one?
Yeah, I mean, in the team of number 11s, he's opening the batting. Very, very handy cricketer. Just the one slip. There were 2 slips when Bailey bowled at Gus Miller. Just the one slip in for Vasconcelos, reinforcement, square of the wicket on the offside.
And Bailey back on that line and length that he started on first thing this morning. So we spoke on Friday, didn't we, about this Steelbacks batting lineup. There's three batters in this 11 that have really got a lot of weight to carry. One of them is Ricardo Vasconcelos. The other one, the captain, Nathan McSweeney. And then number 5, George Bartlett, who's had 4 consecutive 50-plus scores in this competition this year. Brilliantly fielded by Tom Bailey. Vasconcelos got a bit pushy and a bit pokey at that one. Was able to just decelerate at the right time, and it didn't carry through to Tom Bailey.
It's been the story of the campaign, or one of the stories of the campaign, I think, for Northampton. Probably the key theme that's run through their 50-over campaign has been lack of match influence in scores, hasn't it? 50's not going to get it done in the top order. And if I could say this, hopefully this makes some sense. There's been too many 50s and not enough 80s to 100s.
Yep.
What that generally means, and what has been the case this year in the One Day Cup for the Steelbacks, is that they've managed to get to 240, 250, 260. And in the current game, those scores are very difficult to defend. So it's proven. So one of the top 4 or 5 got to get a big one.
That's going to help. Slightly over-pitched again from Bailey. That one straight down the ground and thuds into the boundary boards in front of the members. 4 more for Vasconcelos.
He's easy to watch, isn't he, Vasco? Not a great deal of foot movement there. Don't know if it was absolutely a full half volley, but he dispatched it as though it were. You're playing well if you hit straight back down the ground. Great shot.
Bit of confidence as well as he withdraws the bat from that one and leaves it well alone.
But whilst Northampton's campaign hasn't been particularly strong to date, still a few games to go. Certainly Lancashire's has been pretty good, hasn't it? They're top of the table currently.
Yeah, they have been very good. The class leaders, aren't they, right now? Few teams tied at the top of the table on 12 points before this game. Lancashire being the one top of Group A with Nottinghamshire, Leicestershire and Surrey all on the 12 points, but Lancashire with that better net run rate. 3 wins and 1 loss. Northants, in comparison, before the game started, rock bottom, 4 points, 1 win from the 4 games.
And probably don't need to say this throughout the whole of the next 6 hours or so, but this is not an excuse, it's just a fact that for a smaller county, Northants have lost, as others will do, but for a smaller county to have lost 6 players to the other competition is very difficult for them to be challenging in the 50 over. But it does bring opportunity, and Gus Miller's one of those who gets an opportunity.
Yeah, we spoke about that a lot on Friday, didn't we? About the difference between Leicestershire and Northamptonshire, with Leicestershire just losing Ryan Ahmed and essentially playing a first 11 on Friday here against the Steelbacks, whereas the Steelbacks had, what, 3-4 genuine, like, regular first-team cricketers in the 11?
Yeah.
And it's not a dissimilar story today when you look at the 11 here for Lancashire.
Yeah.
And the Steelback side too. But I think the conversation that we had and the point that you made that I found quite so interesting was about your opinion of that step up from second 11, academy, Premier League cricket, that kind of group of cricket matches up to genuine first team cricket, in your opinions, as big as it gets in the sport?
Well, I would say it's on a par with, there are 2 big gaps for me. Everything else seems, oh, that's nicely played, Gus Miller. Just came down the wicket a little bit. Balderson's hit a fantastic length for every ball so far, and Miller just getting down the wicket a little bit, inducing what became a half volley, and he put it away nicely. Well played. Yeah, I think there are 2, for me, there'll be other opinions available, and I should listen to them too. But the 2 big gaps for me are that one between the next level down and first 11 professional cricket, whatever that next level down is, whether it's national counties, whether it's second team, whether it's one of the very strong Premier League, Premier Leagues, ECB Premier Leagues around the country. That gap between there and first team cricket is very, very significant. I think an equally big gap though is between first 11 cricket and international cricket, and I think that might be slightly bigger, that gap, to be successful at international cricket, not to be on the field, but to be successful as an international cricketer. Having had the great pleasure, to most people's eyes, great surprise, I got to work with some international cricketers over my time at the club, and there's a step up there. That's no disrespect to anyone who plays the game. Keep her up.
Yeah, that's an immediate
out.
Out by a distance. So much so, Ricardo Vasconcelos gave up. Gus Miller can do nothing but stare at his toes. He's played a bit of quick cricket there. He's dropped it into the offside, run straight away. And even the quickest across 22 yards there was going to be a long, long way short. Lancashire have got the early breakthrough, maybe not the way they thought they were going to. Vasconcelos has been run out for 10.
Trying to form my words carefully here. It's barbecue season, isn't it? And there's an early barbecue. It's on the grill at quarter past 11. Vasconcelos sort of turned, having been run out by around about half the pitch, effectively, turned and looked at his partner, and Gus Miller did the right thing and looked at his shoes and didn't make any eye contact. It was a very poor bit of cricket by Gus Miller. At times, I have been critical. At times, he's improved. Vasconcelos has improved his running between the wickets significantly over the last few years, to the point now where I think he's a good runner between the wickets. But that wasn't his call. It was Gus Miller's call. Gus called him through, and there wasn't even three-quarters of a run there. It was a terrible run. All the fielder needed to do, he still needed to execute it well, and he did, but the keeper's up to the stumps as well.
Yep.
Just come up to the stumps, which shouldn't really be a factor in whether you go for a run. It can be, not in the fourth over of the game, but the keeper's up. So anywhere near the keeper, he catches it, and you are walking off the field shaking your head. And that's a shame, because Vasco, he hadn't faced many balls, but a couple of them away beautifully for four, looked in good nick. And he's out. So that's a gift. Now, Gus Miller needs to stay out there for quite a long time for various reasons.
Yes.
One, to make amends, and number two, to let Vasco calm down.
Yeah, to follow Vasconcelos up the stairs at the minute would be a trip with caution, wouldn't it, for Gus Miller?
I've just seen Vasco walk into the coach's room. He wants to have a look at that on replay. I advise that he doesn't.
18 for one then. The Steelbacks. Big breakthrough as well. One of the most informed batters here for Northamptonshire. Run out for 10. Tom Bailey's got Gus Miller in his sights. Yes, I suspect, with the benefit of a replay, Ricardo has just gone and seen what he already knew.
Yeah, absolutely.
Still the two slips in place. The attack on here for Lancashire. Big edge into the pads. Second there, I thought that fielder at short mid-wicket was going to be flying through the air to get underneath that. Ballooned up, didn't it?
It did. Yeah, Gus Miller's been opening the bat in this competition. I said he got that opportunity really because of the lads who are away in the 100. The club will have wanted to get him some first-team cricket as well. It's nicely turned off his leg. He's going to pick up a couple there through the leg side. And to date, Gus hasn't really taken that opportunity. This is one where, as a young player, you've got to you need to, at the end of this campaign, he needs to put down a volume of runs in front of those that make the decisions about renewals and extensions. And he hasn't managed to do that as yet. This looks a good pitch. Get yourself in and forget all about that run out. You can't do anything about that now.
Nicely played. Can't get it past the fielder there. Yeah, so far it's the top score of 35, isn't it, in the competition for Gus Miller? Which came, I believe, against Surrey.
He has been used as an opening batter, hasn't he? And he's played that role in T20 cricket, I think, as well in the second team. Back in my day, I saw him as a sort of number 5, decent player of spin. But one thing he has got, as much as many that I've seen over time, he's got an enormous amount of time. So he plays fast bowling very well. He plays a short ball extremely well. The talented lad. Possibly in common with many youngsters coming into the game, maybe a tendency just to overthink a little bit. But this is a great opportunity against a proper sort of first-team attack, isn't it? Well, it is a proper first-team attack.
Squared up, thick outside edge. Well fielded by Josh Bohannon. End of the over. Excellent again for Lancashire and Tom Bailey. 5 overs now have been bowled halfway through this power play, and the score is 20 for 1.
Oh, you were just mentioning, Dan, about the experience in the Northants batting lineup in the Steelbacks first 5, Vasco being one of those who is in good nick, as we know. So a bit of a gimme, a bit of a softie. We've got 2 youngsters in now, 2 lads who have come through the academy. Gus Miller we know a little bit more, or I know a little bit more about, and he's played a little bit more. He's been around a wee bit longer. Adi Sharma has got a number of good judges who think a lot of this young player. He got cleaned up basically by a beautiful delivery from Ian Holland here 2 days ago, and nipped back sharply to take middle stump out of the ground. I think that ball gets a lot of people out. It was a very good delivery from Ian Holland in a red-hot spell that he bowled. Red-hot in terms of what he did with the ball and where he was all over the Northants top order. Picked up 3 big wickets, one of them being Sharma. But I'd like to see him back for a while because I've heard so much about him. I say from good judges.
Yeah.
And he's done pretty well when he's played the Buckinghamshire lad. When he's played for Buckinghamshire in the national counties, he's done well there. And again, from people I know in that cricket, he has looked very, very strong in at that level. But this is the gap that we just talked about then, isn't it? This is the gap between that next level down and first team, and he's going to be tested. What an opportunity.
Yeah, as you say, what an opportunity. Unfortunately for Adi Sharma here, he's going to have that wicket of Ian Holland fresh in the memory, and he's going to be up against a pretty similar challenge here for George Balderson. Apart from obviously a change in kit and a change in day, he'll, for all intents and purposes, feel as though he's facing pretty much exactly the same, won't he?
He will, yeah, very similar. Balderson's been impeccable other than 1 ball on length so far, and the line's been thereabouts too. When you're not getting away, I mean, it was early, it was a poor run, but I wonder whether just the accuracy of the bowling to that point. You know, is Gus Miller as a youngster? I've got to get off strike here. I'm chewing a few balls up.
Yeah, potentially. I can't see how that gets compartmentalized other than just a complete mistake, just a brain fade.
Brain fade.
Yeah, that's. I don't think there's another way. He's almost hit it, not quite straight at the fielder, but not far from it. Yeah. So the strong hands is taken a lovely bounce off the square, as you would expect it to do.
Yeah.
Been pocketed, and it's been a simple run out by Moores, wasn't it, to just complete the job with Matty Hurst.
Hurst can back up to the stumps there, started that over back, came up to the stumps as Adi Sharma was trying to get to the pitch of the ball or take length out of the bowler. That looks very difficult. You know, a bowler of Balderson's capability, who's obviously bowling very well. Ball still hard, seems still doing something. Hammering that top of off length with the keeper up, giving you nothing to work with. Welcome to first team cricket. This is the difference, you know. This is the difference.
And with this opening partnership, there's no respite, is there?
That's right.
Bailey from the David Capel and Balderson from the Lynn Wilson centre ends. It's as good as you're going to come across in the One Day Cup. As Miller advances, tries to whip it through mid-wicket, gets a bit of a squeeze with his bat and pad and does pick up one. Much more comfortable one that time.
That's nice cricket from Gus Miller. It was inside half of the bat, but he's, as we talked about on Friday, Dan, that's a very low-risk option to try to put a bit of pressure on the bowler, just advancing down the wicket. Doesn't mean you have to do anything differently when you get there, but you're trying to incur a little bit of an error from the bowler. Just got one he could turn into the leg sides. Well played.
On the leg side, reload for Tom Bailey.
What am I noticing here? Fine leg or long leg is being moved somewhere squarer. Yeah, funnily enough, I've got a feel for a short ball, and the captain is making absolutely sure that everyone knows that the field is moving as well, which is good, isn't it? There are four Lancashire fielders making sure that long leg's in the right place and making sure that Adi Sharma knows that field has been moved. Expect this to be full.
on a length, nip back, and an inside edge into the thigh pad. So plenty of theatre out there at the minute. The opening 6 or 7 overs of this one-day cup game.
Yeah, it's a tough environment for the two youngsters, and good, and as it should be. I look around Lancashire, there's a lot of experience there.
To the thigh pad once again. Big appeal from Hurst and Jennings. And Sharma, you can just sense under a bit of pressure here as Miller makes his way down just to try and offer some calming words. Be the experienced partner, won't he, in this?
He will, yeah.
Partnership in the middle.
Oh, no.
My goodness, bit of deja vu cricket there. Miller this time sending Adi Sharma back.
I heard someone in the crowd say no. I think that was Wendell. Sounded a bit like Wendell, and well judged Wendell. There was never a run there. But again, I think it's the effect of that's Sharma's 9th ball, effectively his 9th dot ball, and he feels under pressure. He feels like he needs to get off strike. But we're not at home to 2 run-outs. Man going back, good cricket. Yeah, this is good cricket. The man at mid-wicket's gone back to deep square. The man at long leg has come into the ring. Don't let him get away.
Oh, another single taken. More comfortable, does get the leg bite. He's got 1 left in this over.
With the games coming so thick and fast, point 1 and point 2 being with Adi Sharma being relatively new, very relatively new to first team cricket, I don't know the extent that the Lancashire analysts will have done a lot of work. They're bowling very, very straight, a stump straighter or more than that than they're bowling at Gus Miller. Tom Bailey right on it again. He got done, Adi Sharma got done on Friday with a nip backer from Ian Holland. And at the moment, what I'm seeing from the 2 Lancashire seamers is running the ball back into the right-hander. And he does look like he just plays a little bit across the line. He is wristy. They're seeing not the full face of the bat being presented, looking to hit him on the shin or go through the gap if there is one there, and they're bowling to that plan very well. The result of all of that is that the scoreboard's going nowhere at the moment.
Yeah, it's not moving at all, is it? We are going to get a change of bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So George Balderson, the skipper, take himself out of the attack for a moment and introduce Ollie Sutton to the game. So a different look. As you say, that's how much analytical work you can do on a youngster like Adi Sharma. But the benefit of cameras and NV plays and frog boxes and short ball to start, and that's thanks very much. Adi Sharma gets away. Probably couldn't have asked for anything better.
Yeah, that was Sutton's first ball I've seen from him, and he looked down at his footholds there as he walked back. It was a drag down, and but it looked like it came out completely wrong, didn't it? Yeah, Sharma, thank you very much. Tucked it away. Oh,
and then a full toss.
That's
with a no ball as well.
No ball, yeah. Very, very topical that. The standing umpire calling no ball for it being above waist height. There's a free hit. My younger son was the recipient of a ball above waist height yesterday. Ended up sort of splicing it out to cover, and everyone on the field was expecting it to be called no ball. It wasn't. He had to walk off.
Well, somewhere in the middle between those two for Ollie Sutton. It'll be pretty good here, won't it, with this free hit? And it's short once again, which will be wide. So it'll be a re-bowl of the free hit.
I really hope this is not someone nipping up. I really hope it is. This is intelligent cricket by Marcus Harris, who has swapped fielding positions with Tom Bailey to enable Tom Bailey to get into the ear of the young bowler. I'm not enjoying this. This is... Oh, come on, get it up there, son. Hit the pitch.
Short ball once again. And okay for the two umpires. Good pace there for Sutton.
Yeah, so that's experience there, what I've just seen from Marcus Harris. You know, international cricketer, but he's saying, no, Tom, you need to go have a word with the youngster. You know about bowling. He'll listen to you. I'm sure Marcus Harris could have helped him as well, but get the experienced seamer in there. He's had a little word with the youngster. Hopefully settling him down a wee bit. Oh, what ball.
Settled in after a bit of an erratic start here.
We had a young tearaway fast bowler, great guy, bit mad, but great guy from the northeast, called Gareth Wade, and he could bowl very, very, very quickly. He made his first team debut in the T20 game against Leicestershire, and he didn't finish his first over. Yeah, 2 beamers.
Wow.
In 3 balls, I think it was. Maybe 4.
Adrenaline, bit of nerves, maybe.
A bit of nerve, yeah. And that was a tough watch because everyone out there wants to be a professional cricketer, and lots of people watching want to be professional cricketers. Nobody wanted that more than Gareth Wade, let me tell you that. Nobody would work harder. And it was a very tough watch. In the very unlikely event that you're listening, Gareth, hope you're well. He's one of those guys who would just be a success at something. Just, you know, so much energy. Missed out there, Adi Sharma. There's a little bit of width on that. It really, unless that ball, if he hits that ball, unless it goes straight to a fielder at backward point, he gets 4. He's missed a couple of those. So whilst quite obviously Ollie Sutton going to feel under a bit of pressure the way he started, Adi Sharma will too. 2 youngsters trying to find their way.
Nicely played to end the over. So eventful. 6 deliveries for Ollie Sutton. Settled back into the work nicely. And I think was still able to apply just a bit of pressure back on Sharma and Miller. Tom Bailey just offering some reassuring words, as is Matty Hurst.
I've enjoyed that from Lancashire overall. You know, I said Marcus Harris getting Tom Bailey into that role. He was at short fine leg, bringing him up to mid-on. And then I really enjoyed the way Tom Bailey did that. He made sure that he had a short word with the bowler, enough to reassure, but not too much. So it became a thing. That's is one of my coaching things. If someone's struggling, don't make it a thing. You talk about it too much, it becomes a thing. I'll give you an example. Monty Panesar's catching. That became a thing.
Didn't get much better, did it?
No. I think it would, but whether it would have done or wouldn't have done, it definitely became a thing for him. Down the wicket. Miller turns it into the leg side. He's going to pick up 2. Yeah, Monty, when it became a thing for him, went through all manner of different ways of trying to catch the ball. You know, that's not going to help, is it? Because it's a pretty natural thing with a little technique, but you need to practice it, don't you, really? Believe you're going to catch it. If you're thinking about, do I do this, do I do that? Well, good luck. And the rest is history.
Miller
That's nicely bowled,
again.
nicely played.
Yeah, just that bit of extra pace and probably more so the height here for Bailey, which is going to stop Matty Hurst coming up to the stumps, isn't it, with this new ball? But Miller really wants to try and transfer some of that body weight onto the front foot, take those bowlers off their lengths. Sharma so far has been a little bit more in the crease. Just one slip, who's quite wide now. Very quick single take and well judged by Gus Miller.
Just a nice little exchange there. I caught out the corner of my eye, Keaton Jennings just checking in with the captain at mid-on, who is a bowler as well. And the question from Keaton Jennings, it was done by semaphore really, was do we want the outfielders to throw the ball into the ground or straight in? And the answer was into the ground, and Jennings then relayed that message onto the third man. It's good stuff, that.
Side edge, bounces over the stumps. Very good spell this from Tom Bailey. Wicketless at the moment.
We've got a few captains out there, haven't they?
There's leaders, isn't there, all over the show for Lancashire today, with Jennings, Bohannon, Harris, Bailey, and then, of course, the actual captain, George Balderson, too.
Brilliant, isn't it?
Very experienced 11. Oh, beauty. Absolute beauty from Bailey. Miller has a poke at it as it goes past. Fortunately, misses it for the Steelbacks opener. As you said, when you look at that 11 that's playing today, it's no real surprise that they've got 12 points and currently sit at the top of this Group A.
Absolutely. And there's an incentive as well, isn't there? They're struggling in the Champo, didn't make the quarterfinals of the T20, and so they will want to make an impact in this competition. They always will, but there's even more incentive when they're quiet on other fronts. The Division 2 table is very tight, you know, a couple of wins and they're right back in the mix. But at the moment, just above Gloucestershire.
Nicely played. Could be a chance at the keeper's end if he can pick up clean. Nice work. Adi Sharma had to get his skates on there, was slow to react. Miller keeps the strike with a single. It's 36 for 1 after 9.
That's from Gus Miller's perspective, he's thinking that's a good run. I know the line, I've seen the line, it's missed the bowler, and I'm easily getting in there. That is a run out that you see a lot. I mean, it was well responded by Adi Sharma, but oftentimes that leads to a run out, that very bit of cricket, because the non-striker won't really want to leave his crease until he knows it's beaten the bowler. And by that time, the striker is at least halfway down the wicket. But he did respond well. Gus is a little jittery, isn't he, with his running? There's been 2 or 3 of those, including the dismissal.
Short ball pulled away. Going to land well safe and just bounce off this baked outfield at the Sitch County grounds. An empowering shot from Gus Miller. Takes the Steelbacks to 40. And for the first time for a while, we hear a bit of a round of applause from the crowd.
Bit of Muzak as well. Yeah, Gus is a good player of short bowling. He always has been. From a first time I saw him, very good on the short ball.
Pressure back on Sutton here. He's got offside is short today. Goes short again, hand off the bat. Miller takes 1. And I think just rushed Gus Miller a fraction.
Yeah, I think he fetched it a wee bit, didn't he? I mean, I think had he middled it, then deep square might have been interested. He clothed it a wee bit, which probably helps.
Nicely bowled, Ollie Sutton.
Well, hopefully he's settled in now, Ollie Sutton. The situation that Lancashire are in, kind of all over Northants at the moment, 41 for 1 in the 10th over. They can afford to give Sutton a few.
Nicely played. Won't go to the boundary. Should just be one. Yeah, the pace looks good.
Yeah,
for Sutton, I enjoy the angle.
Yeah.
Looks like a bit of a natural line there that's just bringing the ball back into the right-handers.
Yeah.
Which is exciting. Looks good pace off the pitch as well.
Left armers start with a couple of points, don't they, on any assessment? It's just because they're left armers.
Down the leg side, just evades Matty Hurst. 4 runs for Miller. It's a brilliant effort by the Lancashire wicketkeeper, not able to stop it. And things are just starting to change the momentum here for the Steelbacks. 46 for 1 as we get towards the end of this power play.
Quick delivery, that. Good airspeed, wasn't it? That's nicely bowled. That's where he needs to be the majority of the time. It reminds me, just on seeing this is action, really. It reminds me a bit of Bruce Reed. Might have been before your time. Aussie left arm seam, a very, very good white ball bowler and a useful red ball bowler as well. Tall left armer. This reminds me very much of that.
Yeah, that last one there in particular just looked a little bit slower as well. Looked a little bit more controlled. Don't necessarily want to subscribe to the school of slow it down.
No.
I certainly don't want to do that, but looked a little bit more controlled. End of the over, end of the power play here on the Brioche Pasquire Community Day at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. It's 46 for 1.
Change of bowling at the David Capel end. Blatherwick into the attack. It's not a bad guy to have coming on second change, is it? Jack Blatherwick. Useful, very useful seam bowler. Started his career at Notts, made the move north. And he's one of those guys who maybe he doesn't get the headlines that other seamers from Lancashire have got, but he's a useful bloke to have in the stable of fast bowlers. No slip. Turned away. They're going to push for 2 there. I don't know they're going to come back. They're not. I wonder whether they're going to slip in for... I know that was... Sharma got off strike there, so there won't be a slip in for Miller if there was one for Sharma. So the field then, there is. The offside field is the third man, who's quite wide, I think. Backward point, extra cover mid-off. There's a mid-on, mid-wicket. 2 men out on the leg side, deep square, and a long leg. 4 men on the offside, actually, saving 1, rather than the 3 I just told you about. And that finds one of them at mid-off.
You still feel as though there's indecision with the running, don't you, from the pair in the middle? You still feel as though that's just ticking along.
Absolutely do. I wouldn't say it's the most likely form of dismissal ahead of these two, but it's certainly up there.
Yeah.
it's shorter odds than it should be, let's put it that way.
Higher than what you'd normally expect to see it, that's for certain.
Yeah. That's short, that's pulled away. Got it right off the bottom of the bat. A little bit early into the shot, but he got it down quickly. So there's a mini squeeze, isn't there? And this is good cricket from Lancashire, as you would expect. Just squeezing these 2 youngsters. 1 extra fielder, 1 more fielder than they need to have within the 30 metres. And Lancashire will be letting them know about it as well, putting a bit of pressure on. Nicely played again, very, very straight to Adi Sharma. He turns it off his hip, and that's good running. We've been critical of the running so far, and rightly so, I think. That's well run for 2, brings up the Northants 50. I'm going to call that a smattering of applause.
Yes.
I feel there's a bit of nervousness in the crowd. I feel there's a bit of nervousness in the commentary box.
Fraction.
You
feel as though something's not far away, is it?
That's right. Yeah, so as I said earlier, I haven't seen a lot of Adi Sharma. People that know a lot more about batting and are very good and fair judges tell me that he is a very, very promising player. This is a stern examination, and it's just what you need. You know, not just how good is he, but what are his minerals like? Is he going to want to? Is he able to absorb pressure without doing something silly? He's still able to play his own game out there under pressure, and he is under pressure. They've given no width, have they, the Lancashire bowlers? There's been the drive from Vasconcelos, so was it second ball of the game? Went for 4 through point. There's a couple of sort of cut shots. Can't remember. Yeah, what's that? 66 plus the 11 overs bowled. I can only remember 3, maybe 4 balls being hit with any aggression into the offside. That's how straight Lancashire have bowled. That is obviously a team plan. And boy, they've executed that plan very well.
Yeah, I mean, there's only been 7 boundaries in the innings so far. I think 3 of those 7 have come off the bowling of Ollie Sutton here, whose radar hasn't been quite right in these opening couple of overs. But the other bowlers having just conceded 4 boundaries between them. Very, very obvious plan. But then from a batting perspective, if you've read that same script, not necessarily premeditate, but you can start working that out, can't you?
Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, that's a cricket shot. That's Gus Miller at his best there. It didn't get up, got to about just above bail height, but he pulled that with mostly a straight bat, a sort of diagonal bat, well in front of square. It beat mid-wicket on his left-hand side. That's a commanding shot.
Yeah, and there is no stopping it. It gets outside this 30-yard circle with even half a bat on it today. You're just going to be underarming it back, aren't you, from the boundary boards? It is so fast here at the Cinch County grounds.
Well, Gus Miller will be feeling slightly better about his running out, because it was his running out. He's running out of his partner, Vasconcelos. As he's moved into the 30s now, he's playing pretty well. He's 31 off 36 balls. He hasn't had a lot to hit, but those that he has, he's put them away. They've bowled well, though. In general, the line has been exceptional. Oh, well, there's another example. That's very well bowled by Ollie Sutton. Just a few more there. I think that's what I'd be saying to him casually if I was at mid-on. No, mate, just don't go away from there. Just keep,
Yeah, it's been a good comeback, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. We start, there's an old boy's expression. As an old boy, I'm entitled to use it, which is a bit of nerve. There was a bit of nerve, I think, in his first 3 or 4 balls, but he seems to have settled in. That's nicely bowled, nicely played. That's a shot, sort of the rundown shot that I see less and less of with young players. The power game, the intent to hit the ball in front of square sometimes means that one's almost not respected. But it's, there wasn't anything wrong with the line of that ball. Just the length meant he could just judge it and run it down and get off strike. It's good cricket.
It's a bit of a low gear shot, isn't it?
It is exactly that.
It's if you're looking and you're trying and you're going maybe 4th, 5th, 6th gear, I don't think that shot exists. Well, it does. It still does. It's still there.
Yeah.
But naturally, you're not really looking for it. Early on in the innings, it's easy runs, isn't it, really? 3 runs if you can play it.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, there's a couple of guys who play it incredibly well. In fact, there's 3 that spring to mind. One of them is retired now, but 2 of them are retired. Ian Bell would be one of the best exponents of that. Joe Root would be another great exponent of that. And probably the best of all, whose name's gone straight out of my head, is the New Zealand captain who's just retired.
Kane Williamson.
Thank you very much. Meanwhile, in Northampton, Jack Blatherwick has gone past the edge of Gus Miller's bat. So there's still a little bit there. You know, you can sort of bet your life Gus Miller's not missing that ball if it's straight. It's pitched and gone away from him. Nicely bowled. Very, very few loose balls. I'm going to sort of underline that point. That's well played. Nicely played by Gus Miller. Yeah, very, very few boundary balls have been bowled so far. Hence, the scoring rate is where it is at 4.7. Be interesting to see whether Ollie Sutton gets another over. He's bowled 3 so far. He has settled from a nervy start. Whether they give him one more, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, a few other options in the 11, isn't there? 3 overs, 0 for 25 so far for Ollie Sutton. Just hasn't quite got it right. It's a tough one, isn't it? I mean, psychologically, what do you do? Do you cause more good by going, have another couple of overs, bowl it out type thing? Or do you cause more harm by saying, take a spell, we'll come back to it later, maybe?
I think he's got a wicket in him, you know. I do. Oh, that's beautifully bowled. That's a bit lungy there. First time it's a bit lungy. Well, by that I mean the bat and the pad going at the same time, at the same speed. Really want to see the bat just coming a little bit slower. That was a very good length ball from Jack Blatherwick. He's gone in this over alone. He's gone past the outside edge of both batters here. Might be an argument to get a catcher in. There we go. That's taken me 12.4 overs. Pretty good, isn't it? To want another slip, to want a slip in.
Get the slip in. I mean, I think the Steelbacks have done well here. Unlike Friday, as they've kept wickets in hand. They were at least 3 down by this stage.
They were.
On Friday against Leicestershire. So they have got an opportunity to create a bit of a platform. Whereas on Friday, losing 3 in the opening 10 overs never really earned the right to set any kind of innings up, did they, first time around?
No, they were smothered, weren't they? And that was an exceptional spell from Ian Holland. Bang, bang, bang from him, wasn't it? 2 clean bowled and a great delivery to get Nathan McSweeney as well. And sort of rinse and repeat. Back of a length. Gun barrel straight over off bail. Defended for a dot. So that concludes the 13th over. 58 for 1 is the score. This partnership worth 40. It's probably a few more than I thought, actually. I haven't just worked out the partnership for 40 from these 2 young, inexperienced Steelbacks players. And as we've said a few times, you know, the loss of 4, 5, 6 players to the other competition brings opportunity. And what a great opportunity this is against a very good attack. Having lost the experienced opener early, what have you got for us? So Sutton is going to get another over. He's pitched that up and been driven through the offside, straight to the man at point, on the point boundary. It's the one. I'm pretty sure Lancashire will obviously, obvious statement ahead, know a lot about Ollie Sutton. And for me, don't get picked to play for Lancashire unless you've got something about you. It's just been a little inconsistent in his areas. That's a repeat of an earlier boundary where he's just gone over length and 2 straight. And Sharma thankfully gets a little bit of wood on it. It runs away very, very quickly. to a very fine leg for 4. That takes him to 15.
I think you said, you made a really good point. Left armour, you almost get an extra couple of points to start, don't you? So there is something here very exciting about Ollie Sutton, the pace, the angle.
Yeah, that's nicely played. That ball bounced on Sharma a little bit. I've enjoyed that. Coach's dream, that 4-1, isn't it? Love that.
Particularly when you're just getting your innings going, getting it underway. Honestly, 16 off 30 now. Miller, 34 off 40.
Yeah, it took Sharma a little while to get going, didn't it? I think he was on 0 for 9 or 10 balls. They bowled very well at him. That's a good cricket shot again from Gus Miller. Only going to pick up one to the man on the point boundary. Things seem to have settled down a little bit, don't they? There's been fewer oohs and ahs, although that said, just in the last over from the other end from Jack Blatherwick, he did go past the outside edge twice. Either of those gets nicked, we're telling a different story. But missing the ball is a good attribute to have as a top order batter sometimes. Missing them well, I would say. Good thing to be able to do. Sutton's going to come round the wicket for the first time. He's got fed up of being run down and hit through the offside, so he's trying to cramp space. Expect this one to be a bit straighter, therefore. And he kind of beat me to it because I thought it might go down the leg side, and it did. Tactically, yeah, not a bad idea. But it's not at all easy to come from having bowled the majority, well, all of your balls, 20 balls, something like that, from over the wicket to come around the wicket and land it on the line of length. But he's trying to cramp room. And he hasn't got his radar quite right.
No, it's a bold and a brave decision, I think, this from Sutton to change the angle, because he was just starting to settle in, wasn't he? And yes, he was being run down to deep third and played out to extra cover on the boundary, but they were just ones.
Yeah. It's an interesting one in terms of angles and the thing is, from round the wicket, if you bowl that ball that's going over middle stump or middle and leg stump, as that one was, it's a very easy turn into the leg side. You're probably not going to get out LBW. And then again, if you're just on off stump, you can still get that through the offside because it's coming from so wide, and that angle helps you like that. So I don't mind the change of angle just as a different look, but tactically, I think you're better off being better from over the wicket in terms of limiting space. I think you can do that better. But that was a comfortable over. Having had a difficult over from the previous over from Blatherwick, that was a more comfortable over for the two batters. 69 for 1 off 14, just a fraction under 5 and over, and only the 1 wicket down. Run out of Vasconcelos. So these guys have rebuilt nicely. Just brought up the 50 partnership. Passed me by, and I think passed most of the spectators by as well. So they've got a foothold, and one of them, if not both, needs to now convert the starts that they've got.
Yeah, it's at what point do they look to try and accelerate things? It's kind of Q-ended, that, wasn't it, by Gus Miller?
It was.
Landed safely, which is fortunate for the Steelbacks opener, but they're not going to be able to carry on going at less than 5 runs and over for a long period of this game. Still a little bit, they can continue ticking along here and build and set that platform up for the likes of McSweeney and Bartlett and McManus to come out and be a little bit more fluent at the start of their innings, but they're not going to be able to let Jack Blatherwick bowl at 2.5 runs and over all day.
No. Yeah, that's nicely bowled again from Blatherwick. Hitting that back of a length very hard. And again, a little bit pushy, wasn't it? There's nervousness in that. There's anxiety in that shot. The better option off that back of a length is surely let it come to you, run it down. But Gus Miller, I think, you know, in response to what you've just said, Dan, I think he's trying to make something happen out there. Put a bit of pressure back on the bowler. 2 was the early call from Miller. I don't think it is a 2. He's coming back for a second. It's not a good throw. There's that Rocky Flintoff out there. He's not best pleased with that throw. And actually, the keeper's not best pleased with that throw either. No one's happy with that throw.
No, I think Matty Hurst is more disappointed the fact no one had gone to back up the stumps
Yes,
at
that's right.
the non-striker's end. It was the captain, George Balderson, that would have been nearest to it.
Yeah.
And I think he would have fancied a shy then with 3 to aim at, and Sharma just floundering a touch.
Almost a carbon copy, but Flintoff closer to the line of that ball, just keeping it down to 1. It's an impeccable length, almost impeccable length, if you can have such a thing, from Balderson. I think the better option isn't he wants you to come at him, I think, off that length. There's a bit of bounce there. You're going to nick one of those sooner or later. I think it's better to let it into you and maybe try and get closer to it and play a more authentic shot. One of those 2 options. I wonder, one of my questions for Adi Sharma from a kind of technical coaching point would be, for how long is his bat on line with the ball? Is it long enough? Or is it just at the point of interception?
Mm-hmm.
Because if the ball deviates, then he's not playing with the full face of a bat, I think. Plenty of players have succeeded in doing that. They've been very, very good. Not to say you can't succeed doing it that way. Oh, that's nicely played. I've enjoyed that. Has a bit of style about him, doesn't he, Adi Sharma?
Yeah, that shot in particular looks very, very comfortable for him, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Seems very, very happy to let that ball run back in towards him and just run it off the face of the bat. You can see in his stance, he's batting with that modern open bat face. How he's getting it open, I think we probably need to have a little bit of a closer look at it, wouldn't we, before we could say for certain. But you can see in the stance that he's got that open bat face, which will mean, in theory, that full face is presented at point of contact. Looks like we're going to get a change in the bowling as well, Rowie. Josh Bohannon's going to have a trundle.
Yeah, I quite like Josh Bohannon as a bowler. I'll come back to that in one second. Yeah, absolutely. So the open bat face squares up on contact, but it's the line of the bat. If he's coming in, I think he's coming in from the outside. Where's the toe of the bat? Is it sort of second slip or is it more gully? So Bohannon pitches up. He's tucked away into the leg side. Bailey is going to cut that off nicely. They're only going to get 1. Yeah, he's a handy little bowler. I quite like medium pace bowlers. I mean, the margins are tiny.
That's because you were one.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, it's bias. A lot of bias. Yeah, I used to run in like a fast bowler. It used to come out like a medium pacer. It took me a long time to realise that. But he's good, Bohannon. Keep her up, ring field, and the job he's going to try and do here is make the batter do something they don't want to do. He's gone over length again. And let's tuck that away just for a single to Flintoff it. Deep mid-wicket. Who's going to blink first? Mid-on and mid-off are in the circle. The temptation is to take the bowler down the ground. Sharma tries to do that, cloths it a little bit. He's been over length, hasn't he? All 3 balls he's bowled so far.
Yeah.
Bohannon. He's known as a well, more than occasionally, he's a handy alternative bowler. But he mainly deals in line and length. And he's just been over length so far. And again.
It's a bit of a test of patience move, isn't it, for Lancashire here?
It is.
It is going to be a case of how long is Gus Miller going to be prepared to let Josh Bohannon bowl it? I mean, what's he going to be? Late 60s, early 70s?
Yeah, I would have said so. I think Miller will, if it's over length, when he can get under it, he will go straight down the ground. Oh, dropped at mid-wicket. It was a very good attempt. I think it was Arav Shetty, I think, at mid-wicket.
Yep.
It was again over length, picked up, but a drop kicked into the leg side, short mid-wicket. It was got two hands to it above his head. They kind of either stick or they don't, and that didn't, thankfully, for Miller and for Northants, because that would have been a bit of a burgle.
It would have been. Tough chance. Always difficult to keep your eye on it when it's that high. You're just kind of hoping that your hands are in the right spot, aren't they?
Yeah.
Because you can't watch it into your hands.
You throw them up there, and if it hits the middle of the hands, good. It doesn't quite hit the middle of the hands. He had a potential opportunity on the rebound, as it were, but I think it just got a foot too far away from him to get a dive in by the time he'd located it. So not the greatest start from Bohannon, but almost picked up Gus Miller.
Yeah, and it would have been soft as well. It would have been very, very soft for Miller to have walked off with what would have been 39 to his name. And a fair bit of hard work so far. But you said a while ago, didn't you, or a short while ago, about the fact that it's not steady going. There's a bit of nerves around.
Yeah.
And you can sense it, can't you? You can watch the game from the window here in the commentary box, and you can just see there's an air of nervousness about it. You mentioned Adi Sharma's kind of lunge forward, and you mentioned the pace of which the bat's kind of meeting the ball. It's just a little bit kind of high energy, I guess.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, Lancashire definitely feel they're in the game at the moment with getting a scalp here. And talk the bowler into that one. He's bowled very few balls that could be scored off. And he's just gone down the leg side there. Been a few wides already, actually, in this innings. 7 extras to date. Lancashire will by far be the happier of the two teams, but this is a decent response. 61 this partnership now between Sharma and Miller. Plays that very nicely. There's a bit of Ian Bell in that, actually. The way that Sharma plays that rundown. I said earlier that I think it's a dying art, that shot, and since then, Sharma's given a masterclass in how to play it, so he's obviously got an earpiece in. But he does. I've seen some footage of Sharma destroying second team attacks, and he does it with some style. This is a different game, but he's been up to the challenge so far.
Yeah, he's got to get himself in, isn't he?
I want a fielder cutting that run off.
Do you know, without pretending like sometimes I know what I think I'm thinking about, I was thinking about the very same thing.
I mean, not Blatherwick, sorry. Although Blatherwick is Bohannon needs to come 10 yards to his left at backward point, and I think that run gets cut off, and there's no easy out then for the batter.
Yeah, and in a game of building pressure and trying to slow things down, which Lancashire are doing exceptionally well anyway, to take what's been a pretty easy get out, hasn't it?
Yeah.
For Sharma in particular, to take it away would be, well, quite cruel, but quite excellent from a Lancashire perspective.
Yeah, I think get him there. Even 15 to his left. That short hit hard. Very well fielded at mid-wicket. I think that's Keaton Jennings threw the stumps down, but Miller back in the crease.
Yeah, Sharma possibly be thinking he's missed out there. 5 yards either side of Jennings, and that's 4 runs.
He's an underrated fielder, Keaton Jennings. Catches his catches at slip. Very rarely seen him drop the ball. He just does things to an extremely high level a lot. Keaton Jennings.
Makes it look easy too, doesn't he?
Yeah, no fuss, is there? Yeah, he's a good guy, Keaton Jennings. One of the good guys in the game. And there's plenty of them, as we said the other day. And he's certainly one of them. 81 for 1. Who's going to blink first? Well, I think Lancashire are not going to blink. One of these guys now needs to just go through a gear. That's helpful. Just turned it off his hip. They're going to push for 2, but they're not going to get it. Well responded by Ollie Sutton. Comes in quickly from the long leg boundary. Keeps that to 1. That's the end of the 17th. 82 for 1 is the score. Sharma will keep the strike. He's on 23 from 42. And Gus Miller, 42. So his highest score in this competition this year. And he's certainly got a platform. And it's one of those situations now where, you know, Gus Miller, a young man, there's more going on oftentimes than you might wonder. You know, Gus Miller, he knows he's had the opportunity in this competition. It's like, Gus, you're going to open the batting in this competition. Go and get some runs.
Mm-hmm.
You know, come back in for your meeting in September with a host of runs, and then we'll talk.
Yep.
He hasn't done that so far. He's on 42. Feels like he's now in, which he is. He's been there a while. Doesn't want to throw it away. At the same time, there's a game to win, and the right thing to do is to play the right innings. So one of the options here, I think, is to change the field up, get mid-on or mid-off back. And in order to do that, you're probably going to have to go aerial. Take Bohannon back down the ground.
Yeah.
Miller will know that. He's a bright guy. Bright cricketer. Not from there, though. That's very nicely bowled.
Yeah, and it's hard to know between Miller and Sharma which of the pair you would want or think or expect to be the one to just change up a gear here and start to accelerate, because, as you say, Lancashire aren't going to blink. If they're going to go and chase, if you offered them less than 250 to go and chase down at this rate, they'd say thanks very much.
Yeah, they would.
Let's fast forward to that stage and we'll just crack on with bat in hand.
Yeah.
But where that acceleration comes from and who it comes from, well, I think it's open for discussion. Because it's not just Miller, is it, that's been a little bit light and potentially will be looking towards that meeting in September to have then that conversation about 2027 and what happens next.
Yeah. There we go. Just over length. Miller's hit it right down the ground for 6. There you go. That's exactly what he needs to do. Moves him on to 48. And mid-on has come back. So now you've got a much easier get-off strike. Punching it down the ground. Well played, Gus Miller. Good option, well executed. Good lad. That's exactly what he needed to do. There you go, 6 and 1. I'm going to clap that. That's just... Love that. Coach's bingo card. Tick another one off.
Proper cricket for you, Rowie. Here on Sunday afternoon now. Same field, or the resumption of the same field to Adi Sharma, though.
Yeah, rinse and repeat if you can. Banged in. Back of a length. It's games within games, isn't it? Almost games within overs sometimes. But Miller up to the challenge there. That's well played. If he cloths that and gets caught mid-on, a lot of the supporters around the ground are going to go, oh, he's thrown that away. That's rubbish. Why is he doing that? And I would say that's the right shot, poorly executed.
Yeah.
It was the right shot, very well executed. It didn't seem to overhit it. And it's, as we know, it's a long pocket down here. Relatively long, isn't it, for this boundary at Northampton. And it made the journey.
Yeah, timed it very well. Full face of the bat, wasn't it? Obviously a good bit of willow in his hands. There
are occasions in 50 over cricket where Not that many, but there are occasions where both teams are kind of happy with a period of play. I don't like that because that's not sport for me.
Yeah.
Can't both be happy. That does happen. You know, for example, a 5-over spell where it goes sort of between 4.5 and early 5s per over. Both teams are kind of happy. There might be a bit of rebuilding going on, etc., etc. Warm applause around the ground for Gus Miller's 50 off 55 balls. And let's not forget he barbecued his mate earlier on. So that would have been on his mind, and he's responded well to that. Well played, Gus Miller. I won't be the only one, I'm sure, at the ground today thinking, now go on. Now go on and make a match influence. And got a good start, half a job done. Oh, that's not going to carry, I don't think. It was top-edged. It was banged in by Jack Blatherwick. I don't think it quite got up as high as Adi Sharma thought, although it is being called one for the over from the umpire, so maybe my eyesight needs attention.
Yeah, I thought it got a fraction big on him. I thought he kind of just started to kind of nod into it.
He aborted a little, didn't he? Half aborted. And so it got a sort of top edge of the bat, but it didn't carry, thankfully. It's nicely timed. Just the one, well-placed boundary rider.
Yeah, what's the blueprint here for the Steelbacks from this stage? We got, what, 6 and a bit overs to go until drinks at that 25 over stage. As we've said, if nothing changes here, Lancashire are going to be over the moon. If they don't pick up another wicket, but the Steelbacks keep knocking it around at less than 5 and over, yeah, wonderful. Thanks very much.
They've got to. I think it's boundaries for me. Probably. Yeah. I mean, there's a number of ways of looking at this. Scoring rate, which is the number of balls you score off, or strike rate, which is the number of runs you score off the over. I think they've got to find a way to put the bowlers under a little bit more pressure, and particularly Blatherwick, who's bowling very, very well. So find a way to do that at the lowest risk you can afford to take. You know, that sort of batsmanship, batting management is what's the lowest risk I can take, but put more pressure back on the bowler. So coming down the wicket a little bit, maybe just going slightly leg side of the ball to open up the offside, or getting across slightly. But the scoring rate needs to go closer to 6 and over. Quickly, it's banged in again. It's almost a carbon copy. Cramped Sharma there. His arms were close to him. That's never a good sign when you're trying to pull or hook the ball, if your arms are close to your body. Got a top edge, but he decelerated the bat just about enough that it went one bounce out to the boundary fielder. So only the one. No damage done. But I imagine Adi Sharma's going to get a number more short balls the way he's played those last 2.
Yeah, agreed. He didn't like that one at all, did he? He did almost a kind of a get off me type moment for Adi Sharma.
Exactly, that's exactly that, yeah.
Still there on 26 though, as Bohannon is going to continue his spell. Yeah, it's Blatherwick's 5 overs. I think he's conceded 17 runs in that spell.
And
so
it's not been
far
without threat as well, hasn't it?
Yeah.
You know, he's gone past the edge a few times, 3, maybe 4 times, and had some success with the short ball as well.
Be curious as to know, and I might have a quick look. I wonder how many runs Adi Sharma has scored down to.
Of his 27?
Yeah.
I think a quarter. Changing the field for Miller on strike, long on. He's at, or the fielder at mid on goes to long on, and the fielder who was at long leg comes into the circle. That's the change for Gus Miller, because he took Bohannon down the ground for 6 in this previous over.
30%.
Oh, okay.
Eight of them.
8. I was on 7 in my mind. I should have said that, shouldn't I? Still wrong.
High percentage though. And I think, as you said, particularly to Sharma, to have not cut that off, or at least made it more difficult.
Yeah. Yeah, but the Blatherwick, is when he's on strike to Blatherwick in particular, I think that man can come finer. Nicely played, Gus Miller. having got the man back. Classic old school cricket, that to get the man back. It's kind of like we used to talk to players getting off spin like that. To get the man back early, go over the top, get him back, and then you can get off strike more easily. That's exactly what Gus Miller has done there. Yeah, I think Sharma's got to accelerate now. He's 27 off 48. He's in. Try to get that behind to the left of point, straight to him. He's trying to create an angle there. With the exception of that boundary, the six that Bohannon conceded, he's really gone nowhere. And that's what he should, the pace he bowls with a ring field, he shouldn't be going anywhere really, unless the batters take him off. He's been worked down to fine leg. They're going to look for two. They're only going to get one. So 20 overs up, 97 for one, so just under fives. The partnership's good. Partnership is just one short of being 80. Gus Miller, the major contributor to that, 52. He is from 59 balls. And Adi Sharma's just got a little bit stuck. And he struggled a couple of times against the short ball from Jack Blatherwick. A couple of top edges. But this feels like, platform built, next gear please, is what the team needs, is what the game needs as well. Needs to be closer to sixes than 4.8 right now. From here on, I should say. So Blatherwick's going to continue. He's bowled very nicely indeed.
Yeah, you just wouldn't take him off, would you? It's a kind of cricketer that's just going to be able to keep going as well. Like if he bowled 10 straight here, I wouldn't be surprised.
Agreed. I absolutely agree with you there. I think he does like bowling a lot of overs on the bounce as well, from memory.
But that'll be down to Gus Miller and Sharma to potentially take that question or put that question in the brain of George Balderson. Shorter ball pulled away in front of square. And it's just going to be one, though. It's shorter on that side today. A little bit further over on the square than what we have been. I wonder whether there's a conversation, or the conversation has been, let's get through to 25 and see where we are there, see what the message is from the balcony. It's tickled fine. That's going to be 4. A rare, I'd call it a loose delivery for Jack Blatherwick, but the reaction that he has given there would indicate that that was very, very straight.
Yeah.
And Sharma's just tickled it down the leg side to bring the 100 up for the Steelbacks.
Yeah, I mean, we'll never know. We don't have a replay here, unfortunately. Otherwise, it would give us an insight. But yeah, certainly the bowler thought that was very straight, didn't he? But thankfully for Adi Sharma, he got a little inner half of the bat and it ran away for 4, very fine.
Nicely played once again. That might almost becoming an iconic shot. Adi Sharma gets the boundary, gets off strike.
Well, one of my old mates and an opening batter who had a lot of success at a few clubs, Essex and Worcester and Northants, Stephen Peters, was renowned for that shot. I'd like to know what his career strike rate was in that area, or what percentage of runs he got. But, well, actually, he wouldn't have struggled against the short ball. Very good against the short ball as well. Now on the cricket committee at the club. And I guess one of the guys, with others, responsible for some rebuilding of the squad here over the last 18 months to really good effect. I don't think we can wait to drink. I think we have to, I think the 20 over mark maybe is the time to go, okay, we need to put more pressure on. It's difficult. How do you go about doing that when the bowling is so good? And I think there is an example of that sort of change of intent. There was not a lot of foot movement in that. A little bit of width, not much. And Gus Miller trying to hit it. really to the boundary through extra cover, I think, there, and just missed it. I think we're going to see a change of bowling. I think Arav Shetty is coming into the attack. I think he is.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Yeah, here he comes.
So a different look. Is this the moment that Steelbacks look to just go up a gear, put Lancashire under a bit of pressure?
Well, young off-spinner, Arav Shetty, and against two young batters, a more experienced batter would certainly be thinking, well, I'm not going to let this kid bowl at me. But what we cannot let him do is settle. We're going to have to take him down quickly and early in his spell, or try to, and give Lancashire some headaches about who they're going to bowl instead. It's easy to say that from up here, and I say two young batters in. But that is what an experienced player would do, and it's the right thing to try to do here, is to try and get on top of the ball before he settles.
Well, then it's the question back to George Balderson, isn't it? Who's got 7 overs left himself, but if you can't get a spell of Arav Shetty here, gee, they're going back to Ollie Sutton, Josh Bohannon. But I'm sure Arav Shetty's got other ideas. Great stop off his own bowling. Excellent stop. Certainly saved 1, if not 4. Very straight. We saw it on Friday with Alex Green. He was expensive for Leicestershire, but he did get 3 wickets, didn't he? He went at nearly 9s, which is what Ollie Sutton's doing here. Beautiful. 4 runs. Beats the dive. And I think Ollie Sutton might have hurt his hand there as well. He's just inspecting the palm. Couldn't stop it. 4 runs for Adi Sharma.
Yeah, he's a young lad. He won't want to show that he's got a problem there, but I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't need some attention for that. Yeah, I think he's going to get straight off the field. I think he might dislocate a finger there. Yeah, he's off.
Yeah, it was a fair effort, wasn't it? To try and stop that.
Yeah.
Beautifully placed shot from Adi Sharma. Dissected those 2 fielders magnificently. Yeah. Looks a bit uncomfortable, doesn't he? Hopefully all is okay. So maybe a bit of pressure back on the young spinner. We've spoken a bit, haven't we, about this Metrobank One Day Cup and about opportunity to younger players. And you just spoke about the experienced player would look to do option A. But actually what we've got here is, in this mini game going on, we've almost got 3 inexperienced players with one another.
Yeah.
Well, that looked like that was bowled as a bit of a wrist spinner rather than a finger spinner from Shetty. So who are trying to figure themselves out, trying to make a claim, make a stamp on further first-team opportunities later down the year in the season. So it isn't quite as cut and dry as, well, we'll take option A because this is what we should do. It's almost, well, we might be looking at option F here, whilst we're working towards option A.
The thing is, if you're playing for a contract, then you're going to have to be as good as, or nearly as good as, the guy who's in that place in the full first team. You know, so I think you have to play the appropriate innings. You know, I don't know Darren Lehman very well, but I think I know enough about the way he looks at the game to judge what he sees well, very, very, very well. So if he sees one of these guys try to exert pressure at a reasonable, taking a reasonable risk and getting it wrong, he's going to say, well played. What he's not going to say, well played, is if they come off the field 85 not out off 165 balls, having put no pressure on the bowler. He's going to be upset about that. So you've got to play the appropriate innings. take the appropriate risk. It's part of batting management, isn't it? You've got to do that. We will have played cricket with guys who don't do that. Plenty of them. Yeah, they've paid their subs, and they're going to get their money's worth.
They're stat padders.
Exactly.
Almost result a little bit irrelevant, isn't it? At the end of the day, for some on Saturdays and Sundays. Change of bowling from the David Capel end. The captain, George Balderson, back into the attack, and he's met with a monstrous heave over deep mid-wicket by Gus Miller. Welcome back, skipper. Change in the field, change your plan.
How good is that? Exactly the right thing to do. Over length, bit of a loosener back, and Miller's jumped all over it. That catches a coach's eye, doesn't it? You know, he's a brave guy, Gus Miller. He understands the game.
Pressure back on Balderson as well, isn't it? They'll look for two. Now settle on just the single, though. Rocky Flintoff continuing to patrol that boundary rope today here at the Cinch County grounds. Over to Adi Sharma. 7 off the opening 2 balls as a partnership. This has taken a bit of pressure off for the rest of the over. And we are seeing, aren't we, that acceleration that we spoke about.
Yeah, absolutely. We need it from both ends. Adi Sharma, what's 39 off 57, so he needs to get into gear as well.
Yeah, that strike rate needs to start with a 7, doesn't it? Maybe an 8.
Because it looks a good pitch. And the outfield is taking care of itself. It's lightning.
Tickled fine. Now look for the second. Good bit of fielding down there on the boundary rope, and it brings up the 100 partnership between Adi Sharma and Gus Miller as well. It's 101 off 113 deliveries.
Yeah, in a campaign that there's been few real sort of highlights. This has got the makings of one. They've played very nicely.
Yeah, they've recovered, having lost Ricardo Vasconcelos for 10 early on in the innings. And Gus Miller in particular, you mentioned about the smart, reads the game well, but he's a nice lad as well. Like that run out would have affected him.
He's a good lad.
Nice shot by Adi Sharma, take the single on, but it would have affected him. It would have played on his mind. Yeah, it would have been oh no, I've run my mate out. I didn't want to do that. What do I do now? And he's dealt with that. There were obvious signs early on after the run out that it was playing on the mind of Gus Miller, as you'd expect. But he's boxed that off. He's dealt with it, and he's going nicely here. And as you said earlier, he recognised the fact that, one, he wouldn't have wanted to have been following Vasco up the steps quickly afterwards. And secondly, he's run his mate out, and he's got a lot of work to do to kind of make amends for that too. And he's doing all right. 61 off 67. Sharma on 42 now. Kept the strike as Arav Shetty starts his second over. Catcher in at mid-wicket. And a lovely line and length to start.
Yeah, that's nicely bowled, that, wasn't it? Oh, probably goes without saying, first time I've seen this youngster bowl. Very straight approach. But driven through the offside in his first over. Won't want to be hit through there again. Going to keep the stumps in play. Predominantly we worked into the leg side. Where's that gone? That's gone straight down the ground for a very big 6. Wow, that is, do you know what? That's an incredible shot, because the bowler stuffed him there. He was absolutely done on length. The bowler's looking to the skies as well. He might, because he bowled. There was nothing wrong with that ball. I think he saw it coming. I think he just held it back, Gus Miller had the presence of mind to stay committed. He was good enough to hit it on the up a long, long way for 6. That was a very good bit of cricket by both the bowler and the batter, to be honest. Another day, another batter just tries to pull out of that and gets caught either on the boundary or somewhere else, aborting the shot. Miller went through with it and got the maximum. Good cricket. But signs there that Miller's read the script again. Not going to let this guy settle. Going to put a lot of pressure on him.
Yeah, it's just that kind of, does George Broderson have to go back to Tom Bailey or Jack Blatherwick earlier than maybe what he might like? That's very, very well played. He's let that ball run into the body and he's run it straight past the gloves of Matty Hurst. So another boundary in this over for Gus Miller. Takes him into the 70s now. Steelbacks 131 for 1. So we get towards the end of this 23rd over.
Quicker and flatter, wasn't it? Whether he anticipated another run down the wicket.
And a good end to the over as well. For both teams, both parties, 24 overs then have been bowled in the innings. We've got 1 to go until drinks. 131 for 1. Miller 71. Sharma on 43. Balderson to bowl the final over of this first, let's call it a quarter of this Metro Bank one-day cup game between the Steelbacks and Lancashire.
There's been a lot to like from the way these two youngsters have played. They, for the first 2/3 of this partnership, they didn't have a lot to score off, but they made the most of anything they did have. Lancashire bowled very well. And these two have just been able to put the pressure back on a little bit in the last 3 or 4 overs.
It's that Adi Sharma run down again, isn't it? They'll be quite happy just to let this over tick along. Won't take a huge risk, I don't think, with drinks on the horizon. Although I'm sure if it's there, if it's in the arc, it'll be attacked when it. Good news, it looks like Ollie Sutton is back out on the field.
Oh, good. That's good. Long on is in place for Gus Miller, which brings up fine leg into the circle.
Yeah, the risk with the dimensions of the ground, though, is you've only got to get, well, you can half hit with a bit of extra bottom hand down to the leg side. And clear that rope quite comfortably.
Yeah, what used to be known as cow corner.
Well, that's something that's always fascinated me. Nicely played once again. Is to what standard of cricket does cow corner become deep mid-wicket?
Yeah,
or does deep mid-wicket become cow corner? And the other question that I've always been puzzled about is who decides the standard? Because whenever you ask anybody who plays a bit of cricket, they go, "Oh, what's the standard like in the league?" Decent.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
A decent standard.
Yeah.
It's always a decent standard.
Yeah.
But is it relative decent?
Oh God, that's just
or who decides?
Complex. Isn't it?
Where's the committee that sets this out?
Standards committee.
Short ball. That's missed. I think everything. And it's going to be 4 byes. Not really what you want when you're up to the stumps for Matty Hurst. It did tennis ball a bit off the surface. It went past Adi Sharma, past Hurst, and's run away for 4 byes.
Played my first club in Premier Division cricket, and they no longer exist. A team called Ashton Valence, and they were captained by a guy who many people listening to this will know, a guy called Trevor Finch, who was an uncompromising cricketer, if I could put it that way. Good bloke. And he could hit a cricket ball, and frequently did. It often went in that area. Not always. He had a lot of shots, Trevor, but it often went in that area. And we played a game over at Bedford Town one day, and lovely place to play cricket. Bedford Town, Goldington Bury, lovely ground. Slower.
Just the offside.
It wide, yeah.
Going to be another boundary, isn't it?
It was an attempted slower ball, I think, from Balderson. He's got too much skin on it, dragged it wide, and Miller took the invitation. They're going to take a drink now, which allows me to tell my Trevor Finch story. So yeah, Trevor Finch got to, I don't know, 50 or 60 over at Bedford Town one day, and he had peppered the cow corner area. And after one of these shots that, again, went in the same direction, the bowler, who was a very old Bedford schoolboy, put his hands on his hips and said, "Finch, you're nothing but a cowboy." There might have been some other words in there as well. That was the gist of it. That was the gist of it. "Finch, you're nothing but a cowboy." And Trevor Finch said, you're probably right. You need to move your cows a bit deeper," which was a lovely response. But I learned a lot from Trevor as a very young player over at Ashton Valence. And his son Stephen has had a long career in local cricket and still plays for Northampton over 50s now. Both those guys played a lot of cricket at Horton House, and I think Stephen still plays there week in, week out. So, and Sue, the mother's done enough scoring in her time as well. So good servants to the game, you could say. And certainly I learned a lot from playing with Trevor Finch and certainly enjoyed it. But he loved Cow Corner.
Why not? Productive area. Right, drinks, 141 for one. 25 overs to go. Should we take a quick opportunity to
Shall we?
Have a rinse of the palate, and we'll go again in a short moment. About to get back underway here at the St County Ground on Brioche Pasquire Community Day at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Arav Shetty to continue. 2 overs, 0 for 17 so far, and a single taken off the first ball of his third over. 141 for one then, Rowie. Halfway stage. What's the game plan? What's the target? What's the number in the sights of the Steelbacks right now?
I think it starts with a 3. And it's, there's a lot of cricket to play, but I think it starts with a 3 in terms of the ambition from this point. One down for 142. 2 guys who are obviously in. They've put on well over 100 now, 120 odd, 224. So, yeah, that seems reasonable to me. The way you get there is one of these guys provides a platform of a score of 100. Nicely bowled. So yeah, I'd say it starts with a 3.
Yeah. So it's still that classic cliche, you get to 30 overs and then double it from there. Is that that's the bit of the plan, or the attempted plan anyway?
No, it's not a bad blueprint, is it? It actually works quite well today, I think.
It certainly would. You can see there's an appetite here for the pair of them as Adi Sharma moves to 49, that they both want a big score, don't they? They both want to influence this game. They both want to set up a potential victory for the Steelbacks. Nicely played, but can't get it past the man at short third.
This is good, There's a real thing here between Shetty and Miller. Miller's run down twice to him, and Shetty's kind of anticipating that he's going to do that again any time. He's bowled a quicker ball there. Is he going to go slower this one? No, he hasn't. Oh, that could be tight.
going to be close. Sharma gets the skates on. A bit of a better throw, I think. And it might have been closer. Quick single taken at the end, though. 144 for one. Miller keeps the strike on 74.
I think that's one error. I'm glad that they did take the run and they got there comfortably enough. But don't want to be hitting mid-wicket and the bowler off the back foot to the off-spinner. I think that really builds pressure on you. And I'm going to quote the guy again, David Houghton. I often bring David Houghton up. He used to say, what are you doing hitting the ball? He's always there. You know where he's going to be. You've got to be good enough to miss him. And they've hit the bowler a few times, but got it wide and also missed mid-wicket enough to get a run.
Balderson continues then from the David Capel end. Starting his 6th over. Economical, as you'd expect. 21 runs off those 5 overs that he's bowled so far. It's those 3, isn't it? Bailey, Balderson and Blatherwick. 4.4, 4.0, 4 runs per over.
Might be tempted to give Tom Bailey a couple of overs here, just to see if we can break this partnership. See if we can break this, but see if they can break this partnership. I don't want the partnership to be broken.
No, I know exactly what you mean, though. I suspect he will come back in these middle overs at some point, won't he, for 2 or maybe 3, depending on what the plan is, George Balderson. I suspect he'll probably keep at least 3, if not 4, back himself too, for the back end of the innings. But I think, and I might be wrong, it's a nod really to the work that Sharma and Miller have put together that George Balderson has brought himself back now. I think with 7 overs in the locker, he would have been quite happy to have kept them for 35 overs plus and had that responsibility at the death of the innings.
Keeper's gone back, hasn't he? He was up, and the keeper's gone back now, which suggests there might be a few more shorter balls. And I think it would be a good idea to bowl a few more shorter balls because Sharma has struggled. And on cue, we get a shorter ball. Didn't really get up. But again, Sharma, easy, says someone in the crowd. Easy, Northants. Well, it's not easy. I don't think they're saying that. I think they're saying calm down. That's the wrong thing to do. I mean, stay calm by all means, but keep attacking at the same time.
Yeah, in that position now, as you say, you're going to be looking at 280 plus to be competitive, 300 to be in a game, I think. You look at that top order for Lancashire today of Jennings, Hurst, Bohannon and Harris. It's quite good.
It's quite good, isn't it?
Quite good.
They're not top of the division by chance, are they?
You're going to need as many as you possibly can. And I mean, unless you're getting 350 plus here, I don't think Lancashire are going to be intimidated by a number with that top 4 that they've got today. 145 for 1. And there is a short ball, which is pulled away nicely by Adi Sharma for a single to bring up his 50 as well, which is very, very warmly received by the supporters in the ground today.
Yeah, he ducked the previous one, didn't he? Which I thought was very interesting. You don't find many number 3s on 49 ducking a short ball from a medium fast bowler in white ball cricket. He got under that and time will tell. But the next one he knocked on the head very comfortably to bring up his 50. 50 off 73 balls. He struggled early on, and but he's in now, and he's part of a big partnership that's building here. He now needs to convert. He's worked hard. Now needs to convert this into a big match influencing contribution.
Shuffles down immediately. Shackles maybe off a fraction now that he's gone past that milestone. Second 50 in his career, got one in the Metro Bank One Day Cup earlier on in his ventures as a Northamptonshire cricketer. Oh, it's a misstumping. Huge opportunity. Shetty has been in the battle and Miller's taken him downtown a couple of times. He's tried once more. He's shimmied past it. And untidy from the Lancashire keeper, Matty Hurst. Just burst out of the gloves.
It's a good bit of bowling again.
Huge moment goes begging.
Good bit of bowling again. Did Miller in the air. Turned inside the bat, but he has to catch that and stump him.
Shorter ball. Bit of a drag down, and Sharma does well in the end to play that quite the way he does. Massive opportunity, though. Miller on 75. That's a pretty regulation bit of work, as regulation as stumpings get. You see Matty Hurst just rehearsing those movements.
Yeah, that's a big life, that. I mean, time will tell how much damage Gus Miller will do, but he will have, as he missed that, he'll have thought, oh, that's me. It only, yeah, when you say it burst, it went a long way from the gloves as well, didn't it? It ran out towards square leg umpires. Hard hands at the ball from the keeper.
Powerfully struck.
That's misfielded. A rare misfield by Tom Bailey at mid-off. He got the long barrier out. He was hit incredibly hard, but it kind of burst through, hit him on the left ankle, I think, and went for 4. So Shetty can count himself hard done by there in this over so far. Still 1 ball to go. I'll ask you a question in a minute about what I'm seeing over there and see what you think. I'd be interested in your view. I'll come back to it in a minute. Oh, that's nicely played to finish the over. Got down the wicket. It was slightly over pitch, but the batter got to the pitch of it and opened the face of the bat through extra cover 4. Good cricket. Tough over for that, for the young off spinner. Could easily have had the main man out, and instead he's gone for 2 boundaries at the end of the over. So yeah, what I'm seeing over there, Dan, is Darren Lehman walking to the nets, which are out of sight of the ground, with a stick, with a dog stick, to throw to a batter. I couldn't spot who the batter was, doesn't really matter. So the head coach has gone away from the arena. What do you think?
I don't mind it.
I don't mind it at all. I like it, actually.
I don't think cricket's one of those sports that head coach manager role can't really do anything now that the game's being played.
I think he's saying to his young batters, yeah, you've got this.
Yeah.
I don't need to watch every ball. You've got it. And I think that's a good message.
Yep.
That's how I read it.
I'll pay that. Tom Bailey back into the attack then. We wondered whether he would come back, and he is. He's replaced the captain, George Balderson. Miller immediately shuffles down, just punches him over.
That's brilliant.
Mid-wicket for a 1-bounce 4.
That is brilliant, brilliant cricket from Gus Miller. You know, probably the best bowler in the Lancashire lineup. They've brought him back probably slightly early, although I think it was the right move to bring him back to try and break this partnership. And Gus Miller said, I know what you're doing, and actually I'm here to get runs off you. And he's absolutely done that. A low-risk option, well executed.
There was something in those water bottles, wasn't there, for the Steelbacks? As soon as they've gone past that 25 over mark and Sharma's brought up his 50, feels like the shackles have come off somewhat. It's been the biggest acceleration we've seen so far in this game. 163 for 1 now, and it partnership worth 145. And it does feel as though Lancashire are just under a bit of pressure at this moment in time.
Yeah, Tom Bailey having a little chat with the youngster as he runs a single. I don't think that was well played. You're playing really nicely. Well done, young man. Might have been something about a short ball, possibly, that might be coming your way. Certainly animated. But that's what they're going to get in first team cricket. They're in a contest out there.
Nicely played. Squarer. Hannon does the fielding. He's very, very quick, but can't keep it to 1. Another 2 added. You can sense as well the crowd here, those supporters for Northamptonshire, just starting to warm to this now as well. It was a nervy start, wasn't it? And they would have potentially feared the worst when Ricardo Vasconcelos was run out for 10.
I'm not sure how the bloke who shouted "take it easy" was feeling about Gus Miller running down the wicket to the first ball from Tom Bailey.
Handy. It's going to be another boundary. It was Ollie Sutton on the 45. I don't think he would have got there. But as he's got up, he's just checked his hand again that he'd heard earlier on in the day. But ultimately, the line was wrong from Tom Bailey to get the ball down there in the first place. Another boundary, 87 now for Miller. 170 for one. Getting towards the end of this 28th over. A good end by Tom Bailey. 170 for one after 29.
Yeah, I said earlier, Gus Miller reading games, and Tom Bailey coming back on as a young player, getting somewhere in the vicinity of three figures. You might be forgiven for saying, "Oh, I know what they're doing here. There's risk here. They brought their best bowler back to try and break this partnership. I'm just going to run it down and get off strike." And what did he do? Walked down the wicket and slapped it. One bounce for four over, well, it's got to be called cow corner, hasn't it? Deep mid-wicket, wide long on. And that's exactly the right thing to do. It's been pleasing to see the way he's gone about it. It's now just above the runner ball, 87 off 85. And Adi Sharma's crept up on the rails. 61 from 78 is his contribution to this lovely partnership.
And down the leg side, Sutton back into the attack on this angle that caused him a bit of mischief.
It's where the wicket is, it means that the leg side boundary, certainly behind square on the leg side to the right-handed batter, is huge. And from around the wicket, you just need to get something on it, and you're going to get two or three. Pretty comfortably, he's cut at that, it's carried all the way to third man. And I said earlier, I think Sutton's got a wicket in him. I didn't expect it to come like that. It's a bit of a soft one in the end. It was short and wide. Sharma tried to cut it hard through backward point. Got the top edge, and such was the bat speed that it carried all the way to the fielder. He took a good catch coming in from the third man boundary. And Sharma's dismissed for 61.
Good innings, wasn't it? That will help Ollie Sutton no end, I'm sure. He's potentially been looking at the ground, hoping that it might have just opened up for him at times today with that opening few deliveries and then the hand injury as well. But that bit of extra pace was done for Adi Sharma in the end. He's gone for 61, a well-made 61, and a partnership worth over 150 with Gus Miller. He's played a fantastic innings there, hasn't he? He's done his job. Yes, he'd like more, but he has set the Steelbacks up in this first innings to go on and put together a challenging score here.
He's played nicely. I think, first time I've seen him get runs. And I, often say you can't see how good someone is until they get runs, because they're not there otherwise. I thought he played quite nicely. I think there's a question mark about the short ball, the way he played a couple of those. And I think in red ball cricket, when the ball moves around a little bit more, he'll want to have the bat on line with the ball for longer. But nicely played, and I think it was nicely paced as well. He caught up and supported his mate very well out there. Sorry end, because he was on the verge of doing something quite special. But he's gone, and it does bring, as you say, the Steelbacks captain, Nathan McSweeney, fabulous Australian cricketer, to the crease.
Absolutely right. In at number 4, the captain of the Steelbacks walks off with a 4-ball duck against the Foxes on Friday as part of that Ian Holland masterclass with the new ball. Different contest here. Young Sutton with a wicket to his name now, and is met immediately with the middle of Nathan McSweeney's cricket bat. Nice way to get off the mark.
Yeah, he's not a big name, is he, for an Australian internet? Not a big name in England. Certainly not a household name. But we know, having seen a lot of his work this year, and what a valuable, what a talented cricketer he is. He's still 26, 27. He's a leader in everything that he does, whether he's captain or not. He is captain of this side, but whether he is or not, he is a leader. And a very old head on young shoulders.
Oh, bit of extra bounce. Well played. Gus Miller. Yeah, he's a serial winner as well, isn't he, Nathan McSweeney? Captain of the South Australia setup, who have just won consecutive Sheffield Shield trophies plus List A competitions in Australia. Has been capped in Test cricket by Australia. Didn't go as he would have liked, but did ultimately bat out of position at the top of the order, and no great shame in it. Got Boomerang, didn't he?
He did. Not the first, won't be the last.
Certainly not. Oh, well bowled.
That's well bowled.
Just be a leg by. $174 for 2. Short and wide from Sutton. Will be signalled as such, so we'll have to reload. Bowl that one again. Short ball, muscled away over mid-wicket. Don't think it's going to go. Not timed, not out the middle of the bat. Nicely fielded by Jack Blatherwick on the leg side. Short ball once again. That one played sweeter. Behind square. Fielder under pressure does very well. End of the over. 179 for 2. 20 to go in this first innings. Tom Bailey to continue from the David Capel end. McSweeney advances, tries to put a bit of pace on the ball, not able to get it past. Lather wicket, extra cover. Might look for 2. McSweeney quite happy with 1 to start his innings off. Miller was looking for the second. 180. That wicket of Adi Sharma is just starting. Just hear Lancashire a little bit more through the effects mic. With that bit of encouragement now, they've got the Steelbacks 2 down. Miller now on 92. That'll be another thing that strangely will encourage the fielding side. They'll know that that scoreboard and that number will be on the mind of a batter. He's been, as we've said a couple of times, light on runs this year. Not only that as well, it's already a career best for Gus Miller in all formats. Nicely played, moves to 93. He's got a 50 in first class cricket and a 50 before this in List A cricket as well. His highest score before today was 73 in one-day cricket.
He's been around a few years now, Gus, and he's had a few opportunities along the way. Missed a lot of cricket last year with injury, and getting back fit, I think, was a good effort. Worked very, very hard to get back, and I, for one, making no bones about it, I'd love him to get to 100.
There'd be a lot of people in the ground that would thoroughly enjoy seeing that if that does happen. He's on 93. End of a Tom Bailey over. 181 for 2 with 19 left in the innings.
So the job here for McSweeney is to not allow the scoring rate to drop. How he chooses to do that, I mean, he's more of a surgeon, isn't he, than a bludgeoner. He'll get himself in, but he will do so at the lowest risk he can. He's a very good runner between the wickets, very good on the short ball. He's a very, very good player. But he will know now another wicket will give Lancashire a real boost. So he's got to get himself in, but he's got to do it without the scoring rate dropping to any significant degree.
And also, if he can, allow Gus Miller to get these next 7 in singles. If that takes a bit of pressure off the Steelbacks opener. We've seen him very fluent, haven't we, using his feet against the spinner.
I think Gus will be thinking two balls, 2 shots. He's a positive lad. Whether he gets those opportunities. Oh, where's that gone? That's gone down to third man, very fine. Third man is very fine as well. Having a look at the bottom of his bat. He's bowled a few balls, Ollie Sutton, that have looked like attempted Yorkers. And a couple of them actually have cost him 4 runs. They've been just down the leg side, got a thin bit of wood on it and run away very fine. That one went the other way. But he looks like a good, potentially a good death bowler.
Yeah, there's ingredients there, isn't there?
There is.
I don't think, and I'm sure Ollie Sutton would say the same, we've not seen the best of Ollie Sutton in these 6 overs that he's bowled today. Yes, he's got a wicket to his name, but he's gone at nearly 9s with a flat one, which ended up as a no ball with a free hit, a couple of wides in there, some real drag downs as well. But there's a lot to like here.
Banged in. I thought that must have been borderline for height, that. As we've already discovered, your eyes are much better than mine.
Not so sure about that one.
And neither of us are in a good position to comment. The umpires are. But he's not been afraid to bang it in. He's not been afraid to bowl the Yorker like that. He's just, he's been a bit inconsistent. He's banged that one in. It's pulled away by Gus Miller. The fielder at mid-wicket is going to move to his left. Blatherwick is a good boundary fielder out there. Keeps it to 2. But that takes Miller into 1 hit away from what would be his first 100. He's on 96, made of 94 balls. And as we've said a few times, he was responsible for the run out. I don't know why I'm laughing. He was responsible for the running out of his opening partner.
Nervous laughter.
A long time ago, was nervous. It's pitched up this time by Sutton. Just one. That fielder has done a lot of work out there on the cover boundary. And he hasn't had to move very much, has he?
No, the Steelbacks have hit him a lot, haven't they?
Been very well positioned.
18 overs to go then. Miller on 97. 186 for 2.
Is Bailey going to continue? So this is going to be Bailey's 8th over. I thought he might bowl 2 when they brought him back. He's obviously going to bowl another one. And this is a bit, I think there's a little bit in this. It'll be borderline, won't it? Borderline, does he give him this one or does he hold this one back for later? But I think the fact that McSweeney is only 3 off 7, they want to get rid of McSweeney before he gets in. Miller's on strike. Slower ball.
Yeah, I wonder as well if Miller was on 80, whether they'd have saved 3 for Tom Bailey too. Why not give the ball to respectfully your best bowler?
Yeah.
When a guy's thinking, oh, I just one away. Slight misjudgment, a slight rush of blood, and you think, oh.
No, absolutely. There's pressure here because Gus Miller will need, he can't face a maiden here. He's got to get something on one of these. Oh, I thought that might be him off strike there, but got too much bat on it. Keaton Jennings, as I thought he did, he's just showing his mates that he did make a bit of a meal. Had a bit of a meal of it, but as usual, he stopped it pretty comfortably. What does Gus Miller want here? Knee-high full toss?
That'd work, wouldn't it? Just one that he can drop kick over the head of Jennings.
That'd be nice. Yeah, that's probably the best area, isn't it? Tom Bailey's not going to do that, I suspect. Going to bang it in and say, another dot. There'll be a couple of lads out there reminding him that playing for his 100 here, and the captain has walked down the wicket and had a word with his young colleague. That's good cricket. That's good cricket. That's the leadership that we talked about. He's just a natural, isn't he? 3 dots, though, are 3 dots. And he's off strike. Tucks it into the leg side. It's going to be a single. Yeah, good captaincy there. As David Capel used to say, batsmanship, which is kind of all the things that are not hitting the ball. And there's a lot of them in professional cricket and batting, and that's one of them, working with your partner, recognising when he's under pressure, just having the right word at the right time. Didn't make a song and dance about it. It could never happen for so many reasons, but I really do get the feeling I'd like to play a bit of cricket with Nathan McSweeney. Good boy. He's just a really good guy. He might have scored a few runs in the level that I played as well. I got 1 or 2. But Tom Bailey giving no width at all. He's saying, you know, you can turn me into the leg side and just pick up a single. But generally, I'm coming over off stump and no wider than that. And you've got to make all the running. 1 ball of this over to go. I think this might be the last over of this, which would be a 3 over spell for Tom Bailey.
Yeah.
Gus Miller on 98. Looking to get his first professional 100, first team 100, I should say. That's a slower ball. Gus Miller good enough to just knock it up to the long on fielder. He takes a single. So a quiet over, I think 3 off the over. Moves the score on to 189 and Gus Miller on to 99. And I suspect there are various members of the Miller family who are cricket, a sport mad family. They're an absolute sport crazy family. Listening, watching. I don't know how many are here, but they will be very, very nervous for young Gus.
I think there's a few people in the ground that are as well. Sutton to bowl it then. Miller on 99.
There he is. That's going to bring up his 100. Half pull into the leg side. Single taken takes him up to three figures, 100 from 101 balls. A couple of sixes in there as well. Acknowledges the applause. Every one of the Steelback staff, players, backroom staff, office staff who are in today are out on the balcony. He's a very popular lad. And he's played absolutely brilliantly there. Well played, Gus Miller, thoroughly deserved. That shot pulled away. Longleg didn't pick up the line of the ball initially, but it was close enough to him. They're only going to get one. My goodness, how much time did Nathan McSweeney have there?
An age, didn't he? Runnable 100 for Gus Miller. First for Northamptonshire. First in professional cricket across all three of the formats. Very, very well deserved. Would have been nervous, would have been under pressure. Hasn't had the most productive one-day cups. Run his mate out at the start. He's an expansive pull shot there for a single, but he's taken the responsibility on. It's been a very mature innings. It's been calculated.
Yeah, it's been very mature. And when a couple of times Lancashire have tried to squeeze him, or they've changed bowling and put him under a bit of pressure, that what are you going to do? Are you going to stick? Are you going to twist? He's taken the positive option and he's executed it well. He was missed on 75, a missed stumping from the young off spinner. Did him really in the air. He did him twice in the air. One of them went for 6, and that's the problem being an off spinner. You can still go for 6 off a very good bit of bowling. That one went for 6, but he did him in his next over. It turned between bat and pad, but the keeper wasn't able to gather it. He was missed on 75. That's the only chance he's given, and otherwise he's played absolutely brilliantly. Still work to do here, though. 193 for 2. Northampton looking to get somewhere near the 300 mark. That's nicely played behind square on the offside by Miller, just missing that man at backward point.
Yeah, I think is it Bohannon at backward point? He got a pretty big hand on that, I think, to take the pace out of it. Otherwise, Marcus Harris might have been struggling to have cut that off down on the boundary rope. That was flying off the face of the bat.
I think there's a sub-fielder on somewhere. Barnaby is on the field. Is this Bohannon here at mid-on? Might be Barnaby at backward point. Well, that's a good run.
Now you got Balderson and Bailey mid-on, mid-off.
Ah, well done. Another misfield. And there's going to be plenty of those. The outfield is really bobbly. So no criticism of any bobbles that happened today. But that did allow the run to be taken, single off the last ball of that over. That was the 34th over. McSweeney, with that single, moves on to 7. 195 for 2. Gus Miller, 102. 16 overs to go. Said a while ago, 300, or starting with a 3, would be the number that Northants would be aiming at. So we can get a little bit more accurate on our guesses as we go through, I guess. But it's going to be north of 300. Should they play well from here? And obviously, Lancashire are going to do everything they can to make sure that doesn't happen. Tom Bailey is off. He came back for 3 overs, almost immediately after drinks, trying to get the breakthrough. He's going to be replaced by Jack Blatherwick, who's bowled extremely well so far. 6 overs, 0 for 24, but another day could have picked up two wickets. He went past the outside edge a few times and generally bowled very tight, but also with a big amount of threat as well. Here we wanted to repeat where he left off. He's going to come into the Northants captain, the Australian international Nathan McSweeney. The field is on the offside. There's a third man, a backward point on the single, cover point on the boundary, extra cover mid-off. It's a front foot no ball. It was knee high down the leg side, and McSweeney said, thank you very much. Hits that for 4 behind square. And it's going to be a free hit as well. So that was the offside field. The leg side field is mid-on, mid-wicket, and 2 men on the boundary on the leg side, deep square and long leg. Actually, I think the umpire is going to reverse his no ball signal. He hasn't signalled free hit. Try and clear that up for you, what exactly happened there. There was a shout of no ball. Maybe I missed the free hit because the way McSweeney played that had the appearance of a free hit. Slapped it over Keaton Jennings at mid-wicket for 4. Yeah, I think I must have missed the free hit signal. So 1 ball of this over from Jack Blatherwick has cost 9 runs. He bowled so brilliantly earlier. That's over pitched and driven handsomely all along the floor, but straight to mid-off. A little conversation between Matty Hurst and Josh Bohannon, who's at backward point, trying to impart some knowledge because Miller wants gloves. A funny old game, isn't it? Jack Blatherwick hardly bowled a bad ball in his first 6 overs. It's nicely turned into the leg side. Keaton Jennings, who was shorter at mid-wicket, has gone to the edge of the circle as a result of that pull shot, I think, from the free hit. So yeah, Blatherwick 24 off. He went for 24 in his first 6 overs, and then 9 off the first ball of his comeback over. But he's getting back on it now. Very good player of the short ball is Nathan McSweeney. A very good player of most balls. That's banged in and let go. There's an annoying alarm going off somewhere. You can probably hear it. I think it is on the ground. It's a noise I've heard too frequently over the years. Hopefully somebody can do something about that because it's irritating. Northant's handily placed now, 204 for 2. It's nicely played again by McSweeney. Just in between the gap between extra cover and mid-off. Extra cover very wide there. Generally find that fielder a little bit straighter. Would have maybe prevented the run, but sharp-eyed McSweeney pulled Miller through very quickly.
Yeah, it becomes quite exciting for the Steelbacks here, doesn't it? With 16 overs to go. Bartlett, Van der Merwe, McManus, Guthrie. Keogh's in that lineup as well, but those 4 in particular are clean ball strikers with essentially a license now.
Yeah. Blatherwick wanting to get out of this over. It's gone for 10 so far. And it's only going to be 10. Nicely fielded one-handed at backward point. So that's the end of the 35th over. 205 for 2. Just a fraction under 6 and over to this point. 2 down. And Dan, I think you're quite right in what you say. There's batting to come. That batting has only got 15 overs to face. So, you know, if they go at a reasonable rate, they're going to challenge the 300, and they should be looking well north of that from here, I think.
Yeah, and that'll be a marked improvement from Friday and the games, well, since that opening win against the Bears. Everything, as you said, has been around that kind of 240, 260 number in those other 3 games, which has ended up being well short and have been beaten 3 out of 4 times. But if you can go and set yourself a target, a number here, 300 plus. I said earlier, I don't think Lancashire will be intimidated by it. They'll know that, well, if you can get it, then we can as well.
They need to be, I think Northants need to be looking at eights from here, which gets you, what's that, another 120? Is that right? Yeah, that's right, another 120 on top of that is 325. So that's, for me, that's about the right number from here. Anything less than that, they'll feel they've left a few out there, and yeah, it might be on the lower end. But 8 and over from here is doable. They've got a guy in on 100, and the captain, the best player, is on 16 off 17.
And the young off spinner back into the attack as well.
It is. It's reverse swept first ball. He hit it too well almost. Got it very square. It's nicely fielded. As I said earlier, it's bobbly, the outfield, as every outfield will be. He dealt with that very well because it was travelling. When he got to the ball, it was still travelling. It was well fielded, that.
Yeah, very, very well played. I don't think we've seen a Nathan McSweeney reverse sweep in Northamptonshire since his arrival, but turns out he's got quite a good one.
There we go. He nailed that, didn't he?
So it's not reckless, though, is it, at the minute? Miller having passed that 100 now with the off spinner who he's hit for 6 a couple of times. Still prepared to be watchful at the moment.
I think scoring rate now is a big one for me at this stage. It's very, very few dot balls from here. But you do that, that gets you somewhere near your sort of 7 and over without really trying too hard. You're going to pick up a 2 here and there. There's going to be a 4 here and there. So scoring off sort of 4.5, 5 balls and over with the odd boundary for the next 5, 6 overs. That's nicely played. He's laid it down, a lay down cut. Well fielded. Moving to his left. Short third man. Gus Miller trying to get a little bit finer. It's interesting, Shetty's not letting him run at him. He's bowled 2 balls to Gus Miller this over. That one was a dart, and the previous one was back of the length. That's nicely bowled as well. Such that, although he's swept, he's gone for 2 there. Is he going to get in? He is going to get in. I never thought there was 2 there. Matty Hurst giving his fielder a big old-fashioned stare.
Yeah, it's Rocky Flintoff again, isn't it? Who's, I think, has been kind of criticised for a couple of those in this innings so far.
I don't know. You can do a lot more than that. He ran full pelt, attacked it, picked it up one-handed and got a good throwaway. Just that McSweeney was too quick. Darted in by Shetty to finish his over. I like this guy. I like what I'm seeing from him. The previous ball was really good bowling. It was swept. They got 2. I mean, another day it's only 1, but McSweeney is absolutely lightning. But it was swept, but there was no pace on the ball when it got to the bat. It was up and down and landed in a lovely place. Very few options from there, but it was swept and they picked up 2. He's got good control, I think. Arav Shetty, and again, this competition giving opportunities. He looks a good young bowler.
Good all-round cricketer, Arav Shetty.
Scheduled at 7 in the card that has been published, and these can always be wrong and be moved around, but yeah, he's batting above a few who can play, batting above the captain in this lineup that I'm seeing.
Yeah, fresh off 53 against Notts.
But Blatherwick into the attack. Back, that's his second over back. He started his previous over with a no ball that went for 4, and he started his second over back with a long half volley that's been pumped down the ground for 6. But having gone 6 overs for 24, he's now gone 7.1 overs for 40.
Good ball striking, isn't it? By Gus Miller there. First ball of the over as well.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a horrible thing to happen from a bowling perspective. From a batting perspective, the absolute perfect. And he's earned himself a bit of a license here, hasn't he, Gus Miller?
He certainly has. He's played very, very well. That one's back of a length, and Gus Miller has pulled it. It's going to be, no, it's not going to be cut off. The fielder is very square there, and Gus Miller hit it so well, it went in front of square, crossed the boundary, almost level with the bowler's stumps. It just bent back a little bit, but it was too far to that fielder's left-hand side, and with 1 bounce for 4. So 6-4 to start the over. And there's going to be a field change. Another fielder going to the leg side boundary. He's gone there effectively from mid-wicket. And third man comes into the circle to make up the complement of fielders required in that 30-metre circle. So the 4 fielder is out on the boundary, 3 of them on the leg side now. Drops it into the leg side. He's going to look for 2. Kind of feel that McSweeney would have run 2 there had he got that one away.
Yeah, I think so. Miller has been out there for a while, though, and it has been involved in a few bits of running that have raised an eyebrow here and there.
Yeah, 6-4 one though. That's good on your bingo card as well.
It certainly is. He's going to have 150 plus looking at on his horizon, isn't he? It could be 2 here as McSweeney sets off like a greyhound.
Been misfielded by the fielder. He's been put under pressure. The fielder at deep square put under pressure by the Northants captain, who tucked it off his hip, and he tried to pick it up one-handed and get it away. Had he done that, I think McSweeney still would have been comfortably home. He didn't do that. The ball bobbled, as we've talked about, and it bobbled away for 4. McSweeney on to 24, 226 for 2.
Handy that, isn't it? Handy runs for McSweeney and a brilliant over so far for the Steelbacks. Very, very expensive for Blatherwick.
Needs a response, doesn't it? Well, nearly got one as well. That was the first time I think I can say that. It was quite casual by Nathan McSweeney. Casually tried to kind of pop it into the offside. I'm not exactly sure where he was playing that. Was he trying to get it over point?
I think that might have been the first look, and then kind of rehearsed the rundown to deep third, didn't he? There's Arav Shetty down here on the boundary in front of our commentary position. But as you say, didn't really offer to play a proper cricket shot to it.
Lack of commitment to that, wasn't there? No lack of commitment there. He was trying to hit that for 6 and nothing else. Kind of, I think there was a bit of premeditation in that. Anticipated it was going to be back of a length, and he was going to go up and under it and sort of almost hoik it, encourage it with the bounce and with the slight angle over deep backward square. That's where he was aiming. It hit him under the ribs.
Yeah, I think that might have hurt. Made a good thud.
It did make a good thud, didn't it?
Into the rib cage.
That's 37 gone. 226 for 2. The run rate is 6.1. So Lancashire won't be too worried about it being 6.1. They need wickets, though, because without wickets now, it's only going to go north and get closer to 6.5, 7 after that 13 over. So wickets required. Shetty being given the job of trying to find a wicket. He's bowled well. I've enjoyed him so far. Bowled 5 overs very nicely. And that's the wicket that they wanted. It was an attempted reverse sweep by Gus Miller. It went behind him and has dislodged the leg bail. Got a little bit of leg stump. Understandable option with one man there to beat, but got nothing on it. It didn't look a natural option for Gus Miller there. He missed it. Shetty was the man to get the breakthrough, and Gus Miller walks off with a very well played 115 to his name.
Yeah, that was a thoroughly enjoyable innings by Gus Miller, and warmly received back to the dugouts as he makes his way across the boundary rope. Crucial innings at the top of the order, and one that set this first innings up for Northamptonshire. Lancashire will be thinking and hoping that breakthrough, that removal of Gus Miller, he just open a few floodgates as they've got another new batter in the middle. It's George Bartlett next. In good form, though. 4 consecutive 50s in the 4 games that the Steelbacks have played in this Metro Bank One Day Cup in 2026. So seeing it nicely, and I think it would be fair to say from what we saw on Friday, at least, was moving nicely as well. Yeah,
he's played well, hasn't he, so far? Without making that contribution, he's not going to have time to make that big contribution. But what he is able to do, and probably for the first time in the competition, is to come in with a platform. And he won't have walked to the crease at 226 for 3 very often so far. In fact, not at all, I'm sure. He's rebuilt a little bit in the innings that he has played, and he's played well. As you said, 450s. But he needs to get going quickly here. McSweeney's on a runnable 24. I think there's more to come from there, and Bartlett has got to get himself in quickly. So he's off the mark straight away. Yeah, well bowled, Shetty. No width was given. And yeah, I got in a bit of a tangle there, Gus Miller, didn't he? It was a little bit quicker, a little bit flatter, I think, from Shetty. He has varied his pace nicely, and he's looked good. Enjoyed him.
Yeah, he's been very impressive. I mentioned the 50 that he got against Notts. He also got 3 for as well, Farrington. In that game on Friday, so very talented young all-round cricketer up there on the books at Lancashire. Got a lot coming through the ranks, through the academies. I think Gus Miller's, it was a problem-solving shot choice, wasn't it? The fielder was up on the offside. It was an attempted reverse sweep. It would have been 4 had he have got it past the leading edge for Bartlett.
Yeah, I have no problem with that shot option whatsoever. He didn't play it very well. So execution you'd look at, but in terms of decision-making, pretty good decision. One man to beat. That's tossed up and induced the mistake from George Bartlett. But he got enough of it to get it up and over the mid-wicket fielder, who is quite tight in there. Picks up 2, but well bowled again. He's done a couple in the air. You don't see that very often from young off-spinners, doing batters in the air. And he's done that more than once today. One of them led to a chance, the stumping of Gus Miller, the miss-stumping. Good bowling. There was something on that. Whether it was bat or pad, I don't know. There was something on that because obviously it hasn't been called a wide, although it went down the leg side. It sounded a little woody.
I think that was bat. I think judging by Arif Shetty's reaction and the cry or yelp of catch, Matty Hurst was desperately trying to locate the ball, wasn't he? It's so much harder from a keeping perspective once you've got that helmet on as well. Your vision is impeded. I mean, you're desperately looking around trying to find it. In that instance for Matty Hurst, it was just looking in every place other than where the ball was. And I think Bartlett, it'd be fair to say, he's probably got a little bit of a life there.
I think he has. It would have been a strangle, wouldn't it, down the leg side? But I think he has got away with one there. The captain's back on. What, someone in the vice president's suite has
opened the door at the wrong time, I think.
Yeah.
4 overs left for Balderson. 4 overs, 1 made, 0 for 23. So very, very economical. 2 left for Tom Bailey, 2 for Jack Blatherwick.
One given and 1 taken, you might say. Keaton Jennings on his heels on the edge of the circle there. Not sure how I feel about that. I mean, in terms of such an easy one, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I know why they've done it, because they don't want to concede 4 through there, and if they do concede 1, they bring the new batter on strike. Get that, understand that. But had he been where he is, they wouldn't have got one anyway. He's only going to stop for if it's a bad ball. Anyway, they did get the 1, and George Bartlett drives it nicely off the back foot, square for a single.
Yeah, well, you're entitled to do that from a fielding perspective, aren't you? You can play that game and manipulate it in the way that you'd like to. There was a moment in that West Indies versus Pakistan test match at the Brian Lara Cricket Stadium where Jayden Seals let the ball cross the boundary rope so that they could have a bowl at the tail ender rather than the set batter. To which the moral high ground spirit of cricket police were out saying that he shouldn't be doing that. As McSweeney tickles another one down the leg side for a 4.
It was a good attempt, a good effort at stopping the ball. And I think it was 50-50 whether he stops it or whether he doesn't. But that time he didn't, and it ran away for 4. Yeah, McSweeney's he's a dangerous player. He, as I said earlier, he's surgical the way he goes about. He doesn't bludgeon it, but you look at the scoreboard and suddenly he's on 30. That's a good comeback.
Yeah, it's kind of silent the way he goes about it as well, isn't it? It's, I mean, how many number 4s are there in list A cricket that are exactly that kind of mould. Marcus Harris is on the card here for Lancashire, and he'll play the exact same way. He'll be that, as you say, that surgical, that precision instrument. And that cliche about Joe Root in one-day cricket, that all of a sudden you look up and he's on 30, is exactly this, isn't it?
Yes. Well, this is the home of one of the best ever at that. Certain AJ Lamb. He was. There are not many better in one-day cricket at that job. Just dissecting an attack at a risk he was happy to go at, and winning numerous games in a glorious period for this county. Gee whiz, he was a good player. Imagine how good he would have been if he moved his feet.
What do you need to do that for?
He didn't. It was amazing. Last ball of this over, the 39th. Bartlett defends it into the offside for a dot. That'll mean his skipper's on strike. Probably a good thing. So 39 overs gone. 237 for 3. Lancashire holding it at about sixes. You know, if Northants get to between 300 and 310, from where the game has been, at the halfway mark in particular, Lancashire will say, okay, well, we didn't manage to make breakthroughs, but actually we haven't been destroyed here and we're very much in this game.
Yeah.
Two good partnerships. One of our top four gets 100 and we're going to get very close to this without too much sweat. Northants need to go. That's nicely bowled.
Well, I was going to say, I wonder whether on the dismissal of Miller and with the number of wickets left in hand, there was, 3 overs left of this second power play, for what do you want to call it, with 4 out on the row. Lancashire at the end of this over will be permitted to have 5 outside that 30-yard circle. I don't think George Bartlett or Nathan McSweeney are particularly those kind of cricketers, but I wonder whether there would have been a temptation to have gone, okay, we've got wickets in hand. Let's have a free hit for 3 overs here and see what we can come away with. And if we lose the wicket, we lose the wicket, but we could go at 10s.
That's beautifully played through the offside. It was overpitched, a rare overpitched delivery from Arav Shetty. He's bowled really well. And no surprise, having overpitched, Nathan McSweeney jumped all over it. A lovely 4 through the covers. Yeah, I like the thinking. I think, why not? You know, why not fire your bullets? Why not? And yeah, maybe we'll come back to that. What's Shetty got in response? Oh, he's got a good ball. Fired it in with a little change in action. That reminded me of Carl Hooper, who used to bowl that ball brilliantly. He changed his pace, played a bit of cricket for Lancashire, but changed his pace without any real perceptively increase in speed of the arm. He's dragged that one down. McSweeney's turned it into the leg side. He'll put the fielder under pressure. He's taking the arm on and beating the arm. It's a long way out there. But even if this throw had been right over the bails, I think McSweeney gets in. I mean, he is absolutely lightning, isn't he?
Very, very quick. Judges that incredibly well and backs himself too.
I wondered when the next reverse sweep would come out. It was fired in. It was at what you might call an out of the over ball from Arav Shetty. Nicely reverse swept just for the single. That takes McSweeney on to 39, 246 for 3, and there's 10 to go.
Yeah, 10 to go, 246. 8s from here, 8s plus from here, I guess, would be the target as we get towards this, or we get into this third power play of the first innings. So 5 fielders are permitted to be outside of that 30-yard circle. And Lancashire will accept that and take their full complement. As the captain Balderson is back into the attack. So the boundaries may become slightly harder to find, but those singles, those 1s and 2s may become slightly easier as a trade-off. Are you thinking about just reshuffling a batting order at this point now? Stuart van der Merwe, Rob Keogh, Lewis McManus, Liam Guthrie would be the next in.
I'd get McManus in next.
Yeah,
personally, and I want Bartlett to not go crazy.
Yeah,
but I want him to at least get off strike. I want him to carry some threat here. That you can see the fielders have converged on him, can't you? They've all come off the edge of the circle.
Squeeze on.
The squeeze is on.
He's looked over his shoulder onto the leg side. Goes that way, and oh my goodness
it's
me.
going to be caught though. And it is caught. Well caught, going backwards. That's a good catch. I think that's Ollie Sutton down there. He judged that very well. It was in the air a long time. He backpedaled and caught it above his head, just inside the boundary rope. Good option. A very good option from George Bartlett. Just didn't get quite enough and nicely caught.
Yeah. Outcomes-based sport, isn't it? Batting in particular. The right option, a poor outcome. Bartlett goes for a low one. Goes for 5. A good catch by Ollie Sutton, who's been in the wars a bit today here at the Cinch County Ground in Northampton. Went off the field with a bit of a finger injury. Started loosely with ball in hand, but that catch there will do him a lot of confidence. We spotted that. We spotted the Bartlett look over the shoulder to target the leg side. Probably got it finer than maybe what he wanted to.
I think he did.
That pocket of the ground just gets bigger and bigger as it goes down towards the Jackson Grundy stands. And we're not going to get a change in the order. It's going to be Stuart van der Merwe in at number 6 to join Nathan McSweeney.
I'll tell you what we have got, though. We've got 2 of the fastest guys in county cricket here. This is going to be fun to watch if these 2 bat for a few overs together.
Very, very quick.
They'll be kicking up dust, won't they? Sparks will fly.
Smouldering footprints down either side of the... He got 40 odd, didn't he?
He did.
On Friday.
He played really nicely, I thought. Again, having not really... I don't know if he's played... I think Friday was his first game of the season, I think.
Yeah, first game for the first 11 in 2026, wasn't it?
And he played really well. He's been short of runs in second-team cricket, but he played very nicely Friday. He needs to back it up.
Yeah, and there is that squeeze on again, isn't there, from Lancashire? I mentioned they could have 5 out if they wanted to. They've actually got 4 out and 5 in now with the new batter in the middle. So in theory, then it would be Rob Keogh padded up and carded to come in next for the Steelbacks with Lewis McManus at number 8.
This is a good start to the over, isn't it? Well, in fact, 4 balls in.
1 run and a wicket.
1 run and a wicket, yeah.
Good start to this power play 3.
Yeah, he's leading from the front, isn't he? Balderson brought himself back on, got the wicket, and he's going nowhere at the moment.
Van der Merwe's away. Well, experience of McSweeney just settle on 1. Sure, that wicket will just slow things down slightly for Northamptonshire. Puts a bit more pressure on Nathan McSweeney, doesn't it, to get the job done and be there at the end.
Yeah, and actually, yeah, let's come back to that after this ball. Good point.
Nicely played. Van der Merwe set off so quickly.
Yeah, Van der Merwe's not read the script there, has he? That's the last ball of the over. So McSweeney will keep the strike. I think this is where the incoming batsman has to take risk.
Yep.
Because you've got a guy in who's in, and you want him there going into the last 3 or 4 overs, 4 or 5 overs, certainly. The in batsman who's got a number. The guys coming in have to get going early. Not recklessly, but they have to score well over a run of ball, almost straight away. Shetty's going to continue. As well he might. He's bowled really nicely, this kid. I've really enjoyed it. He's bowled 7 overs. I'm sure he'll bowl his spell out. But he has been very impressive.
Yeah, continues to be as well. He's got 3 left, doesn't he? So he may get 1 more after this, but you got 2 left for Bailey, 2 left for Balderson, 2 left for Blatherwick. Don't know if we'd see Sutton again before the end of the innings. Shorter ball and gone down.
That should have been caught.
Josh Bohannon at short mid-wicket, got 2 hands to it. Couldn't time the interception of that. I reckon he felt that McSweeney might have timed that better than what he did. Got there earlier than he thought he was going to, and should have been taken nonetheless. Flighted delivery, excellent over this from Shetty. Start to it, 3 dot balls, pressure building on McSweeney. 249 for 4.
He's varying his pace, and he's lying a little bit, varying his pace and landing everything pretty much where he wants to.
Quicker and flatter behind square. Will just be 1 though. 250 up for the Steelbacks with 9 overs to go. And that round of applause, if you can call it one, met with a bit of anxiety, wasn't it? It's been all fun and games for the Steelbacks up to now, and that departure of Bartlett, I think, has just left a little bit of nerves in the tank, because we were talking 320, weren't we, as a number? That now feels a fair way off as Van der Merwe.
I'm still saying 320.
Here goes for the reverse and can't get it past Keaton Jennings at short third.
Yeah, I'm still saying 320.
It's still on.
Yep.
But I think there's a little bit more jeopardy involved with that now than what there might have been 15, 20 minutes ago. They will take the single off the final ball of the over. Excellent from Arif Shetty. Good from Lancashire. 251 for 4. 8 overs to go here at the Cinch County grounds.
Yeah, I think 325 for me. That's. I've got a couple of mates who understand betting, and they'd put a spread on.
Mm-hmm.
Are you interested in spread betting?
I'm trying to avoid that kind of stuff nowadays. But yes, I think you'd be
since the rehab.
Since the rehab, yeah.
I think 325 would probably be in the middle of the spread. We've got a bowling change to talk to you about, though.
Yeah, Tom Bailey's going to come back with 2. George Balderson, the skipper's going to keep himself back with 2 in the locker, as with Jack Blatherwick. So he's got 8 overs to find. 6 of them can be bowled by those experienced seamers. The Merwe really trying to impose himself here. And I think this is you got to give the opportunity to the young guys to go out there and figure things out.
You do.
However, as we said with Lewis McManus, there's not many better in the dressing room at fast starts than Lewis McManus. And with 9 overs, 8.5 overs to go, yeah, it's a battle, isn't it, between kind of nurturing the youngster and keeping the momentum going. Short ball, top edge into the helmet, and a peel.
Straight off the head, isn't it?
Not out, and we will have a little bit of a delay here as Van der Merwe will take a concussion check. Well directed from Tom Bailey.
That was right on the money. Physio should be on the field by now, in my opinion, and they're 4 or 5 seconds late, I would say, but better late than never. Who knows what they're going to ask him? I don't know what they're going to ask him in terms of a concussion check, but he looks absolutely fine, doesn't he?
He looks completely okay, doesn't he, to carry on. He's well composed, probably grateful for the opportunity to have a chat with Nathan McSweeney and kind of just figure out as to what's going on. But my understanding is there'll be a set of kind of pre-asked questions, and those answers then have to be consistent.
Yeah, I don't know if that happens here or whether that happens if they leave the field.
Right, okay.
Yeah, I don't think that happens right now. I think it's more of a...
What's your name? Where'd you come from?
Yeah. like at a comedy club.
Yes. Yeah. And if they're speaking to you face on and you're looking at fine leg, then it's probably a time to come and have a sit down.
Looks like the helmet's seen its last delivery.
It took a good whack, didn't it, from Tom Bailey? Steep bounce from the tall Lancashire seamer. It's been a tricky start, this, for Stuart van der Merwe as well, isn't it?
Yeah, he's 7 balls for 2. And the way he played the previous ball, he kind of mishit it, trying to hit it violently through the leg side. And actually, he does need to go more than a runner ball. But more importantly than that, he's getting off strike. So if he gets a ball in his area, certainly he gives it everything. But other than that, he's got to think 1. So rather than thinking 6 first and working backwards, which is something I like to think about, at this stage right now, for the next 3 overs, he should think 1 first. And then if it's in his area, he can do more about that. But I think he's a betwixt and between a wee bit. And as you said, maybe this little break has come at a good time, having a good chat with the 2 batters.
Yeah.
It would not surprise me if McSween is saying, you get width, put your hands through it. Otherwise, get me on strike. Looks like they're maybe trying to repair the old helmet. A new helmet was brought on. It was brought on halfway. They should have shown it to the batter.
I wonder whether, like, maybe some of the inserts have come loose from the inside of the helmet there. Interesting role for a cricket team's physiotherapist, I guess, isn't it? Not only expected to treat dislocations and potentially lacerations, but then also muscle injuries, concussion checks, and apparently equipment experts as well. So I think we're... Oh, that's not going to help, is it? Oh, and that something's just fallen out the back of the helmet too.
No, this is not good.
I don't think anybody's actually spotted the...
Yeah. There's a bit of Velcro on the floor that doesn't need to be on the floor, isn't there?
I assume somebody might have spotted.
Lee Daggett is the... I'll get his title wrong. He's got a lovely title now, whatever it is. It's a big title.
Vice Junior President.
Vice President of the USA or something. That'd be good if he was. But yeah, he's kind of like, I think, the lead sports science guy. He's not run out to the middle end. Obviously, Lee Daggett played a lot of cricket. Probably a good guy to have around the decision on helmets and what can be done and can't. Anyway, we're back.
We're back. 251 for 4. Low and big appeal from Bailey. The Merwe, the pressure builds on the young number 6.
Wendell's on fire over there, isn't he?
I don't know if that's Wendell. Wendell looks far too reclined in that seat by the supporters club to be shouting with such vigour and animosity.
Do you think there's anyone else who sounds like Wendell there?
I don't. It's misleading, but I think yes.
Got that away?
Yeah. Should be 2, shouldn't it? It will be. Sprints back for the second. Lee Daggett is the head physiotherapist and clinical lead.
That's what I was trying to say. Well done.
Cricket Club.
Clinical lead.
It was similar to what you said.
Yeah, he's always been clinical, Dags. What a very good professional that man is still, but in a different role. But as a player, you know, he had a squad full of Dagses. He's doing all right. What a good guy. Great to see him come back to the club. In any role.
Yep.
Clinical lead, though.
Shorter ball, pace off. And the Merwe will just take 1. McSweeney then left with 1 delivery at the end of the over, which will be joy to the ears of Lancashire. Field will spread. Lancashire do need 1 more inside the circle, and they will bring Arav Shetty up from deep third to short third. McSweeney on the pull, skips off the outfield, splits the two fielders in the deep, and gets 4, moves to 46. 7 overs to go, 258 for 4.
It's a very good shot, that, isn't it? He kind of goes, it's almost like a topspin forehand. He goes with the bounce, gets under the bounce, closes the face of the bat as the bat goes kind of from outside across the body and finds the gap. And it's a shot that Bartlett tried. Bartlett went aerial with his. So it was kind of, given that he got it too fine, it was either 6 or out, and it was out. That one was more controlled and perhaps, you know, underlines what we've said before, more clinical, more surgical.
Yeah, and just has an ability, doesn't he, to dissect fielders perfectly. I mean, he split the pair in the deep on the leg side, 50-50 either side. Shetty to continue then, 8 overs, 1 for 52.
Something's going to happen.
That's going to be just drifting into the pads. Well run by Nathan McSweeney.
Clever bowling. Okay, the line wasn't quite where he wanted it to be slightly, but so slow. Giving the batter nothing to work with at all there.
Yeah, as you say, something's going to happen. Unfortunately for Nathan McSweeney, that pressure that Van der Merwe is under will be transferring to the skipper as well, won't it? 46 or 41.
They've put 2 men on the reverse sweep as well now.
Quicker and flatter. Yeah, there's 10 delivery innings from Stuart Van der Merwe. He's not doing his skipper any favours at the minute.
Not. Shetty's bowled like a 40-year-old, isn't he, in terms of experience? He's been brilliant, actually. I've really enjoyed this. Surprised when I look at his figures, he's gone 52. It doesn't feel like that many.
Definitely not. 19 dots in that 8 overs, if that adds anything for you. It's only going to be 1 as well. Frustration. I think 5 off 11 for Stuart Van der Merwe.
I'm saying
it almost
sweep.
feels 4-6 or out here,
Yeah,
I think,
sweep.
for Van der Merwe.
I think sweep.
With McManus padded up and ready to come in next. Checks that short side. Fielder down there at deep square. Goes for the reverse sweep and just balloons for 1.
To be honest, Shetty's got these guys where he wants them, hasn't he, at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, Lancashire have done really well here. They've got that run rate for the innings down back below under 6 since Gus Miller's departure. Quicker and fortune for McSweeney.
Did he get something on that?
Has he just helped it on its way? He has helped it on its way. It's not where he wanted it to go, though. He was trying to get that up and over those 2 fielders on the reverse sweep. Brings up his 50, though. Takes the applause. But he knows he's got a lot of work to do here in this final part of the innings.
Having a look at the pocket at long on. It's a long way out there.
Tries, and he wanted to come down the track. Shetty just dropping the ball in there, and a single taken keeps the strike, crucially. Nathan McSweeney, 6 overs to go. 266 for 4. Are you still saying 325?
I am. That should be the ambition. Now, I've had a question come in from one of our regular listeners, and the question is about headgear. It's someone that I know very well, actually, but who is not a lifelong cricket fan. Who
Do they
says,
expect us to know the answer?
I think you can help with some of the answer, and I might be able to help with some of the answer as well. No, you definitely can, because you will have bought one far more recently than me.
Right.
So the question is, are helmets expensive?
They can be.
And so that's the first part. So
Yeah.
what are you paying for a new helmet?
I reckon entry level, I reckon you're probably say 30, 40.
Oh, really?
And I think you can go up to like 150 plus.
Yeah. Okay. So the ones that these guys wear,
They'll be 150 plus.
Yeah.
Titanium grills and they'll all be custom fitted as well, which is something that I think a lot of amateur cricketers won't necessarily realize, but they'll have representatives from
Missouri
or Shrey to actually come and fit these helmets to make sure that the peak remains level and it's not wobbling around.
We got fitted as well as coaches for dog sticking.
It does make a huge difference.
It does. So that's the first part. And the second part was, what do they do with the damaged ones? Well, basically, once they're damaged, once they're compromised, they're no good.
Yeah.
So they go in the bin, basically, because they're made of a honeycomb structure. And once the honeycomb gets damaged, it's no good to you. And therefore, basically, one good bang and they're gone. That was a no ball. Keaton Jennings has spotted that was a potential no ball, only 3 men in the circle. Keaton Jennings at extra cover, you probably heard him saying, stop, stop, stop.
Yep.
How good cricket is that? That could make a difference in winning and losing a cricket match.
Absolutely. I've just had a couple of those moments, haven't they, where they've been a bit indecisive. Can Van der Merwe get this innings going? He can't, no.
That's beautifully bowled up.
Bailey out the back of the hand just completely deceives Van der Merwe. Can still catch up. There's still time. But 6 off 13. It's almost trying to go too hard here.
It gets to the stage where your only way is to try and hit. You think your only way is to try and hit a boundary. It's very hard. They've bowled well at him.
No pace on this time, and Van der Merwe goes offside all the way for 6.
Gee whiz.
Wide half volley, really, from Tom Bailey. Van der Merwe's front foot has cleared out the way, and he's carved it over point. Well, there you go. You get to the stage and you think hitting a 6 is the way you got to catch up, and he's done exactly that.
Oof. It wasn't the best ball, was it, that Tom Bailey has bowled, to be fair. But still, a guy who's struggled to hit the ball really anywhere. He's deliberately hit that in the air. And it's gone a long way over the boundary. It's shortish down there today, but it's gone a long way over.
I can only assume the guy that's just picked that up from behind the fence must be a golfer, because they've been walking around there, not seen the ball at their feet, and then gone, oh, it's just here. I'll pick it up and toss it.
He's improved his lie.
Yeah.
He's done a DeChambeau.
273 for 4. Is that the start of Van der Merwe? Short ball finds the middle of the bat next time. Splits those two fielders really well and gets 4. Confusion and indecision from the 2 Lancashire fielders out there on the leg side. It was a bit after you. As it was, neither of them were able to stop it. You don't see that very often from Jack Blatherwick and Josh Bohannon. But it was positioned perfectly between the pair of them.
It's so hard at the moment because the ball doesn't decelerate, does it?
No.
And your brain is trained to think about deceleration in terms of where you intercept it.
277 badges Van der Merwe, and they'll take the leg by. Good over this for the Steelbacks in the end after a challenging start. I'll be hoping.
How'd he get out the over here? Slower ball again? He's bowled that well.
I think you go pace off. The only problem you've got, if you've got a short leg side here for Nathan McSweeney. Does go slower ball, a massive looping back of the hand slower ball. The skill it takes to get that not only straight, but on the right length. What doesn't take a lot of skill is that from Lancashire.
That's very poor out cricket from Lancashire. I mean, it doesn't give me a lot of pleasure to say that. That's on the keeper for me. It was thrown in, and they, as all teams do, deliberately getting the ball into the wicket ends to scuff it up and so on. But the keeper's standing behind the stumps. He can see the line of the ball. He's got to go and tidy it up and catch it in front of the stumps. He backs off. He hit the stumps and ran for an overthrow.
Yeah.
That's scruffy cricket.
Agreed.
He's not had a great day so far. I'm going to say that quietly so far, Matty Hurst, because he's a dangerous batter. Very dangerous batter. But with the gloves today, he'll know. It's not been his greatest day.
Spin to continue. Arav Shetty to bowl out.
What a great decision this is.
9 overs, no maidens, 159. Got the big wicket of Gus Miller. Got Van der Merwe on the reverse sweep. That's really well bowled. That's, oh, I don't actually agree with that.
I do.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. He went too wide.
Yeah.
Fine. Fair enough.
I think you get much more margin.
Yeah.
But that was too wide.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. I thought that was just excellent.
He thought about it, though, didn't he, the
Yeah.
umpire? So, it was, I think it was one of those grey. You know, I don't think it's a black and white, that.
Shorter ball muscled away from Van der Merwe. 6. Clears the man at deep mid-wicket. Well, an expensive start to the over, the final over. Shetty wide off the first ball, 6 off the extra one. 287 for 4. Nicely bowled, nicely timed. Did start to wonder whether, with 5 overs to go, whether it became a bit of an everything must go type innings from Stuart Van der Merwe at that stage, with those wickets left as well. McSweeney checking the leg side. Waits it for 1.
It's a big leg side boundary here. What it does do, it enables the boundary fielders on the leg side to get in off the fence. So they're 15 in, which makes 2s much more difficult to come by. Oh, another misfield. That's going to go for 4.
It's going to be very close. It is 4.
Oh, gee whiz.
That's the captain, George Balderson, just on the edge of the square.
It's not easy out there. You know, that looked poor. But they do get a bit of a pass for me because it's so bumpy. It's come across a couple of old wicket ends.
Powerfully struck by Van der Merwe as well, who is on 27 now. Nicely bowled, nicely played. Almost McSweeney's turned into a bit of a second fiddle in this partnership.
Yeah, he's pretty happy to do so. I should think, oh, there's an extra ball, isn't there, of course, for the wide.
Changing the field as well. All the way. Should just be 1. Picked up by Jack Blatherwick. Will be 1. McSweeney keeps the strike with 4 overs to go. 294 for 4.
4 10s are 40. 335. Okay. 4 9s are 30. Yeah, okay. So we're about in the right area, aren't we? It's a good pitch, this. Yeah, congratulations to Craig Harvey and his team. This time of year, it's not been easy to produce pitches. You look around the other competition and this competition, you know, there have been some modest scores because the pitches have been perhaps not belters. This is an absolute belter. So
yeah,
well done to Craig and the group.
Been a cracker. There's been a lot of high scores in the Metro Bank One Day Cup.
Yeah,
we've seen the plenty of hundreds scored. We've seen scores north of 300 on a regular basis and being chased down too.
I think a lot of that has been the grounds have played out because there've been fresh pitches at outgrounds who have held on to that pitch
for the big event.
Exactly, yeah.
It's going to be a wide to start from George Balderson.
I thought he hit that.
I thought he might have got a bit of a bottom edge on it, but
he did hit that. Definitely hit that.
I don't think the ball behaves like the way it did if it's not got a bit of a bottom edge on it.
100% he hit that.
Wide called. Reload for George Balderson. I have to start again.
I mean, it was wide in terms of line, but obviously if he hits it, he can't give it as a wide. It was given early, wasn't it? Probably given before he realised quite what had happened.
And another one.
Yeah, I don't think that's Wendell, is it?
No, it's definitely not.
Someone, because Wendell is, well, this guy's quite aggressive, I think, in a lot of the shouts. And Wendell isn't.
It's certainly not, no.
Wendell's just lovely, isn't he? But this guy's got a bit in it.
Bit of volume. McSweeney's just broken the bat. Be a few Steelback supporters thinking about getting hold of that one if it ends up in the skip out the back of the locker room at the end of the day.
Yeah, what do you do with the next international players bat? Well, that doesn't go in the bin.
Certainly not. That goes to a we can get a repair job on that one. That'll be all right. We'll take that together.
Absolutely.
I suspect he's got a few to choose from. They just run down the stairs and will be selected from at the point that he gets back on strike. Van der Merwe, who's going well, 28. Can't connect with that one.
That's well bowled, isn't it? Followed him well there.
Yeah. I think he'll feel like he's missed out on the length, mind you.
I agree.
298 for 4.
Bowls a very good Yorker, was Balderson. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see that in the next 4 balls, perhaps even more than once. Van der Merwe is going to back away like that.
Does back away. See that back foot move first. That's going to be a couple of extra runs. It might even be 4. It is. And it's 4 leg byes for the Steelbacks to bring up the 300 as well. 300 with some time to add here. A huge improvement on this innings from what we saw on Friday against the Foxes. They didn't have much time to react and respond, did they? But they've done very well.
It's what a big number from one of your top 4 does, doesn't it? It allows you to play around that, and the rest coming with a platform makes such a difference. Bowled again.
Yeah, almost becoming a little bit premeditated here for Van der Merwe, isn't it? Trying to open up that offside. Somebody of the skill and the quality and the experience of George Balderson is... Oh, he's read the script here, hasn't he? Nicely bowled. Van der Merwe holds his line that time. Just the one.
I didn't do the Warwickshire game, and I was somewhere else. I was away, I think. And but I know a couple of people who were listening to the stream mentioned to me there's some bloke shouting his head off all the time. It got quite annoying. I understand.
Have you found him now?
I've heard him. I haven't found him. It's not Wendell, so apologies, Wendell. It's not you.
Wow. I mean, that might be as stylish of a single played out to deep cover that you might ever see. Timed immaculately by McSweeney. End of the over. 3 overs to go. The skipper keeps the strike. It's 304 for 4. As the crowd continue to get into this game. You can see it's not Wendell. Look, from our vantage point, you see he's nicely reclined down by the supporters club with the flag.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the cap looks like it's pulled quite low. Might even be having a little snooze in the early afternoon sunshine. The boisterous support, I think, is coming from beneath us.
Yeah.
Anyway, 3 overs to go. Jack Blatherwick into the attack. 2 overs left for him. He's 8 overs, no maidens, 0 for 49 in his spell. Protection out on the leg side for Blatherwick. 1 sweeper out on the offside. That deep extra cover. So it's all going to be pretty straight again here from Lancashire to try and round this innings out. Long leg side as well, which is going to be drifting down. Said leg side will be a wide, and we will have to restart this over.
Been a few, 26 extras. And a few fumbles in the field, a missed stumping, which was pretty regulation, the drop catch.
Yep.
From Bohan and Mick. For him, that was pretty regulation. And a couple of fumbles that have gone for 4. They do get a bit of a leeway because of the outfield is so bumpy. But, you know, those fielded errors plus 26 extras. And another one there, just on cue. Fielder getting into the ball too too quickly as it hit his hands, allows McSweeney to come back for a second.
Yeah, and what makes it so rare as well, and we have the pleasure of commentating a couple of times now on Lancashire in the different formats, but I think it's Josh Bohannon down there that's struggling a bit. As you said, that drop catch earlier.
Yeah.
He's normally safe as houses.
He is.
You don't take twos to Josh Bohannon.
Don't.
Glorious. Over the offside, very, very straight. Again, no one's going to stop it. 4 more for the Steelbacks.
Oh, and Josh Bohannon at deep square just looks at his shoes because he knows, and the bowler knows.
It was McSweeney who had the life as well, wasn't it?
It was.
At short mid-wicket. I don't know what he was on at the time. I can't remember.
Not many. Change in the field. Mid-off goes to long off. Final leg comes into the circle. McSweeney's just taking that all in.
Powerful into the leg side. Picked up clean by Rocky Flintoff. Just one.
Kind of been stationed out there all day, isn't he? And he's just not had a lot of work to do.
No, we saw him a couple of years ago, didn't we, in the One Day Cup here for Lancashire. Thought he batted really nicely. He didn't get a huge score. I think his innings might have been called short by, as you quite fondly refer to them as, the Vampires.
Yes, that's right.
But we'll see him with bat in hand. He's carded at number 5. 312 for 4 now. Van der Merwe with the short leg side up against Blatherwick.
Oh, it's a horrible throw, tied it up nicely by Matty Hurst.
Apologies offered from Rocky Flintoff, though.
That's always nice to see, isn't it?
Yeah, you can have a horrible throw in as long as there's a bit of an apology afterwards.
Exactly. Not everyone does.
If it's not an acknowledgement, or it's how many fielders do you see don't even look to see where their throws have gone?
Yeah.
Short and slower ball heaved into the leg side, muscled by McSweeney. He moves to 70. I think it would be fair to say, Rowie, that the Steelbacks are going to be north of what George Balderson and Lancashire thought they were going to be.
Yeah, definitely.
And they won the toss and elected to have a bowl first at 10:30 this morning.
Yeah.
Still with a couple of overs to go too. We mentioned 325. It could be north of that at this rate. Should be north of that at this rate.
Should well be. Yeah.
McSweeney on 70. Could be 72. Will be 72. Van der Merwe to the danger end. End of the over. A very, very good one for the home team. 319 for 4 and 2 overs left in this innings.
Let's just go. Everything can go now, can't it? 319 for 4. Yeah, as you said, it's going to be easily north of 325. That was my middle of the spread, so it's going to be north of the spread. It'll be a score that Lancashire will feel they can chase down. But having won the toss and inserted, you don't want to be coming out and facing 330. I don't think they've bowled terribly. I think they've bowled reasonably well. I enjoyed Shetty in particular.
Yep.
Bowled very nicely. I think some of their out cricket has been below par.
Oh, that's a muscle shot down towards deep mid-wicket. Look over to the umpire there. It's 4 runs. It's just fallen in front of the boundary road. Picks the longest pocket to go to. Very, very good start to the over. Van der Merwe struggled to get going, but he's raced his way up to 34 now.
Partnership's worth 76.
That's happened quite quickly, hasn't it?
Quite quickly, yeah.
Quite quickly. Going to change the field fraction, well, not hugely.
What do you do? Do you back away and try and beat that man at backward point? You've got 4 if you do that.
I think Balderson's bowling for this long leg side, isn't he? It's well played in the end, well directed. from George Balderson. McSweeney's going to come back for 2, get the dive in, doesn't need to.
Wow.
They've run 2 and the ball's just crept outside the 30-yard circle there. Lightning fast. I think your option is, isn't it, if you go outside leg stump to try and open up the offside, because George Balderson is bowling with the protection of that long leg side, but he's going to follow you. Change of pace, and they nick a single through to Matty Hurst.
They had a bad day.
So say if you were body language experts, you would say with those drop catches, the fumbles, the failure to stop a couple of boundaries here and there, and you associate high standards with Lancashire, an exceptionally good cricket outfit, you'd say that they're under pressure here, and they have been.
Yeah.
That's nicely timed. Call of 2 should be 2, as Flintoff has to put the dive in to stop that. Probably since about the 20th over, I'd say.
Yeah,
they've been under a bit of pressure.
But if you're a body language expert, you look at it and shrug your shoulders.
Or stare at your shoelaces.
That was an extraordinary way to find the middle of the bat there, wasn't it? That was improvised. It's a good little contest, this.
Over the offside. 4 more.
What a shot that is.
Just kind of scooped it over extra cover. McSweeney on 78. 332 for 4. And there's still life in this Balderson over for the Steelbacks at the minute.
This is what you can do with a platform, isn't it?
Exactly that. 1 delivery remaining in the spell, in the over. It's going to be pretty full looking at the field. It's a full toss. Has he got enough of it? No. Miscued by McSweeney. He's furious with himself. The full toss works for Balderson. Lancashire break the partnership, but a lot of damage has been done. Still with 6 balls to go here for the Steelbacks. McSweeney departs for a brilliant 78, and a good round of applause for the skipper as well.
Yeah, I think you've summed it up nicely there. The word is brilliant. And 78, 59 balls, scored all around the wicket, hardly missed out, put the fielders under pressure, induced some mistakes, got a life. You know, we have to say that, got a life, a catch that Josh Bohannon would take probably 95 times out of 100 put to ground. And McSweeney has made them pay for that. He has punished them. That's the international standard, isn't it? We've just seen there. What an innings that was. And now we are going to see Lewis McManus, but he's only got 1 over and he's not on strike. That's Christmas, isn't it? There, so you can just go. Just try and hit every ball for 6.
Exactly. 3 hits now, isn't it? For the remainder of the innings, 6 of them, in fact.
And Van der Merwe, who was really clothing it for the first 8 balls, he's now 36 off 28. He struck the ball very well once he could find the middle of the bat.
Yeah, it was that wide half volley, wasn't it, from Bailey that he carved over point for 6. It was just really freed everything up for him.
Good spell from Balderson, though. 10 overs, 2 for 50.
Yeah.
In the context of basically 7 and over everywhere else. He's done very well, bowled nicely.
Well, Blatherwick's got the responsibility of the last. What can the Steelbacks get up to? That's going to help. Thick outside edge. Past the keeper. 4 runs. 336 for 5 with 5 balls to go.
Wow. 350s on here. Yeah, and if you were a body language expert, or even if you're not, and you walked in, you'd know which team was on top there, wouldn't you?
You certainly would. 5 to go then. Van der Merwe on 40. It's going to be a cry of 2. No, McManus says no. Interestingly, turning that one down. Maybe he fancies a little go himself.
They would have got back, but it wasn't clear that they'd get back.
Yeah.
As it happens, they would have got back, 'cause it wasn't a great throw, was it, from Flintoff? But they would have got back. But you can understand, I think, why McManus turned it down.
We certainly don't want to be the guy that's run out without facing on a day that others have gone and cashed in and struck at 140.
And he didn't want to run Van der Merwe out either, did he? Because it was going that end. So
yep.
I think that's about right. McManus likes that area backward, square on the offside. No fielder on the boundary.
It's a long leg side for him though, and he's good on the pull. And there is the pull. It's gone up into the air, should be out, and is. Flintoff takes the catch. McManus goes without scoring. First baller for the Steelbacks wicketkeeper batter. Got a bit big on him, I think. Didn't find the middle of the bat. Simple catch, tidy catch taken by Rocky Flintoff.
I think it's one ball, and in the overall scheme of things, may well not be important. But you got to say what you see, and I think that's the wrong option from Lewis McManus. There, it was bowled into the pitch, a slower ball. He has to try and hit that as hard as he can into the ground, so get it down, get it running. If he gets a fumble, he gets 2. If he doesn't, he gets 1 and gets Van der Merwe on strike. What we don't want is a dot and Van der Merwe off strike. So the wicket is effectively a dot. So does he really think he's going to clear the ropes with a slower ball that's got no pace on it? And what is it? Dan, that's 80 yards, that boundary?
Yeah, it's as long as anywhere else on the ground today, isn't it? It's a massive hit down towards that deep square leg boundary.
Yeah, it's the wrong option for me.
And it's not that, well, it is a dot ball, of course. The wicket's fallen, but it's 2 balls that Van der Merwe is going to be at the non-strikers end as Rob Keogh is the next man in for the Steelbacks. And that's going to be 4, is it? No, sorry, I thought that was going to be finer. Keogh sprints back for 2. Completes the second. I thought he got that finer. I thought he got a bit more bat on it than he did as well.
Certainly tried to, didn't he? And Van der Merwe was sort of camping out after having run one of those 2, thinking, yeah, well, I'll stay here. And then he looked up and saw Rob Keogh charging towards him.
Bounding back. Not much stopping Rob Keogh when he gets going. 339 for 6. It's dribbled down the leg side. Wide called. Reload, 340. 2 deliveries left in the innings. Wide again, offside this time. Much to the upset of the Lancashire seamer.
I don't mind it as an option. It was a double bluff, wasn't it? With the field that's set, the batter's thinking there's no way he's going to bowl it outside off stump. And he did. Rob Keogh couldn't reach it. So in that respect, that was successful, but it was just too wide. Obviously outside the guidelines. The 29th extra of the day.
Short ball, middle of the bat. 4 runs for Keogh.
Oh, that's a shot.
Timed it incredibly well. It was always going to take some stopping down there at deep mid-wicket with the way that he middled it. Flintoff couldn't keep the ball in play. Not that I think he got too close to it, to be fair. 345 for 6 and 1 delivery to go. Keogh on 6. I suspect he'll be looking for the same area. So not much is going to change on line, is it, for Blatherwick?
I wonder whether he bowls it wide of off stump again.
It's a full toss. Oh. Low full toss. Always harder than you think, isn't it, to get rid of it. 2 then to finish and complete the innings. A big round of applause from the Steelback supporters here On Community Day at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club, the Steelbacks, having been asked to bat first by George Balderson and Lancashire, have posted 347 for 6 in the first innings. An absolutely magnificent first professional 100 for Gus Miller. Brilliant from Nathan McSweeney. Very, very good from Adi Sharma. And a bit of brutality at the end from Stuart van der Merwe, which means Lancashire are going to need 348 here to keep in that top spot of Group A of the Metrobank One Day Cup. Did you enjoy that, Phil?
Loved it. Yeah, top four, wasn't it? 3 of the top 4 did extremely well, as you've already said. Yeah, Miller 115. Sharma supported his mate when it took a while to get in, and then caught up 61. And McSweeney's 78 added real impetus towards the end, which I think helped Van der Merwe. Van der Merwe ended up 41 off 30. So contributions through the card all around the platform built by Gus Miller, his maiden 100 for the first team. And that's going to take some getting. But Lancashire will fancy it.
Yep, they're in the game. They've got a fantastic top 4 of Lancashire. Right, looks like we're going to get some activities on the outfield here at the Cinch County Grounds. We will take a break, have some lunch, and we'll be back for the second innings.
Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing.
Our second innings is due to get underway. And to get lots of those still out there on the field, please grab your bats, grab your balls, and back to the stands and batting seats, ready for the second innings. Students deserve 18 to their game with his sons. Happy birthday to you, students. So next Sunday is Family Day. Supported by Brixton Forest Family Day, we have a ticket of £5 ratings to come along for free. These tickets through our website, nccc.co.uk. Videos to go with Steelbacks 1 day of Group A and Steelbacks 347 for 6. Song for Lancashire Chase with 348. Would you welcome back to the middle run by Steve Shaughnessy and Casper McGuigan. Opening the batting for Lancashire with 1, Keaton James, and 21, Matty Hurst. And please welcome
Welcome back to Steelbacks TV. Players on their way with the umpires to the middle as we are about to get the second innings of this Group A Metrobank One Day Cup fixture at the Sitch County Ground between the Steelbacks and Lancashire underway. Lancashire, having won the toss, elected to have a bowl first, will require 348 from their 50 overs, which is at a net run rate, or a run rate, if you're interested, of 6.96 runs per over. A brilliant first innings from the home team, capped off beautifully well with that 115 from Gus Miller. It'll be Keaton Jennings and Matty Hurst to open the batting for Lancashire. Rafi Weatherall, Liam Guthrie, Yuzvendra Chahal, Gus Miller, Rob Keogh. They will be the core of the bowlers that will be trying to get through this Lancashire innings here on Steelbacks TV. What do you reckon, Rowie? What's your percentage either way?
I think you'd have to say runs on the board makes Northants favourites at the moment. Run chases are different, you know, so it looks like a heck of a lot of runs. It is a heck of a lot of runs, but if you break it down, 50 overs is quite a long time. This guy's important, I think, Keaton Jennings, because he will just be thinking about walking off in the 49th over, having won the game with 130 not out, and people haven't played around him. That's the sort of contribution he will want to make, and he's very capable of making it. There's some very talented batters in this lineup.
Yep.
So it's game on, but Northants for me, 52%, 53%.
Pretty close then, pretty even. As you say, the run chase is different, but Lancashire, importantly, are doing what they want to do. They won the toss. They chose to be in this position. They wanted to chase. There's certainly no demons in the surface. The outfield is lightning fast.
Now, it looks a good pitch. Certainly looks a good pitch. It's good to see Rafi Weatherall out there taking the new ball. Big fan of this young man.
Very exciting young cricketer. Struggled with a back injury last year, didn't he? I think that may be part of their thinking as to why he's almost playing every other game rather than consecutive fixtures in 2026.
Yeah, I think he's been really well managed back from that. He had a stress fracture and been well managed back. And another reason why it's great to have an ex-cricketer, a bowler, as the clinical lead in Lee Daggett, because he just gets it, you know, he just understands it.
Yeah.
And will really be beneficial to the rehab that Rafi's been through already.
Unlike the person that was just wandering down the steps out of the Spencer Lounge.
Oh dear. Started nicely. A swing there.
Yeah, Rafi picked up, I think it was 5 wickets against Warwickshire in that opening game. Bowled really, really well, both with the new ball and later on in the innings. Lancashire will be looking at this bowling lineup for the Steelbacks, though, won't they? And they'll be thinking, well, we can see off 10 overs of Yuzvendra Chahal on a pitch that probably isn't going to turn much. And probably isn't going to be much in it for Chahal. He'll be relying on his skill through the air and the variation of pace rather than genuine turn off the surface. And then they'll probably look at the inexperience of Rafi Weatherall, the general kind of career run rate of Liam Guthrie. And they'll be thinking, okay, well, 350, it's doable. It's definitely doable. And Jennings is away. He cries, yes, 1.
That's going to be 4.
It's definitely going to be 4. Beats that fielder stationed just in front of square on the leg side. And Jennings is away, as are Lancashire. 4 for no loss at the end of the first over.
And in fact, you know, that very last ball there helps us to put the score into context. The outfield is so fast. That ball on any other normal day would probably be 2. I would say that one of the fielders, either square leg or long leg, would have got around to cut it off. It would have been a jog through 2. And today it's just raced away and no one's got anywhere near it for 4. So you have to take that into account. So yes, it's 348 to win, but really that's more kind of like 320, 325 to win with the boundary effect. But not a bad over though. Nice start from Rafi. I want to watch his next over more closely, but he looks to have been, for me, following through straighter, which means he's more upright at the crease in order to do that, which is a good thing.
Liam Guthrie then from the Lynn Wilson centre end, the left armour. Starting with the dot ball, he will naturally just shape the ball back into the pads, into the body of Matty Hurst. Is there going to be enough lateral movement with this new Kookaburra to ask a huge question of the Lancashire wicketkeeper batter? Short ball, and Matty Hurst is away. The gentle single into the offside.
He's got wicket taking deliveries in him, hasn't he, Guthrie? That's, for me, that's a given. He has got that capability to get players out, get good players out with good deliveries. We've seen that from time to time. A bit like the young left armour from Lancashire, a bit like Ollie Sutton. Guthrie, it's his consistency. Is he going to land the ball in or around the right area frequently enough to enable him to have a long career? And you know, this is a work in progress for him, but he's got potential.
Yeah, well, that's probably going to be 4 again for Jennings. That time, a bit more confidently, he doesn't say yes 1. He's quite happy to stroll through and watch that just race across the square. Jennings is away.
We said before we came on air this morning, looking at the Lancashire side, how has Keaton Jennings not got a gig in the other competition? He's a fantastic player. And he's by no means a red ball specialist or a 50. You know, he's an all-round, all-format cricketer. He's a big scalp. Oh, and very nearly was scalped. Got it up there, got it swinging. I don't mind that. You know, get it up there, get it swinging. If he drives that for 4, okay, it looks like a poor delivery, but that's the ball is in a nick as well. So well bowled.
Yeah, but it's not going to swing for long, is it? 4 overs maybe from 4 overs maybe from both ends. And that'll be pretty much your
That'll be, yeah,
your limit, won't it?
absolutely. But with 350 on the board, you can afford to be. Oh, well played. Got that down, didn't he?
Yeah, genuine edge off the bat of Keaton Jennings. Well bowled, Liam Guthrie. But as you said, just managed to take the pace out of it at the key moment. And it was wide of Bartlett at second slip, and it didn't carry either.
Yeah, that's very, very good batting. Softest hands. The bat almost knocked out of his hands as he held it so loosely. If he did nick it, he thought, he saw the movement, soft hands, ball goes down. Bonus, he gets 4. Well played.
Expensive over this for Liam Guthrie. 13 for no loss. Lancashire after 2.
Yeah, and actually, I don't think he bowled a bad ball in that over. It went for 9. It was a back foot punch, which wasn't a wide ball, was it? Keaton Jennings opened the face on contact. And again, on a normal day, that doesn't go for 4. Normal day, that's 2. That is about the effect of the outfit. Obviously, Northampton benefited from that in posting 347. But you have to take that into account when trying to pace a run chase. You are going to get better value for your shots. 2 slips in for the right-handed Matty Hurst. Have a look at Rafi Weatherall. Certainly looks like he's straighter to me after release. That's going to go away. That's probably going to be 4 as well.
Yeah, it's a long chase from McSweeney. If anybody's catching it, it's definitely going to be him.
And it is him.
Stops on a sixpence. Saves 2. Excellent chase from the captain. He looks a little bit quicker, Rafi Weatherall, this year as well than what we saw maybe at the end of 2024. I guess you'd kind of expect that as he just continues to grow and
stronger
and build as a human being.
Where he would finish after his delivery was off the cut strip. So he's just on the edge of the cut strip there, as you can see. I like that. That says to me that momentum is going more behind the board in a straight line. He's not falling away. If he falls away, bowls a ball, that falling away momentum takes him well off the cut strip. He ends up probably on the edge of the next strip along. That's where he has typically been. That is not good for your back. That lateral flexion, as the experts call it, side crunching, as the laymen call it. Wider on the crease there. But this is good. I like him there. The other effect of that, it isn't just pretty, and it isn't just about injury prevention, although injury prevention is worth having. It means that his arm is in a better slot when he releases the ball as well. So he can be more consistent from there, and the movement will appear to be later that he gets from there as well. So a lot of good attributes about that, and certainly for me, that's a couple of feet straighter than he used to be.
Nicely played, Matty Hurst. Full face of the bat. But a good over. This for Rafi Weatherall. Just a couple of runs off it so far. We spoke a bit about this on Friday, but is this a score? Is this a number, all things considered, that the Steelbacks can defend?
Without getting,
without bowling Lancashire almost out.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand the question. Northampton can win this game without taking 10 wickets.
Yeah.
Yes, they can. I think they will need to get a significant inroad in the wickets column in order to defend the score.
Yeah.
Because the strength of, I mean, as we said earlier, Tom Bailey is scheduled in at 11. So they bat throughout the card. That's good, Rafi Weatherall. That's good to see.
Good over. 2 runs from it. 15 for no loss after 3.
And as I've said a few times, one of the things I tend to look at, and lots of people go about it in different ways, and there's no good way, there's no right way to look at a run chase. But one of the things I look at is what's a realistic, looking at the surface. This is the second innings on the surface. So looking at the surface, looking at the conditions, what's a reasonable number? What's a number you could chase in the last 20? Okay, so I look at this and then I say, well, 150 comfortably. Okay, so then that means 200 off the first 30 overs. That doesn't sound too bad, does it? So as long as they've got wickets in hand, they're going to get somewhere near, I suspect. If they don't get wickets in hand, then what the effect of that is likely to be the net run rate increases.
Yeah.
And they may never catch it up and Northampton win the game that way. So wickets up front, really important.
Yeah, completely agree with you. I think they took wickets, Lancashire took wickets at the right times. And I think they had a long period where Miller and Sharma were quite conscious of making sure that they built that platform. It wasn't reckless, really, a lot of the time for the Steelbacks. Not until that kind of final, say, 7 overs when Van der Merwe got the timing. It wasn't reckless. It wasn't huge accelerations.
I think credit to the way Lancashire bowled up front in particular. I thought they bowled very, very well. First 20 overs, I thought they bowled extremely well. There were quite a few plays and misses. And they may think they deserve more than the 1 wicket. The 1 wicket was gifted, wasn't it? The run out.
Yeah.
But they bowled very well. That's going to be 4.
It's going to be 4. No one's cutting that one off. Short side of the ground. Almost gathered pace off the bat of Jennings. Another boundary for the Lancashire opener.
I do think, you won't be surprised what I'm about to say, I do think long leg is too square there. I think he should be on the floodlight.
I think with the pace of the pitch, not the pace of the outfield, you would expect the ball to go finer rather than thicker, wouldn't you, off any kind of edge or deflection?
He's quite square there for the brand new ball.
Oh, squared up.
Well bowled.
Lands safely in the offside. Thick outside edge of Jennings just balloons over those infielders.
Who's asking questions, Guthrie? And he will do that with the new ball. He's a bit of an enigma, isn't he? He's one of those that you absolutely must carry threat. It's one of the things I look at when I look at bowlers. What's his threat? What has he got? Has he got pace? Has he got bounce? Has he got movement? What's he got? And he's got a number of those things. What he has yet to show consistently, Liam Guthrie, is that word, is consistency, is the ability to bring that threat, but at a rate, which means he can bowl him for a spell. And then coming back, I think, when the ball is older, that's something he needs to improve as well. But there are some good, really, really good raw ingredients there.
It's going to be another one for Hurst. I mean, he's not a young man, is he, Liam Guthrie? Now he's not. I'm not saying that he's old or advanced in his career, but in the way that Australian domestic cricket is set up, for a cricketer of his age, he's quite inexperienced with the number of games that he has played up till now.
Yeah, there's often, when you look around, something I've said many times, coaches do this almost on a daily basis, to be honest, looking around that. Who's playing, who's not playing, why is he not playing? Who's this guy who's done well in the second 11? What have I heard about him? When you look at someone who's been on a staff for a while and hasn't played a lot of games, there's one or two of the reasons for that. And sometimes there's both reasons. Those 2 reasons are predominantly inconsistency and fitness.
Yeah.
So if he ticks the fitness box, it's inconsistency. I mean, sometimes it's both of those things. But being accurate, I think, get my soapbox out here. As a seamer, as any bowler, accuracy for me is an underrated capability, because you just don't, whatever attributes you've got, if you're not accurate with that, you don't play.
2 slips for Rafi Weatherall. Oh, a bit of a pushy drive from Matty Hurst.
You look at the history of cricket, and you look at the top 20 seamers, look at the top 20 spinners of all time. They're all going to be accurate because you just don't get to play unless you are. So that's the work on for Liam Guthrie. He has got plenty of wicket taking potential for me.
Cry of catch. It'll only be 4 though. Past Adi Sharma at backward point. Matty Hurst gets his first boundary of the day. 25 for no loss. I think the one thing you can gauge through RFX, Mike, both from the players of Northamptonshire and also the crowd as well, is that they know for certain that 348 is not out of sight.
Oh, 100% it's not. Yeah. It's a heck of a lot of runs, isn't it? But, I mean, you don't look at that. You just look at chunks, don't you? You look at the first 10 and then where we're going to be at drinks.
Yep.
What do we want to leave ourselves back end? You break these things down, it doesn't, it's a lot more palatable. It's a nice shot.
Glorious. Misfilled by Chahal. Probably saves 3, to be fair. Just tips it around the post. Got a good dive in, though.
He did. I thought that was harsh, Daniel. The misfield. He's not known for throwing himself around, is he? He did well there, because anybody going down on this outfield is going to come up with less skin than they started with.
Brave.
I think early on this is a good matchup for Northampton. Like they want Weatherall bowling at Jennings as much as possible before he gets going.
Runs that off the face. Will just be 1. Certainly bowling with good pace here, Rafi Weatherall. But it is going to be a job, isn't it, of Weatherall Guthrie. He got a bit of seam from Gus Miller. Obviously, probably more of a batting all-rounder for certain. Rob Keogh with the off spin. Driven through the covers by Hurst. That's going to be 4 as well, isn't it? Miller's going to give pursuit, but it's going to be in vain. 4 more for Hurst. He moves into double digits. End of the 5th over. 31 for no loss.
Yeah, he jumped on that, didn't he? Jumped on the over length for Matty Hurst.
There's the question is, Rowie, with this 11 that the Steelbacks have put out here, there's an option for 5 bowlers. If they need a little bit extra, you've got a bit of Nathan McSweeney, Stuart van der Merwe potentially, George Bartlett potentially, Adi Sharma potentially. You think of the flexibility that George Balderson had with the number of bowlers that he had. There isn't the same flexibility for Nathan McSweeney.
Agreed.
So the 5 of them need to have a good day.
Yeah, the captain, the Lancashire captain, is a genuine all-rounder, isn't he? I'd say Tom Bailey is a genuine all-rounder, actually, as well. I'm not sure Northants has that genuine all-rounder. A genuine all-rounder for me, not for me, for many people, is someone who would get in the team either as a batter or a bowler.
Yeah.
Not sure we've quite got that cricketer at the moment in this 11.
No, I would agree. At the moment, as you say. Guthrie with a big appeal. Going down the leg side. Jennings will feel like he's missed out and he's not just been able to help that on its way for 4.
Chahal is far too square for me there. You just, how does the ball get to him there? It's got to be... I just think it misses him on the left.
Yes, I completely agree with you. There's a couple of speakers down there on the inside of the boards, isn't there? I'd kind of want him stood between the pair of them on that next day, yellow next day sign.
Well played. Well played, Keaton Jennings.
I think even the floodlight looks a little bit too square.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you will find people of my age often saying this, but we're consistent and we won't stop saying it. You don't want your third man fine leg being done on the inside. That was always one of my things. Don't be done on the inside. Occasionally, it flicks off an edge or a thigh, and it happens. But for the main part, he's got to be 15 yards finer for me. As he comes to his right and fields it. But that is not
but
a good ball, is it?
mother cricket.
Yeah, well,
Looking down once again. But no, it wasn't. It was a leg stump half volley, wasn't it? That was a bit off pace for Liam Guthrie.
It was.
Jennings very maturely just turns it around the corner for one. It's the thigh pad. Just a single. Again, the way that this outfield is and the quality of the surface, you're going to feel like you miss out every time it doesn't come off the middle of the bat, aren't you?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think we're about par, we might be 15 over par.
Mm-hmm.
We're not, there's an expression I have, which is one I'm reluctant to use nowadays, but it's out of sight.
Yes.
This is by no means an out of sight score. It's just above par, I would say.
Good pace.
Nice, wasn't it?
Good carry into the gloves of McManus. End of the over. 33 for no loss after 6.
You'd have to say a good start, wouldn't you, from a Lancashire perspective, going just over 5.5 and over. Couple of slight scares. Keaton Jennings has been good enough to decelerate the bat, soft hands. And he has edged it's gone down. Rafi's bowled nicely. Rafi Weatherall started nicely. The David Capel end, he's been pretty much immaculate on his areas, and he's bowled with a bit of pace as well. I mean, he may nick Hurst off here. I like the matchup with Jennings early on with the ball coming back in.
Flicked through square leg. 4 runs for Hurst. 2 straight.
Talked him into that, didn't I?
For Rafi Weatherall, ends up on the hip of Matt Hurst. He just helps it on its way.
Yeah, top order batters at this level do not miss out on those. Very, very rarely do they. So he's gone 4-4. The last ball of his previous over was a boundary, a cover drive from Hurst. That one flicked away. What's his response?
It's gone finer. It's maybe down to Liam Guthrie to tidy that up, and does. Yeah, and Rafi Weatherall just not with the radar in those last couple of deliveries. There is an element of pressure here, though, isn't as well as for the Steelbacks bowlers. As you said, it's not out of sight. It's not a case that they've just got to turn up and go through the motions. It's kind of how quiet of a start can the Steelbacks bowlers have before. Great pickup by McSweeney, well backed up by Yuzvendra Chahal as well. Before it's a case of going, oh, is this not our day?
Yeah, I mean, Northampton's currently bottom of the table for a reason. We haven't batted well in particular. I don't think we've bowled brilliantly either. A bit of inexperience around, so there's reasons for that. But basically, those who have been out there haven't performed to their best frequently enough. Oh, Jennings advancing down the wicket there, and he'll wish he hadn't.
It looked like it left him quite significantly, that particular delivery. Yeah, the Steelbacks missing, well, potentially David Willey, Ben Sanderson, James Sales, George Scrimshaw, all off with the, as you call it, the other competition. No Luke Proctor in this 11. Dom Leach, who bowled pretty well on Friday, missing out today.
Yeah, safe save would bowl some overs in this competition as
Yep.
well if he weren't.
Calvin
slow.
Harrison.
Yeah.
Louis Kimber. All of those
All of
cricketers that you said were all-rounders that would
Yeah.
get in one way or another.
Justin Broad is injured.
Justin Broad, yeah. Currently missing.
Actually, as you read out those names, it tells you what a stronger squad this is than it was 2 years ago. doesn't
Yes, yeah.
it? Oh, that's close.
Big appeal for LBW. Might have just pitched outside leg stump, did it? End of the over. Dot ball to finish. Jennings continues on 19. It's 38 for no loss after 7.
Yeah, had a good look about it, that, didn't it? Ball run away on the offside. Thudded into the pad. Rafi looks unhappy. Every bowler thinks every LBW's out. It was a good appeal, but it wasn't absolutely convincing to me. Unfortunately, we don't get a replay to look at that, but it was a decent shout. Good start though by Lancs. 38 for no wicket. Only 5, and in fact, it's a similar start to the Northampton innings, isn't it? Apart from there's been no wicket to the run out in the first innings. Oh, he's gone. There we go.
Guthrie gets the breakthrough, and Hurst is the first to go for Lancashire. He's gone for 18. And the left-arm Aussie, who we've been talking about, has that wicket-taking potential, gets the first of the second innings. And it's the wicket-keeper batter, Matty Hurst, on his way back.
He played quite nicely, wasn't he, Matty Hurst? Played a lovely couple of drives and clipped off his hip nicely. He was a runner ball 18. And that kind of sums his day up. He had a tough day with the gloves. And another day, that misses leg stump and runs away for 4. Today, the inside edge, the drag back on, clatters into the stumps, and he is no longer. Probably had a bit of swing on it. Generally will swing the ball back into the right hander, Liam Guthrie. And yeah, that ends a sort of miserable day at Northampton for Matty Hurst, who is another guy I'm surprised hasn't got 100 gig, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't think his stocks are as high in T20 cricket as what they maybe were 3 years ago when he burst onto the scene.
Oh, and didn't he burst onto the scene?
For the Lightning, yeah.
Yeah.
Had some experience then in the Big Bash with the Perth Scorchers, didn't he? And I'm sure has been involved in various other franchise competitions around the world too. But he's not going to damage the Steelbacks any further today. He's gone for 18, in at number 3. And this man quite likes scoring runs here against Northamptonshire. It's Josh Bohannon.
Oh, he does. What are we happy for him to walk off with? I mean, obviously 0 is one of the answers to that, but he just loves batting here. The cricketer I am a fan of. He had a tough day in the field. He dropped the Northampton skipper, Nathan McSweeney, not long into his innings. A sharp chance at mid-wicket off the off-spinner, off an attempted kind of pull from McSweeney, but it was one that you'd expect him to catch.
Yep.
Both hands just to his right, at a reasonable height. And a couple of fumbles in the outfield. Well, everyone's going to fumble it in the outfield, so. But this is his main stock in trade, is with the bat, and he loves batting at Wantage Road.
Yeah, 2 slips in for Guthrie. Good pace to start, but hanging that line. Side off stump.
Gus Miller doing a lot of warming up. Maybe stiff after his innings.
Well, you'd think he'd have to be first change, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
If they're going to go for a seamer, potentially, could you get Rob Keogh in the power play? I mean, you could, but I don't think you will.
I would doubt not. I don't think so.
Oh, shorter ball, bottom edge. Goes past off stump. Nervy start for Josh Bohannon.
Threw the kitchen sink of that a bit, didn't he?
He lost his shape, didn't he, at point of contact. Steelbacks on the attack, though. Fielders in the circle are off that 30-yard mark. Oh, big appeal for OEW, shaking the head from the umpire. Guthrie can't believe it. Neither can the slip cordon.
Yeah, Nathan McSweeney, extra covers, having an old-fashioned look at the umpire. He's not in a position to see line. It sounded like it might be a bit back thigh paddy. So height might have been a problem for it. It's a good shout. That was a convincing shout. It didn't not convincing enough.
Yeah, it was a big one, wasn't it? Guthrie couldn't believe it. Interesting start here for Bohannon as that drifts down the leg side, and we'll have to go again. I think the benefit of a replay there, which I've not got the greatest picture for in front of me here, it might have been a bit of umpire's call on where it pitched.
Okay. The height was good.
The height looked okay, yeah. Or it looked as though it was worth a conversation, but I think it was pretty close to whether it pitched on or just outside leg stump.
Because he was sort of staying leg side of it a bit, wasn't he? Yeah. Well, that's 4.
Through the leg side, timed immaculately. That wide, and the next delivery being worked through square leg for 4. Well timed by Josh Bohannon. It's not going to take much, is it, for him to get away? And having had a big appeal, the bottom edge finds the middle of the bat, gets 4.
Yeah, Guthrie getting it up there, trying to give it a chance to swing. Just got his start line 2 straight. It was just 2 or 3 stumps, 2 straight there.
Again, still that lateral movement through the air. End of the over, successful one. Guthrie gets the first wicket. Matty Hurst goes for 18. 8 overs into this run chase, and Lancashire are 43 for 1.
Yeah, you kind of look at it and you think Keaton Jennings, Josh Bohannon, Marcus Harris. They're the guys who are capable of getting big numbers, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
They've got so much experience and so much ability that if they just sort of play what's in front of them and have a good day, they're going to get pretty close to this number.
Yeah, they're century makers, aren't they?
They are.
The 3 of them. And then you've got that excitement of that middle order of Flintoff, Moores and Shetty.
Mm-hmm.
Young, inexperienced, fearless.
Yeah.
Inside edge for Jennings, who gets 1. And then you've got the security, haven't you? You've got the safety net of Balderson, Blatherwick, Sutton and Bailey to round the 11 out. It's
a handy side. Because there, obviously, we've talked at length about the players that Steelbacks are missing to the other competition, and I guess Lancashire fans will be saying, "Well, hang on a minute, we're missing 1 or 2 as well who might otherwise be playing."
You're missing several. .44 for 1. Bohannon's back on strike. Convincingly played into the offside. I wonder whether it becomes slightly easier for a Lancashire, a Surrey, a Yorkshire with the IPL, with England players. You kind of feel like you're in a constant, oh, we're missing a couple, or...
Yeah, no, I hear you. I think that's right. And also the budget allows you to carry more numbers as well. I was thinking this earlier, and I was trying to think, why have I not had this thought before? You're a man who thinks deeply about these things. A number of the lads that Northants are missing to the other competition are not playing in those teams.
Yeah.
Why don't they get released back to play for the county? Because unless there's a reason which I don't understand, which you may know.
No, because it's happening.
So it is happening.
Yeah. Yeah, Ed Barnard's has been released by whichever one of the teams that he's playing for in the other competition.
Has he been released, like sent?
Well, he's played a couple of games.
Yeah,
I think he's still technically part of the competition.
And why should? So it's a bit like an England squad, isn't it?
I agree.
Let him go and get some cricket whilst he's. It's a bit like, you know, someone going on loan in a way.
I've just had confirmation to say that if the other competition team plays on the same day, then they cannot be released. So that would be the caveat. But in theory, if Safe Zabe's team played yesterday, and wasn't selected, and then wasn't going to play for another 3 or 4 days, in theory,
surely that's in everyone's interest that he goes and plays some cricket.
You'd think so, wouldn't you?
I would. Catch. Oh, it wasn't in low. Well fielded. Well fielded eventually at mid-off. Yeah, it seems to me, you know, if you're for example, you're a Nottinghamshire, you've got some seamers.
Yep.
They've got a few, and you've got a second team game on a club ground somewhere against somebody else, or you could let that player go and play in a 4-day game for Northants. They very often will release that player on loan to a first-class county to play on a first-class facility against. It doesn't happen in the 100. Well, it does. At Barnard's your example.
Yeah.
It should happen.
I don't know how much it's happened this year. And I know it has happened in the past as well. But with the locality and the proximity and just the size of England and Wales, you can get around quite quickly when you have to.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really understand it.
It certainly looks like Gus Miller's going to be coming on soon, doesn't it? Or at least he's trying to get Nathan McSweeney. Having just scored your first 100, why not be thinking about taking your first fifer as well?
Exactly. Why not? That would be nice. He got harshly treated on Friday, didn't he? Well, most bowlers did. Well bowled. Guthrie just bringing his length back there. Keaton Jennings, he can play in a number of different ways, can't he? He generally manages risk so well that he accumulates. I'd say he's predominantly an accumulator, but when it's required, he can be very destructive as well.
Yeah, he's very much in that accumulation mode at the moment, isn't he?
He's just accumulated 4 more.
Yeah, there's no stopping it. Chahal is square out there on the leg sides. He's only really 1 boundary board away, isn't he?
Yeah.
And it is flown through square leg, and the leg spinner's nowhere near it. 4 more for Lancashire, 48 for 1. Jennings now on 24. So probably be Gus Miller then to replace Rafi Weatherall from the David Capel end. Through the offside, and how on earth has that ball got through there? 4 more, 50 up for Lancashire. It was wide, it was full. Guthrie's a bit disgusted with himself. Jennings has dissected 3 Steelbacks fielders there, and it's raced to the boundary for 4.
Can't quite pick out the fielder. I think it's Adi Sharma who's at backward point, and he's getting a bit of a stare from the guy who's in front of square on the offside, as though to say, well, that was in your postcode. Yeah, he's still having a look at him. Well struck.
Leg side, 3 4s in a row. That one in front of square. And Guthrie asking for a change in the field as well.
This is, I guess, underlining the point I was making earlier about Liam Guthrie, the kind of Jekyll and Hyde. So we've seen him get a wicket and bowl some very good deliveries and trouble all batters that he's bowled at, but he's gone square of the wicket on both sides on a number of occasions now.
Yeah, and whilst Keaton Jennings, as you described him as an accumulator, is not going to swallow too many bad deliveries, is he?
No, he's not.
And a solid defence to end it. Expensive, 56 for 1 at the end of the power play.
You'd have to say sort of honours even, I think, after the first 10 overs. I didn't make note of the power play 10 over score, unfortunately, in the first innings, but I suspect it was pretty close to where this is now. Around about 5.5 and over, 56 in this case, 56 for 1. Honours even. There's been a bit of movement there, as there was for the Lancashire seamers. We're going to see, as Dan predicted, the first bowling change is going to be the Centurion, Gus Miller. He's going to bowl from the David Capel end.
46 for 1.
Was it 46? Okay,
yeah,
so quite a difference.
10 ahead.
Yeah. Gus Miller I guess he would never have felt more confident coming on to bowl, because he's never got 100 before in the first team. But he got harshly treated on Friday by Rishi Patel in particular. That's nicely fielded at mid-off in support of the young man. He's going to get a pat on the behind from about a low 5 from Chahal. A nice bit of fielding at mid-off. Is that Rafi Redwall?
I think it is.
Yeah, I think it is, isn't it? Yeah, good stop from the young fast bowler. But Bohannon jumping on that over-length ball. And he's jumped on that one as well, which wasn't really over-length. He hit it on the up. He's not the tallest guy, Bohannon, but he got on top of the bounce there, struck it well. It was half stopped, I think, by George Bartlett at extra cover. Got enough of it and deflected it to mid-off. No run taken. Gus Miller will just want to drag his length back very slightly. He hasn't dragged his length back very slightly. He's gone the other way. He's gone fuller. It's just run back in to Bohannon. And the Centurion is absolutely on fire. Bohannon's gone for 4, LBW. He had a good look about it. The umpire gave it a nod. The finger went up. And Gus Miller loves cricket.
When it's your day, isn't it? You said, you mentioned just before the delivery, needs to drag that length back a touch. Miller doubled down on it. Got a little bit of sideways movement back into Bohannon. Trapped him on the crease. Full and straight. Hitting leg stump. Bohannon departs. LBW. Huge wicket, huge wicket.
Just played across it a wee bit, didn't he? That ball really is going to be hit to mid-on, and he's kind of going squarer than that, isn't he? And he knows that. As soon as it hits him, he knows he's likely to be given out there.
Yeah.
Doesn't make many mistakes, Josh Bohannon. For me, that ball should have been played with a straight bat up to mid-on, and he gets most of that. If he does that, it's probably a dot ball. Tried to whip it a little bit. It was a little bit fuller. That encourages you to hit it squarer, but he went too square. And Gus Miller was good enough to pick up his first wicket on his third ball.
Yeah, well, he mentioned when it's your day, it's your day. And it's very much Gus Miller's.
It is, and there's something to quickly add in there as well. The first 2 balls could have gone for runs.
Mm-hmm.
The first ball was well stopped by Rafi Weatherall diving away at mid-off. The next ball was half stopped, but stopped the run. And it's the fielder supporting the bowler. So Josh Bohannon, he's hit 2 drives, all 1 ball 2, that he would have expected to score a number of runs off. I wonder whether he's then got a fuller ball and has tried to really cash in on that. So the fielder supporting the bowler, building pressure. Anyway, whatever it was, he's gone. 2 left-handers in as Marcus Harris joins Keaton Jennings at the crease, and this is a big wicket. The Australian international round the wicket, Miller. You want to have a bit more time, Marcus Harris?
I was about to say, look at the time he had to get into position to play that.
Oh my goodness.
He was almost waiting for it.
I know what that feels like as a bowler, when you run in and it comes out nicely and the batter's almost looking at you as he watches the ball come onto the face of the bat, the middle of the bat. That looks solid, didn't it?
Commanding.
2 straight, Gus Miller, tucked off his hip, Marcus Harris. It went to a very fine leg, who's 2 square, and was always going to be 4. Probably would have been 4 even if the fine leg was a little bit finer. Just lost his line a bit there. left-handers don't miss out there very much.
No, freebie, wasn't it? Absolute freebie for Harris. Pressure on him, though. He and Jennings kind of know that one of the two of them are going to have to go on and get a 3-figure score here.
Oh, that's nicely stopped. They are going to get one, but he saved 3 there. That was the captain, I think, at backward point. Diving away to his right. Jeez, he's a good cricketer, that fella.
He is.
And that finishes Gus Miller's first over. I went for 5 off the last 2 balls, but he's picked up the huge wicket of Josh Bohannon. We've said a number of times that Northants are going to have to get wickets regularly in order to slow this down. 2 so far. And we are going to see the lesser known, the lesser spotted Rob Keogh. He's going to bowl from the Lynn Wilson end. Hasn't featured in all of the games in this competition. Didn't play on Friday. But it's good to see him back out there. Haven't seen a lot of him this year, Rob Keogh. He's been in the background, hasn't he? Hasn't really featured in the first team very much at all, which is a surprise to a number of people. But he's got the squad has strengthened, and he's found himself out of the side. And with the team going well, he's found it difficult to get back into the side, which is as it should be. But he's got an opportunity here. Nice start. That was quite slow for Rob Keogh.
Yeah, nice flight on it. Nice dip as well. He's going to have, he knows he's going to, unless something goes horrendously, he knows he's going to have a 10-over spell here today, just through almost lack of option for the Steelbacks and McSweeney. But better than that, of course. I'm not saying that's the only reason why he would bowl 10 overs, but he knows he will be bowling 10 overs today.
Keaton Jennings, very good slog sweeper of off spin. That won't be an option he'll go to very quickly.
Yeah, he's the England's horses for courses test match batter, isn't he? Every time England tour India or Sri Lanka, as Keogh just tries to hide it into leg stump, he's always spoken about, or has been in recent years.
Yeah, and rightly so. When there was a sort of a revolving door of opening batters, a number of players got an opportunity, some of them a very long opportunity, to open the batting. And all the time you thought, well, there's a guy here who actually has shown he can play at that level. But they've moved on, I think, from that. That's over length. Got away with that, Rob Keogh.
Just a big floaty Yorker, really, wasn't it?
It was. We saw Araf Shetty bowl off spin from this end earlier. He bowled beautifully. Nicely bowled. Looking to give no width for Rob Keogh. The ideal one, he just gets one to skid on, hit the batter on the shin. He's giving it a chance. That's slower than I've seen him bowl. I haven't seen him bowl for a little while. Slower than I've seen him bowl generally, giving it a chance to grip. We didn't see much spin from Shetty. He wasn't trying to spin it. His thing was control of length, and he did that very well. He did get one ball to turn to Gus Miller, which did bring a chance for stumping.
Yeah. Well, here's a fascinating topic of conversation. 1 over for Gus Miller. Wicket of Josh Bohannon, and the captain has decided to get himself on instead.
Wow. Okay, love it.
Pick the bones out of that.
I'm going to try and work out what's going on.
Yeah, please.
But I like it because it's a bit,
it's pretty funky.
It is funky. 2 left-handers.
Yep.
Maybe. McSweeney will know a bit about Harris's batting.
True.
Maybe. Be careful how I say this because crowd catch. Because Marcus Harris is a fine player. It may be that he's even better against seam bowling than he is against spin.
I wonder whether there's an element here, and it's obviously we just spoke about the high skill of Jennings against spin, but just taking a bit of pace out of the game.
Yeah,
taking a bit of pace out of it, make the batters put the effort into it, and also maybe if they can get through 10 overs quickly. That's a bit old-fashioned kind of club cricket captaincy, but you get through 10 overs quickly, and all of a sudden you look up and you think, oh, blimey, they've got through quick, and
yeah,
we haven't done as well as what we thought we might.
I think taking pace out is taking pace off the ball. McSweeney's bowled quite slowly. Oh, that's a good attempted stop there at extra cover by George Bartlett. He read the intent off the bat and nearly caught up with it. But I think slower, make the batter come at you. And that sent everyone the wrong way. George Bartlett ran to his left. I had Adi Sharma, who's on the point boundary. He ran to his left, and the ball went the other way.
Yeah,
Timed that beautifully.
flew off the face, doesn't it? 70 on the board.
Can't give width though, Nathan McSweeney. But you cannot give width. Must keep the stumps in play at this pace. Yeah, I quite like it. It's there's a little element. This won't be the main reason because they're professional cricketers. There's a little element of, do you want to just knock me around at 4 and over, or come at me?
Yep.
I'm going to give you nothing to work with. Come at me and see what you've got.
Yeah, and I mean Lancashire are relatively going to have to do that, aren't they? For if this is going to be a long period of spin from both ends, pace off. I think the other thing with that required run rate, if you have a period of going at 4 and over, it's going to climb pretty quickly too.
It is going to climb. I think I really like the move here. Whether how long he continues it for, but I think it is. This is a big partnership, isn't it? And come at me. You're not just going to knock me around. Actually, you're going to have to try and get on top of one of the spinners. That's a lovely shot. Little paddle sweep. Chahal's after it. He's going to pull it in just about. He does well. And so what McSweeney's doing here with his bowlers is he's saying, this is a big partnership. We all know it's a big partnership. You want to dominate the spin. You're not going to want the spinners to bowl at you. But you might have to take more risk at this stage than you want to. And that brings wickets into the game. And there it is. On cue, brought wickets into a nice low catch at mid-wicket. Not sure where Keaton Jennings is hitting that. He shaped up initially for a slog sweep. It was a bit fuller than he wanted it to be, kind of carried through with the shot, wasn't in a position to play it because the ball wasn't there, and ended up hitting it straight to mid-wicket. Low catch taken, and congratulations, Nathan McSweeney. That's great captaincy.
Yeah, superb. Very good catch by George Bartlett as well. As you say, on reflection, where was Keaton Jennings trying to play that ball? He couldn't have found George Bartlett much better if he tried. Went straight to him. It was low, a good catch, well bowled. Rob Keogh taking all the pace out of the game, out of the ball, and Jennings departs for 40. And that's 3 big wickets out of the top 4 back in the sheds for Lancashire. Still Marcus Harris in the middle, though.
You wouldn't get a lot of money on this is the 14th over. It's the 3rd over of spin, and none of them have been bowled by Chahal. That's one thing. The other thing that springs to mind is I was crying out for Chahal to bowl early on Friday.
You were?
And he didn't, and the game was done by the time he came on, and then Leicester just sat on him.
Yeah.
But he's got spin on early here. On potentially, I think it's on a better pitch. So it's interesting. Maybe there's been some reflection there. But whatever it is, he's got that dead right. And he'll be feeling very, very chuffed, just quietly, because I think he's a quiet leader. Just quietly, the captain has had a big say in that wicket.
Yeah, and a big start to the day for Rob Keogh as well, which will give him plenty of confidence for his remaining 8.5 overs. Rocky Flintoff in at number 5, Rowie.
I haven't seen a lot of his crickets in bits, and he's obviously a very good player. Guy looks like his dad, doesn't he? I won't be the first person to ever say that. In terms of his demeanour out there as well.
Yeah.
He's got a job to do here. The run rate required 7.5, so he's got to get himself in with singles and take full account of anything loose that the spinners serve up. Has to be hit for a boundary to keep the pressure off, keep the scoreboard ticking. 3 down though. Ooh.
What's interesting here with Keogh's spell is the fact that Northants have started with long on, or for Marcus Harris, long off on the boundary. They've not had that where you're going to hit us over the top and then we'll push a man back. They've given that single immediately, haven't they?
Good hands there on the boundary edge from Liam Guthrie. Yeah, that's right. We're not going to give you that. You're going to make the running. I think you're right to point that out, Dan. It's good tactical captaincy and field in support of his overall strategy here, which is I'm giving you nothing to work with. You're going to have to find the gaps here. We're not going to give you the bunt it over the top a couple of times to get the man back. He's back. You can have your one. One's not going to do it for you because we're going to dot it up a little bit and you're going to be going backwards. That's what runs on the board can give you, isn't it? Gives you control.
Yeah, it gives you the opportunity, doesn't it? And the fact that they've picked up those 3 wickets in the first 15 overs and more in control than where they were at the start of the innings.
Well, that's very nicely played by Marcus Harris. Got away from the ball, opened up the offside and was good enough to miss. Only really had to miss one fielder, but he got it past him nicely. Going to have to bowl at least a stump straighter than that, I think, to this field. Need one more fielder. Always the way as a captain, you want one more fielder. That's a better line. A bit flatter, that one. I love the 50 over because there's tactics already in both innings that you won't see in T20 cricket because it's kind of more formulaic. There's less options, I guess. This has been a bit cat and mouse. McSweeney is in charge out there at the moment.
Yeah, he's in a very, very happy position at the moment as Steelbacks captain. You mentioned kind of 53, 47 at the start of this innings. You'd say that that's gone significantly in the favour of the home team.
Yeah. With
those 3 wickets already and the size of those wickets as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they do bat through the card, but those guys who are capable of getting a long 100, I think all of them could. Yeah, but the most likely, the last one of those is Harris. But, all of these guys could get 100 on their day. But Harris is the most likely. So there will be, the game is still on whilst Harris is out there for sure. And it's very much still on. There's a lot of batting to go. And the run rate is still below 8 and over. So the game is still on, but Northants are on top. Needs a partnership.
Yeah, it's that pressure and expectation, though, isn't it? Marcus Harris, very, very experienced. I mean, last year, not that he's had a bad year this year, but last year in the Championship in particular, just absolutely dominated all comers. But there will be an expectation on him now. If Lancashire are going to get close to this, which, as you say, they're well in the race to do so, but there will be an expectation on him to get 3 figures.
Yeah, but he's got to do that, I think. Northants well on top. I don't know what my numbers would be. 55, 45, probably something like that. Oh, good left foot. He was a good young footballer, Rob Keogh.
It's a good save, wasn't it?
It was a
down
good
at the
save.
near post.
I think he had some interest as a youngster from Spurs. He is a talented young footballer. Absolutely no pace at all. So when does Chihal get a ball?
Well, this is a thing because he's not going to give you much either, is he?
He's
in
not.
terms of pace.
No, he's not.
And he will be somebody that's going to be prepared to bowl those 45-mile-an-hour loopy leg spinners.
Mid-off comes into the ring. Mid-on still back, so Flintoff intelligently just closes the face on that. He's a big guy, isn't he?
He's tall, isn't he?
Rob Keogh is a big unit. Rob's about 6'3". Rocky Flintoff is making him look average height. Yeah, it's good to see Rob Keogh out there in the first team again. They found himself out of the side, and others have done well to sort of keep him out of the side, as it were. He's been a long time here at the club. Good servant.
A regular on the team sheet for a long time. Not only that, but making an impact on this game too.
Absolutely. Was it 5 singles in the over?
Yep. Another good over.
That's one of those rarities in sport where both teams are kind of happy with that outcome. Is that Chahal coming on, or is it Gus Miller coming back? It's not Chahal.
I think it is going to be Gus Miller to come back, isn't it?
It's going to be Gus Miller.
2 overs for McSweeney. I mean, it went at 6.5, those 2 overs. So I think it's probably the economical brilliance of Keogh that's made those couple of overs for McSweeney potentially look a bit better than what they were.
Yeah, I agree. I do agree with that. I think it's a clever way of wasting 2 overs as well.
Yeah.
Didn't quite get away with it for 8 or 9, but we'll take that. Keep her up for the right-handed Rocky Flintoff. Yeah, that looked like it jagged and was going down, just based on where the keeper got his left foot to. Keeper was getting his gloves ready to go down the leg side.
Yep.
The ball came back on the offside, which always looks exciting. But Gus Miller's making things happen, isn't he?
So when it's your day, isn't it?
It is. Enjoy it, because they don't happen that often.
No, it's a cruel sport. Certainly when you're a batter as well. Unforgiving, isn't it?
It's I think, and that'd be interesting to get your view on this. It's a rarity, I think, as a professional sport, in that even as a professional sportsman, you actually fail more often than you succeed, a lot more often than you succeed. Yeah, you think about a batter.
Yep.
Every time you go out to bat as a top order batter, your aim is to score 100 or point, whatever it might be.
Yeah, of course.
Let's say that, for argument's sake. And you don't do that very often.
No.
Your next aim is to score 50, and you don't do that often either. More times you don't do that. So you are failing more times than you succeed. Certainly that's true as a bowler as well. Not that often in professional sport that's the case.
Yeah, cricket's unique in that sense, isn't it? I quite like it. I quite like that kind of nuance about it. It's a bit kind of brutalist, isn't it?
It is tough, yeah.
It is a tough sport. Potentially doesn't, if you're not a cricket fan, it potentially doesn't look it on face value, does it? It really doesn't.
No, it doesn't. It's a hard game.
And obviously, there are kind of bits of physicality, particularly in the professional game, that will make it a hard sport. Again, you could be forgiven if you drive past your local village green and you think, blimey, that looks quite a nice kind of sociable day out, doesn't it?
Cucumber sandwiches.
But how much of the game is played between your ears that no one ever sees?
Yeah. Well, most of it, I'd say. Mostly up there. Can he finish this over off? He's got just one ball remaining. He's punched hard, slightly across the line, but mostly out the middle of the bat, up to mid-on. Looks like Flintoff favours that kind of area. The bottom hand just coming in a little bit. Big round of applause for Gus Miller. Gets through his second over. Keogh is going to continue until someone tries to take him down, I think. The run rate required 7.9, so it's starting to edge up. A little while since we've seen a boundary. Marcus Harris just having a look at the square leg boundary. That says sweep to me, but he's gone the other way, got away from that one. He's played that shot a couple of times. It's not an easy shot when there's no pace on the ball because you have to inject all the pace yourself and you're coming away from the ball. But he has played it really well.
I don't really know here what Lancashire, what options there are for them to make Rob Keogh change. He's so experienced. I don't see him blinking. I don't see him suddenly firing a couple of quick ones in. He's quite happy there. And I dare say he'd be quite happy, as will Nathan McSweeney, to bowl 10 straight at this rate and at this pace.
Yeah. Flintoff's only faced 9 balls, so he wants to get himself in before he does anything too elaborate. And that's the way he's going about getting himself in, is knocking it down the ground for singles. You know, if they give him a poor delivery, he'll try and cash him. He's not going to make anything happen yet. Only faced just 10 balls now. Harris is trying to move around the crease a little bit, create angles. There's another example of that, getting inside the ball, opening up the offside. Guthrie's done really well a number of times there from long off, because almost every fielder has fumbled almost every ball, and Guthrie is moving quickly into the ball, straight into his hands. Not being put under a lot of pressure, though, I'd say.
No, that's a difference, certainly. But the Steelbacks created that opportunity at the back end of the innings, didn't they?
They did.
To put those fielders under pressure. There was a period where Nathan McSweeney was almost running 2 regardless of where the ball went or who it went to or what pace it went at.
It's a bit mother cricket for me. Like, if you put Guthrie under pressure there, does he just lift his head to see where you are as the ball's going? You know, they're not putting him under pressure, and he is fielding it really, really nicely. I would like to see a bit more intent from Lancashire on the running there. I feel that Flintoff's got a breakout shot in him coming up. Punches that one away. He's going to pick up 1. Gus Miller's line's been very good here. And his length as well, actually. In fact, the only ball he probably bowled over length led to the wicket.
Yeah.
It wasn't a full half volley, was it? But it was over length. Bohannon missed it by trying to hit it too square. He's been trying to sort of drag the length back, not give Harris a drive ball. Should only be 1 out to the boundary rider. He's come around well there. That's Adi Sharma. He's done a good job there, keeping it to 1.
He's been good in the field. He's spent a lot of the summer, well, a lot of the One Day Cup at backward point. I guess with the change of personnel today rather than Friday, now finds himself patrolling the boundary. Nathan McSweeney's in there at backward point, which is interesting, actually, because he spent a lot of time on the rope, hasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, Rocky Flintoff, he's one of those guys, as I said earlier, he's a big fella. He does get a reasonably big stride in, and the bat comes down and it kind of blacks out the stumps. He plays a forward defensive, looks like an enormous unit, and you can't see any of the stumps. That's quite intimidating, dominating in defence. I do like that. There we go. I was expecting a breakout shot from Flintoff sooner or later, and there it is. It was sooner. Wasn't altogether convincing, but it was good enough. got enough bat on it. He's having a look at his bat there. Enough bat on it to get it over the infield. And from there, it's always going to run away for 4.
Yeah, short leg side as well, isn't it? For Rocky Flintoff. Just allowed that bottom hand to come through a little bit further that time. And got more than enough of it to get past Yuzi Chahal.
Bit quicker that one from Gus Miller. Bent his back a little bit. A bit like Andrew Flintoff, his dad, could do. Kind of just decide he's going to hit a boundary and do so. Not almost irrespective of the ball, but he's not a great respecter of good line and length.
Yep.
Could hit it on the up pretty comfortably. Such big reach, big levers, strong man. Well, that's a very, I mean, it's not a half chance. It's a 10th of a chance caught and bowled. If it really was his day, that one sticks. And then you got to catch him as he sets off on a lap of honour. But it was well fielded at mid-off rather than by the bowler. And Doctor finished that over. 98 for 3 the score. 19 overs gone. Flintoff on 12. Marcus Harris 21. A further 250 exactly to win from 186 balls at a run rate per over of 8.1.
Yes, it's climbed up 1 point, isn't it, really, so far?
Yep.
Started at 6.96.
Oh, that's nice cricket from Harris. Nicely bowled as well from Rob Keogh, giving you nothing. Takes some doing that shot. You've got to wait and wait and wait and wait. Watch the ball really closely. Don't get yourself off balance. Don't miss it. Played that well. Yeah, this is where I'd like to see them put the fielder under a bit more pressure. They did that time. But Guthrie again, really good down there. I can see Chahal getting loose. 100 up in the 20th over. In terms of setting a platform, 100 off 20 is, you know, that's nothing to be ashamed of, but the 3 wickets make a dent in that.
Yeah. I mean, if analytical graphics or anything that you're particularly interested in, the 2 lines or worms, as might be referred to, are just starting to conjoin. Lancashire have been in front up until about now. But there are those three dots, those 3 blemishes in the first 15 overs that are causing that.
They're big resources to have spent, aren't they, in pursuit of 5 and over. Harris is trying to put Rob Keogh under a bit of pressure. Kind of swing at that one. That's going to be a wide. You might say there's evidence that he started to do that a little bit. What's Rob Keogh? He's got one ball left. He's 1 for 21 so far, so he's definitely been on top here. That's nicely bowled again. There's more than one way to skin a cat, isn't there? And the slowness of the bowling and the accuracy has really paid dividends. So after 20, 104 for 3, 244 more to win. Seems a long way at the moment.
Does indeed. As Yuzvendra Chahal passes his cap and glasses to the umpire. He, in a similar vein to Rob Keogh, will be quite content, won't he, to take the pace out of the ball, let the ball sit on the surface, make Harris and Flintoff put all of the effort and the energy into this kookaburra to try and up the rate. A long conversation here between Chahal and McSweeney. Spin twins. Keogh, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 22. Yeah, Gus Miller's been fascinatingly used here. You'd think with the way that he's bowled, 1 over, hooked, 2 overs, hooked, he was going all round the park. 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 13.
Odd, or bowled.
He's certainly going to have to bowl more. But Yuzvendra Chahal takes over. It's very full. It will just be one. You kind of saw on Friday Leicestershire. Well, Rishi Patel had broken the game anyway. He'd bought the ball. It was his game. He won it and took the ball home with him before anything was actually concluded. He was done and dusted, checked out, and Leicestershire were all over. But they didn't take any risks against Chahal.
No.
He bowled nicely. He was very economical. The figures looked pretty. But he didn't really have to do anything.
A big part of batting for me, particularly in run chasing, but any time, but particularly, is risk management. And you don't want to be taking risks that you don't need to take. Yeah. Like, why would you? You don't need to. Bad players do. Good players don't need to. And they didn't need to because, as you said, the risks had been taken early on. Maybe, against lesser experienced, lesser capable bowlers.
Yep.
The game was broken open. That's all you need to do. This is not the case here, though. They're going to have to get on top of Chahal.
Yeah, they're going to have to put him under pressure. Or if not him, they're going to have to put somebody else under a bit of pressure. I know that Liam Guthrie's got 5 overs left to bowl. That'll be somebody that I'm sure they'll try and target with that older ball. Down the ground and 4 runs. Is it? No, it's not. Oh, that's excellent. Is that Rafi Witherall again? The fast bowler opens the bowling. Geez, that body's been put on the line today. Is it Rafi or is it Gus?
I think Rafi threw it in. It was a combined out. I think it was Gus Miller. Gus Miller dived and knocked it on to Rafi, who finished the job. All well bowled.
Saved 2, didn't he? I thought that was 4 for all money. End of the over. Good start for Yuzvendra Chahal. 21 overs, 109 for 3.
They've been good in the field, Northampton, so far.
Set themselves a very high standard, haven't they? They'll be confident. I'm sure 347 would be slightly north of what they thought they were going to get. And I mean, it's 100 more than what they've been able to get in the last couple of games as well. So should be very happy with that part of the game, and they should be very happy with where they find themselves now as Keogh continues, starting his 6th over. I'd bowl him straight through here.
I think, yeah,
Phil.
Absolutely.
Bit of basketball.
That was good, wasn't it?
I'd do that again.
For those of you who don't know, I just threw a plastic bottle into the bin across the room. Yes, it was that impressive.
Yeah. But it was kind of like an underarm,
reverse wildebeest.
Back of the hand slower ball type situation.
They're long days, aren't they, Dan? They're long days up there in the box. Got to keep ourselves amused.
100 overs of cricket. Well, is there any way you'd rather be? I'd rather have 100 overs than 100 balls, Rowie.
Yes. Every ball counts as well here.
So they say. Another single taken. Quite happy, aren't they? Wonder whether they'll take a risk here against Rob Keogh, or whether they're quite happily just see him out.
I think they've got to score more runs per over off Rob Keogh for me.
Powerfully struck down towards Liam Guthrie, who again picks that up cleanly.
Gee whiz. Got glue on his hands. No one else has been able to do that all day, have they?
No.
Or on Friday.
He'll be hoping that continues for the next 28 overs as well, won't he? As he gets called into work once again. Certainly earning his keep today. Liam Guthrie, 5 overs up the top with a new ball. And then about the hottest pocket of the Cinch County grounds all day. End of the over, 113 for 3, 22 done.
Run rate required has crept up quietly to 8.4. What the Steelbacks have done very, very well. Well, firstly, I think the fielding has supported the bowling really well. Little dives here, stops there have added up and brought a bit of pressure on the batters. What they've really done, they've restricted the boundary count.
Mm-hmm.
And they've not given any freebies. You have to take some element of risk. You want to score a boundary.
Yeah. You've got back over the bowler's head as an option.
A big gap at mid-wicket there, isn't there?
There is a huge gap. If you can get it up over George Bartlett, about there. It's hanging in the air for an age. Oh, Gus Miller did brilliantly to start with.
What happened there?
Tipped it to Adi Sharma, who I think just kind of palmed it back over the rope again. So after all that, it's 4 runs for Rocky Flintoff. I think it went further up than it went in distance.
Yeah, I think it did. I can't believe that Adi Sharma's not let back over the boundary. There might have been an inquiry there as to whether it should have been more than 4, you know. If you throw it over the boundary.
I think it did bounce before.
Yeah,
I think,
it did.
No, yeah.
Oh, it did bounce before.
Yeah, I think it bounced in
back.
play before Miller was then able to palm it.
No, sorry, what I'm saying is not 6. I'm saying because if they've run 1,
yep,
and you then throw the ball over the boundary.
Got you. Okay.
You with me?
Yeah, I see.
Because the ball's gone into play.
Yeah.
Been projected out of the ground, off the boundary.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
I accidentally did that in a game once. This could be 4.
Down towards deep mid-wicket. So it looks like Chahal might be the man that gets targeted at the minute for Lancashire. Harris, who's been watchful up till now, shows us a bit of muscle.
They've both had to take a bit of risk, haven't they? And what they've done is they've calculated the risk. They've gone for the big pockets, and they've both hit the big pockets. Not absolutely convincingly in both cases, but well enough.
Nicely played again by Flintoff. End of the over. Good for Lancashire. Not so good for the Steelbacks. 23 overs done, 123 for 3.
I guess you might mix it up this end a little bit. You don't want to upset Rob Keogh's rhythm. There's a debate to be had about whether you get McSweeney on for 1 or 2 and give Keogh a break and then bring him back just so that.
Yeah.
But actually, for me, I'd think about that and then I'd stick with where we're headed.
Yeah, I think if that was suggested to me as a captain, I might say thanks for your suggestion, but we'll keep going.
That's what I've just said. Exactly that.
I think all the while that he's ticking around at, 4 and over, just you'll be quite happy, won't you, just to keep going. If we see Flintoff here, take Rob Keogh for 12 or more, there's going to be 4 of them, as he manages to chip that over Vasconcelos, then maybe there is a conversation to have a look at something else, particularly with drinks coming up. There'll be a natural pause, won't there, a natural break.
Yeah. Good shot, that. Slightly over pitch, only slightly. Jumped all over that shot.
Creates the angle that time. Shuffles outside off stump.
Yeah, I once threw one over the boundary, having stopped it. Slid along, stopped it, got up, went to throw it in flat and threw it backwards over the boundary.
Was that as good as you putting your bottle of water in the bin? Similar?
It was as bad as that was good.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it was. I remember vividly. It was a game, a National Cup game in Birmingham, and the batter was an ex-Warwickshire player. Barry Flick, I think his name was.
Good on the leg side.
Hey, there we go. Wicket keeper, who wasn't. We didn't get on. Let's put it that way. And I wanted to run him out, and I ended up throwing it over the boundary. Easy, let me know about that.
End of another over. One over to go until drinks then. 131 for 3. What have you made of this first half of this run chase for Lancashire? Who's the happier of the two teams? What needs to happen for the final 25 as we get through this Yuzvendra Chahal over?
You've seen an acceleration in the last couple of overs, haven't you? More intent. They got themselves in and recognised that actually Northampton not going to give us poor deliveries to score off. We've got to go and put them under a bit of pressure. They've tried to do that. They hit the pockets a couple of times, particularly Chahal. And I expect to see more of that continue from them. And Northampton have got to not blink for as long as they dare. Hopefully they find a fielder with one of those. Oh, and that's going to be 4, I think. Keogh's after it. He's no slouch, but the money's on the ball. And the ball wins.
Yeah, that little bit of extra pace from Chahal. It's a bit flatter, wasn't it?
There you go. There's a blink for me. That's a mini blink. Yeah. In that the tactic has been no pace, no pace, no pace. He's bowled a flatter ball because he thought perhaps Harris was going to run at him, and Harris stayed at home, tickled it round the corner for 4. So a little bit of pressure back on the bowler. And so I expect to see more of that, really, a continuation after drinks of the same sort of thing.
Pill from McManus. I think Marcus Harris has almost just punched that round the corner. I think that is leg bias just off the thigh pad with that attempted sweep. Not the best bowl that Yuzvendra Chahal will bowl, but
he's worried about the cover boundary, isn't he?
He got away with it, though.
He's gone over straight.
Now he's got to worry about the deep mid-wicket boundary. It does go quicker and flatter.
Flintoff's on 30. He's barely played a shot, has he? That's a sign of a good player.
Yeah, what's he faced? 34 deliveries?
Yeah.
There's that slower ball, that change of pace.
Yeah, Marcus Harris he's kept his balance very well. He's moved around. He's on the move when he's trying to find these gaps. There's a likelihood that he won't continue to do that. I feel like a caught in the ring. Caught and bowled might be his method of dismissal. But he's played pretty well for his 42.
Yeah, and he plays pretty well up till drinks as well. So halfway stage of the innings, it's 139 for 3. Lancashire will require 209 runs from the remaining 25 overs. The players and the umpires will take a drink. We'll catch our breath for a moment and be back very shortly. Welcome back to Steelbacks TV. Mystic Rowie. You called it. You said, are we going to see McSweeney to replace Rob Keogh from the Lynn Wilson Centre end? And we have. So it's 7 overs for Keogh. He's been given a bit of a break. McSweeney wants to hold a couple of overs back and he'll have a bowl himself. He's bowled 2 overs, conceded 13. But he himself is going to have to be the insurance policy for this bowling attack, isn't he?
He is, yeah.
Oh, great stop.
Good hand.
That's Adi Sharma at point again. Certainly saved 3, didn't he?
How many times have we seen that shot from Harris, getting away from it and hitting it square? He's played it really well. I've enjoyed his innings so far.
High skill operator, isn't he?
One of the things that Lancashire have done in attempting to put bowlers under pressure is that they've had very few dot balls. They've rotated really well. Yeah, there's another example there. So that, coupled with a little bit more intent to hit the big pockets, has kept them at about 8.3, 8.4.
Mm-hmm.
They're not letting it get further than that. It looked like it did turn a bit, that one.
Yeah, down the leg side. So that will be the 6th extra of the innings for the Steelbacks. And that one held. Well, I think the fact that came off the leading edge of Rocky Flintoff will back up the point to say that the last one turned.
Yeah.
So he would have played for that to have held into the surface. Back over to Harris then. And again, plays that shot. Cry of 2 should get back. Does comfortably come back for the 2nd. So more expensive than Keogh, but not hugely costly.
No, and yeah, maybe happy with that. I think I just want to try and block off that shot, that Marcus Harris shot. I mean, we don't want to block it off, block off him scoring quite as easily from it. At the moment, he's only got to beat one man who's just behind square, where he backs away from the spinner, hits it square of the wicket. I just want to reinforce that, or maybe get my boundary fielder a bit squarer so he doesn't pick up 2 for it. He can have 1, but having 2, 2 or 3 times and over is not on.
No, I hear you.
Rafi's back on.
Okay, 5 overs, no maidens, 0 for 22 to replace Chahal. I wonder whether Yuzvendra Chahal might want to bowl from this end with the bigger boundary to play with. Pace on though. So maybe, potentially that was an over from McSweeney just to rotate and bring Chahal down the other end.
Guthrie stretching his hamstring out. Whether that's just he's feeling a bit stiff or getting loose to bowl. He has rotated his bowl as well, hasn't he? Gus Miller in particular.
Yes.
He's not allowing anyone to get lined up other than Keogh, who bowled beautifully.
Yeah, and this will be probably 2 overs, won't it, from Rafi Weatherall. And then 2, well, maximum of 3.
I like this kid, Weatherall. Obviously, I haven't seen a lot of him this year because he's not been on the field very much. But he continues to impress me when I see him. I think we might have one here for the future. Well, for the present and the future. Just lost his... Well, this is tight. That's not... He lost his run up there a little bit.
Yeah, fraction. I was surprised he didn't actually pull out of that.
Well, he did it earlier. I didn't mention it at the time. He did it earlier and got driven for 4. From Bohannon, I think it was. No, it was Hurst, actually. But he should not be continuing. If he starts to stutter, you just put the handbrake on, apologise, and go back and start again.
That didn't just go in clean to the hands of Chahal, did it?
No, it didn't.
Just bobbled as he went to close the mitts around it. It's like an Alfred Hitchcock movie out the top of the ground now, doesn't it?
Oof.
carved away from Harris. I think it was a cry of save them from, I assume, one of the Lancashire supporters in the crowd. Brings up 50 with that glorious 4 behind square on the offside. Good innings.
Real low risk, isn't it? He's picked his runs up at just above a run a ball when there's been wickets falling. That was a poor delivery. There's width on that, and he's not going to miss out on that. He's played really well.
How well has he timed that as well? Got half a bat on that in the end.
I think at one stage he thought about lifting that over mid-on.
Yeah.
And then didn't, and decided to punch it past mid-on's right hand. He's got it too straight. But that's how much time he's got. And it came rifling off the bat, didn't it?
153. 52 for Harris. Going to have to double it and some, you feel. Kind of feel you'd be silly to bet against it at the moment as well.
Definitely, Lancashire are definitely in this game. I mean, it's a run rate of 8.5, which is not a problem. The problem is they've got to do it over 27 overs.
Yep.
And there's the best part still of 200 required. So I think right now, Northants are still ahead, but it's I don't know, it's absolutely, I'd say, what would I say? Let's put some numbers to it. 53-47, 54-46, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a big, it's the 3, isn't it?
That's the problem.
The thing. And I mean, when you look at DLS, which sounds stupid whilst it's bright sunshine.
DLS is 188.
188. So in theory, 35 runs behind where par would assume.
That's 4 above average overs, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's within 27 overs still to go. So they've got plenty of time. They will not be worrying.
No.
They won't want it to get to 9 point something. And from what I've seen, the way they've gone about their work so far, they're kind of managing it at around this number.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think they'll be letting it drift any further than where it is. It'll just be wickets, won't it, that could potentially slow it down. There's a call of 2. I wonder whether they were going to have a look on that one. But Van der Merwe quickly off the boundary rope. It's been pretty quiet, isn't he, Van der Merwe, so far in this fielding?
He is. He has.
I think that's the first time I've seen the ball head his way.
I did wonder whether it was on the field, to be honest. So run chase management is a real art, isn't it? It's what number do you not want to get it to? What number can you score at the risk you're happy to take? These things, these equations move around all of the time. What changes things more than anything else is a wicket. Because these 2 guys obviously are well in now. 80 partnership plus. I want that fielder squarer on the boundary at cover, because Harris is hitting it very square, and if every time he does that, he's getting 2. Somehow we're going to limit that to 1. It's fascinating.
It's finely poised, isn't it, this game?
It is.
I guess the trade-off would be, and I might be stating the obvious here, but Harris would be good enough to play it in front of square. And I wonder whether the momentum of having a fuller face on the bat, you end up running the risk of conceding the 4s through extra cover and cover rather than the 2s at behind point, maybe.
That's absolutely the right. You're dead right. You take your money, you pay,
Yeah.
As usual, I want everything.
You want another fielder at least.
Another fielder. Catch
Up
that.
in the air, gone.
There we go.
Rafi Weatherall breaks the partnership. It was building very, very nicely for Lancashire. It was worth 85. Maybe it's just held in the surface a fraction, but Flintoff is early through the shot. He's just chipped it to short cover for the simplest of simple catches. And Lancashire are 4 down. Flintoff goes for 34. 158 for 4. That's massive.
Huge. We just said, 2 balls ago, it's a big thing that changes the game is a wicket, and there it was 2 balls later. I don't know that he did a whole lot wrong there, Rocky Flintoff. It did look like it sat on the wicket, but then again, it always does when it gets chipped to extra cover. It came off the bat very slowly. He tried to decelerate the bat. He recognised the ball just sort of sat or just bounced a little steeper and therefore a little more slowly than he expected, just fractionally. He was through it early, and it was a very simple catch to the captain at extra cover. And he was looking very, very good there, Rocky Flintoff. I enjoyed the way he got himself in, and I enjoyed his options, his selection of options and execution when he decided to get some boundaries away. He did that very well when he wanted to. But it's taken him a while to get in, and now he's out. Someone else has got to come and do that job. So big scalp from Northants.
Huge. You're right in saying he did look very good. And we spoke before drinks that he was 30 off 30. Hadn't really had to put much effort in. I don't know whether it would surprise you or not, but he's just got out 34 or 44.
That does surprise me.
Northants just had a little passage there of just drying him up a touch.
Yeah.
Which may have just been enough for him to feel like he needed to go and impose himself on this run chase. In at number 6 for Lancashire is Joe Moores. Another very, very exciting and a very, very young first-team cricketer, 17 years old, Joe Moores. First-class 50 to his name to start with. 50 in T20s as well. High score in List A cricket of 41 not out. That came against Leicestershire at Leicester at the start of this competition. Been part of the recent England under-19s set up against the South African under-19s as well, earlier in July. Welcome to the Sidge County grounds. Played that well.
He did play it well. I'm glad you said that, because he played it a lot better than it looked like he played it, because he just swayed, and then he carried that movement on and ended up on the next strip. But he actually played it really well, because it did bounce. A nice delivery. It's led to a slip coming in. I like that. But he did play it, dropped his hands, let it go past his chest. Really nicely played. Nice bit of cricket.
Yeah, Bartlett in the slip cordon alongside Lewis McManus. Probably at second slip. He's quite wide. Joe Moores gets away. There with Marcus Harris in the middle. For those Northants supporters tuning in on Steelbacks TV on Sunday afternoon, Rowie, Joe Moores comes from a rich vein of cricketing heritage and pedigree.
Uncle Peter, cousin Tom. Yeah,
Exactly.
that's right, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, nailed it.
Always missed out there, Marcus Harris. That's the first time I've been able to say that. In the 54 balls he's faced, he has got full value out of every one of 53 of them. That one he missed out on. But he's gone about his work. I use the word surgical about Nathan McSweeney, and it's been similar.
Yeah.
From Marcus Harris. He's just kind of milked his runs. You feel he's got several more gears left in him.
It's professional, isn't it?
Yes.
Professional, as you would expect from your box office overseas number 4 in List A cricket. That's where you park your Rolls Royce in this lineup, isn't it, at number 4? As you say, he's got multiple gears, maybe with a bit of overdrive at the end as well.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's that international level. It is a step up, a big one.
Good pace from Rafi Weatherall. Good end to the over. A good overall round for the Steelbacks. And a good round of applause from those enjoying Community Day here at the Sidge County grounds. 29 overs have been bowled. It's 160 for 4.
I'm enjoying Nathan McSweeney trying to get a message to the likely to be inexperienced 12th man who's just turning around on the spot. He's going to drill a hole. He's going backwards now again. He's been out. He's been back. And now he's going back up the stairs to get something that Nathan McSweeney wanted 5 minutes ago. We'll see what that is. shortly. But I like this change. I mean, it's the second over of that change. Give Rob Keogh a break, a different look.
That's the third over of the change. This will be McSweeney's third in this.
You're right.
In this
well
spell.
said. That's absolutely right. Nicely bowled, nicely fielded. Good that.
Bit of Aussie rules. Football
Okay?
tackling going on there. Yeah, all okay, I think.
Okay.
Slow to get up. But then he has just landed on concrete at the feet of Marcus Harris. Excellent bit of fielding off his own bowling. Oh, edged, and that's gone down. That's a chance. We saw one earlier today of Matty Hurst. That one was down the leg side. This one, more regulation, you'd say, and McManus has put that down.
It sounded like a decent deflection, that though. It's probably hit him on the elbow or something. If we get a slow-mo of it, I'm going to join the keepers union here. I think that's a really, really hard chance.
Yeah. It sounded, as you say, from this distance to be able to hear it, it sounded like a thick outside edge. It sounded like a slow click as well, didn't it? Which sounds silly to say.
Yeah, but slow goes squarer, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think. Oh, there we go. He's missed one. He's missed out, Marcus Harris. He's played that shot about 20 times and scored off it every time apart from then.
Not getting the ball past the great wall of Sharma at backward point. He has been exceptional in the One Day Cup in that position. 161 for 4 then, 20 overs to go. You mentioned at the start, you said 30 overs, 200 and 150 to go in the final 20. They got more to do than that.
Yeah, they're light, aren't they?
Yeah.
And to put that into a runs per over requirement, the current run rate required is 9.3 and being achieved is 5.4. So with 4 down, Northants are on top here. But whilst that guy is there, and they've got others to come as well, that guy being Marcus Harris, they'll think they're in with a sniff. This guy's no slouch either. Oh, I thought he'd nick that. Joe Moores is the other guy. He's only faced 8 balls so far, but he's new into the game, isn't he? He's 17, but he has come in with a bang, as we talked about that Matty Hurst did when he came into the Lancashire setup, came in with a real bang. And certainly Joe Moores has done the same, some eye-catching shots. For a little fella, hits the ball a very long way. Let's pull that around the corner. I think he's going to get 4 for that. Just line 2 straight there from Rafi Weatherall. The length was kind of okay, just about. Had it been more off stump, 4th stump, it would have been played with a straighter bat. But left-handers enjoy that. Coming into the hip area, helped around the corner for 4.
Yeah, those hands as well. He was so quick to pounce on it, wasn't he? Just spotted the length straight away. Not a huge gap between the 2 fielders on the leg side, but he found it.
Hit that hard as well. Did Joe Moores. It's been a really good day's cricket so far, and it shows every sign. I could be wrong. It shows every sign of being a good close finish, this. A couple of wickets, though, do put Northants well on top. But whilst Marcus Harris is there, I think Lancashire will feel they've got a hope in this game. Oh, he's had a big swing at that one, trying to get it away through the offside, or an under edge on it. And he's going to pick up his 2nd boundary of the over. You just feel that Joe Moores is not going to die wondering here. The rate required to get up to 9.4, he's going to try to make a dent in that. He's going to play some shots. The little fella hits the ball a long way, as I said earlier. Very, very fast hands. It may be that changing the pace up a little bit might be an option for the bowlers. Pulled that away again very well. Got it down very quickly. He's only going to get 1. Out to the square leg boundary. Got it down very quickly. That was very well played. he has an energy about him, Joe Moores, and a busyness that I really like. He's here to play. Take the threat to the opposition. It's a crowd catch. Marcus Harris hit the ball into the floor and it kind of ballooned up to Nathan McSweeney, who took it on the run at backward point. It looked for all money that it was a wicket, but he actually hit it into the floor. So an uneventful event off the last ball of that 31st over. More expensive over than he's had so far for Rafi Weatherall. McSweeney is going to continue, and I think if not this over, then very soon there's going to be an option of trying to take McSweeney for a big over. Not going to get very far there, though. That's nicely bowled. Got to keep the stumps in play. They miss, he hits. Quicker from McSweeney there, and reverse sweep attempted. Any mat on that would have run away, I think. Missed it. He's not missed that one. It was a bit of a top edge, but it carried a long way, and then the spin on the ball races away for 4. So he rehearsed it the ball before, got it right the second ball. He's on to 15 off 15. And Joe Moores is bringing real energy to this run chase. I do wonder whether he's going to go big. There's 2 balls to go. That's nicely bowled by McSweeney. No pace, and just gently followed McSweeney followed Moores as he backed away. One ball to go of this, the 32nd over. And it's going to be 1 to Marcus Harris out to the point boundary. That's the end of Nathan McSweeney's 6 over. There's going to be a change at the David Capel end. Yuzi Chahal is going to come back. He's only bowled 3 overs to date. This is where I think we're going to see things really start to happen now. 18 overs left. Lancashire need 172 and just over 9.5 and over. And I think they're going to have to get on top of Chahal before he gets on top of them. So I'm expecting things to happen here, and maybe off the bat, particularly of Joe Moores. Harris can just play and keep accumulating, I think.
Yeah, somebody's got to take a risk now, haven't they? Well, not necessarily a risk, but somebody's got to start quickly.
I think in the last over we saw a couple of reverse sweeps from Moores, and he just looks like a man on a mission. It's the way he wants to play, isn't it? He hasn't, we haven't seen a lot of him in the game, but he's obviously busy. He's obviously a modern player, and they need him to play in that way. So he can go for me. He can go from now. Try and take Chahal down gives a headache to McSweeney. Oh, that's beautifully bowled, isn't it?
It would certainly create a headache. The other thing here is the run rate is nearly at 9.6.
Yeah, they've got to go. They've got to go now. But I think they've got the right personnel to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Is that going to carry? Oh, it's not carried to the fielder. Is that Gus Miller out there? On the deep mid-wicket boundary. He came in.
I think it's Van der Merwe, down there.
Came in to try to catch it. He wasn't going to intercept it and catch it, but he was too close to it, and then it nearly skipped past him, but he got enough on it. Nearly cleaned him up. 2 is the outcome. And no pace on that ball whatsoever from Chahal. Two balls of this over to go, and I feel there's going to be a big shot here. One of these 2 balls. Well, there would have been. He was coming down the wicket with violence on his mind, Joe Moores. But Chahal saw that. He's played a bit. Just dropped it in very, very short. That ball would have probably bounced twice or it got to the stumps. That's how slow it was. Great adaptation from Chahal there. And that's a big shot from Marcus Harris. It's going out to long on. It should be caught. It has been caught. And it has been caught again as he throws it back onto the field. That's a great bit of fielding out at long on. What a wonderful catch that was. It was struck to a long pocket by Marcus Harris. The fielder was backpedaling and going away to his left. Caught it. His momentum was taking him outside the ropes. He threw the ball up inside, got himself back into the field of play and re-caught the ball. That's a wonderful bit of fielding from Rafi Weatherall. Not for the first time today. He has contributed in the field. Wholehearted cricketer. What a great catch that was. And what a big wicket it was. Something had to give. And it's been Marcus Harris that's the man to give. He's gone for 57, 180 for 5. And it does look uphill now for Lancashire.
They get no less special, do they? Those bits of fielding down on the boundary rope. Harris would have thought for a long time that he had enough on that. Rafi Weatherall came in to start with, then had to adjust, realised he'd misjudged it a fraction, turned quickly, got back on there. The momentum was carrying himself towards the rope, got rid of it, got it again. Absolutely superb work. He's just finished a spell of bowling as well. In the hot spot here, the Cinch County Ground. What a catch.
Yeah, that's great, isn't it? That is a great bit of fielding. Yeah, I mean, you see David Willey do it, and it was fantastic the one he did on finals day. And that was absolutely brilliant, but that was David Willey. You kind of expect David Willey to do things like that. Rafi Weatherall, 6'4" fast bowler. He is a good fielder, but you don't expect him to do things quite like that. What an extra string to his bow that is. What a captain's dream. Harris had to go. It was brewing, wasn't it? He had to go at some point. That was the first real violence he attempted. And that was just beautifully caught.
That was a great catch.
Bill Nathan McSweeney has marshalled his troops brilliantly here. And that was Chahal's first over back, I think, or maybe second. I think it was first over back.
First over, yeah. Right at the end of it, wasn't it?
Rob Keogh is coming back from the Lynn Wilson end. And he's picked a wicket at first ball. Or has he?
It's gone down.
He's dropped it.
Put it down.
I thought he had it.
Oh, I thought he had for a long time.
He had it for a while, right?
Yeah, quite a while.
It was a reverse sweep, but went waist high, just below. And Adi Sharma, if I could say this, Adi Sharma got a long barrier out and caught it until he dropped it.
Yeah.
He had it. I mean, he didn't have it under control, so there's no doubt it was not out. But he didn't have it for a while.
It was in the right area of hand, wasn't it, for a long period of time?
It was. Well, the batter thought he was out.
Well, I think most people did. And then I saw Rob Keogh's reaction when he was punching the floor almost, and I thought, something's not quite gone right here.
Oof. Wow. Let's make a note of that. That's Joe Moores on 19. Let's hope that doesn't come back to bite anyone. Oh, it's a bit of turn there.
Steep bounce as well, wasn't it?
He's got very long fingers, Rob Keogh. He wraps them around that seam. He gets a lot of revs on the ball.
You certainly know after he shook your hand, don't you?
You do.
Is it kind of in cases?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, he's a gripper. Run rate just above 10s now. Slowest ball from Rob Keogh. It's been good, that. It's something you'll hear me go on about, really, and I see it more now, which is good, is spinners bowling slower rather than quicker when the slog is on, if I could call it that.
Yeah.
Shetty's got to go. You know, he's reasonably inexperienced at this level. He can't hang around here. There's only What's that? 16 overs to go after this ball. Trying to get off strike, but not succeeding. Another good over from Rob Keogh. Bowled beautifully. 8 overs now, Rob Keogh.
Fresh off a 50, Arav Shetty up at the brand new Farrington last time out for Lancashire, so should be pretty confident, but this is a big task. I don't think we can underestimate here just how challenging of a feat this is going to be for Lancashire over the next 16 overs. I was at 165 to win from 96 deliveries. And I mentioned DLS a while ago. Currently sits at 249.
Wow. I mean, DLS is it's very good, isn't it? We've said a few times. The DLS par score in a run chase is usually pretty accurate. This is the matchup Northampton want for the next, well, for as long as they can, really. He's not bowling at Moores. Moores looks like he's got lots of boundary options. Shetty new to the crease, only faced 3 balls. Bowl as many of the next 2 overs at him as they can, really. Get the men in the ring on the one. Do not let him off. They have let him off with a cut. Is he going to get 2? He's only going to get 1.
That's taken a lovely bobble, that, hasn't it?
Nice.
Into the hands of Van der Merwe.
Lovely.
Just sat up nicely for him.
Oh, much quicker ball there, nearly through Joe Moores. That was rapid. That was about 15 miles an hour faster than Charles' slowest ball. Moores just got an edge on that. He's lining up that big pocket at deep mid wicket. He's. Oh, I thought I was going to give him out stumped. He wasn't out stumped because he still had his foot behind the line, so that's generally not out, Phil. Beautifully bowled, stuffed Moores in the air, and to his credit, he didn't overbalance. I almost overbalanced, give him out.
Oh, you fired him.
Oh, he's gone. He might review that one.
He wouldn't hear.
Oh, he's gone across his crease, flicked it down the leg side. That's not, no one's stopping that. That's gone away for 4. It was a quicker ball. I think Joe Moores was looking to score in front of square on the leg side there. And it was just too straight, slightly too straight and a bit quicker from Chahal. So the little thin edge runs away for 4. A boundary that was desperately needed. They need a few more of those. But I get the Moores is not going to die wondering, is he? He's here to try and win this game for his team. Swept that away. It's going to bounce once. Gets to Liam Guthrie just for the single.
I mean, if you finish second by a run, or if you finish second by 80, you still lost, haven't you? I don't necessarily, and even I'd go so far as to say getting 1 run away, it probably hurts more than.
They've got to go now. They've got to go now. And they are going now. I mean, Joe Moores is doing everything he can. They're bowling very, very well at him. And Arav Shetty, okay, he's got to get himself in. The best thing he can do is give strike to Joe Moores. That's what his job is now for the next while. Rob Keogh is going to continue. He's currently, he's bowled 8 overs in a couple of spells so far, 1 for 37, which is a bit of a dream. And it's credit to him back into this team. I don't know the last time he'd have bowled 8 overs in the first team. It had been a while, I suspect. 8 overs, 1 for 37. 2 crucial overs still to bowl. Nice bit of cricket again, just held it back nicely. Moore's trying to get to the pitch of the ball and hit it straight for 6, but Keogh read the intent and held it back. It's cat and mouse. It's good skill from both batter and bowler there. Shetty will feel I need to put my foot to the floor. He has. He's lifted it over mid-off. 2 bounces for 4. Good shot. It was a poor delivery, that one from Rob Keogh. It was outside off stump and over length with mid-off up. He invited that shot, and Shetty didn't need a second invitation.
That was nice, wasn't it? Nicely timed. But that run rate has it's over 10.5 at the start of this over.
That was quicker. Fired in from Shetty. He's rehearsing something. Any bat on that, he just has to open the face of that bat, and he gets 4. But it was quicker. He bowled himself a number of quicker balls with very little arm speed. Change in arm speed, I should say. Rob Keogh did him there with a similar bit of bowling. Oh, I think that's quite close, you know. The umpire had absolutely no interest in that and walked away very quickly. Hit him on the half volley. I mean, from a long way away, that's a decent shout. Great appeal from Rob Keogh.
Wants another one, doesn't he? Rob got the big wicket of Keaton Jennings for 40.
Something's giving this ball. They haven't got a boundary in this over. They haven't. Oh, they have got a boundary in this over. Moores hasn't. He's now 28 off 31. Trying to create something. It's not come off for him lately. Down the ground is where he wants to go. But he can't. Nicely fielded. Extra cover by the captain. Is another dot ball. Rob Keogh now 9 overs, 1 for 42. Have you found that LBW appeal? Did you have a look for it?
No, I didn't. I didn't.
Fair enough.
I was trying to rewatch Rafi Weatherall's catch on the boundary. Couldn't see that either.
That's good, that one.
Yeah.
What do we got? We've got 14 overs left. We'll call that 84 balls. 84 balls remaining, 152 to win. 10.9, so we're nearly at 11s. These two have no lack of intent. They've just not been able to find the boundary, and that's credit to the field placing, the fielding, and the bowling. All those three things together. Quicker, that one from Chahal. Has varied his pace well. He's been particularly slow. Then his change-up speed has been particularly quick.
He would be somebody that I would get excited about when he started appealing for an LBW, because he doesn't bother most of the time, does he? Very economical.
He is.
With his appeals.
Oh, that's good running. Yeah, you might. I mean, we've talked about this a few times, how some bowlers are very good workers of umpires and others are not. Others just appeal for everything. And I think when Chahal goes up, you are immediately thinking, well, that must be close because he never appeals. There's more than one way to skin a cat.
That's my logic on a Saturday afternoon when I was keeping wicket, and then the umpire still said not out. So,
yeah. I only appealed when I thought it was out. I think the problem was I thought it was out all the time.
It was out. No, he's played you through covers for 4.
Here we go. My prediction is big shot. Joe Moores.
Down the ground, isn't it? It's going to run at Chahal.
He has run at him. He's hit it, and he's going to get maximum. That's going to go all the way for 6. His intention, I think, was to hit that far straighter, but it was slow. So what he did, he stayed committed to his intent and dragged it with no little skill over a big leg side boundary for 6. That's very well played.
Yeah, inspected the toe of the bat afterwards as well. Brings up to 200 for Lancashire.
A little surprised that Adi Sharma wasn't tighter on that single there. Maybe he's back for the reverse sweep. Last ball of the over. Shetty's cut it away. Not going to take on Rob Keogh. He's known still to be one of the better fielders around the place, as he was there. Did a good job in support of his bowler. Is Keogh going to bowl out? He's got 1 over left. I think he's not. I think the captain is saying, I think they're lining you up a bit here, Rob. So Keir will finish, for now at least, and probably for good 9 overs, 1 for 42. What a good spell that has been in a high-scoring game. And Gus Miller is going to replace him at the Lynn Wilson end. Just under 11s again, the run rate, still around that number. When it gets to over 12s, I think that's when it becomes really, really difficult. I think it's pretty difficult from here.
Yeah,
but it's doable. When it gets over 12s, I think it's very much odds on Northants. So Gus Miller, who seems to have bowled loads, has actually only bowled 3 overs.
And a long time ago that he bowled as well. 1
overs.
over, hooked.
Sorry.
2
Yes,
overs, hooked.
And now, however many overs he can get through here.
Could be 1, could be 7.
Mid-on and mid-off, both in the circle. Joe Moores. Oh, he clothed it a little bit. He came down the wicket trying to get over the top. He did get it over the top, just. And just enough, he's good enough. Picks up 4 off the first ball of the over. It's no surprise that's where he went with mid-on and mid-off, both in the circle. Is there going to be a field change there? They're going to leave them up. That surprises me. Mid-on and mid-off staying up in the circle. Joe Moore's going leg side, and he's going to get a boundary there as well. So a very strong start to this over. Moores has gone bang, bang, 2 4s. He's not going to stop now.
Well, it frees the mind up, doesn't it? And there's no need to slow down.
No, you keep
going. If this goes for 24,
yeah,
that's an absolute, well, it's a bonus, isn't it?
So the captain was trying to encourage Gus Miller to accept a field change, getting another man back on the leg side. He hasn't accepted that. The boundary field has gone back. Moores has gone again. Where's that one gone? That's gone for 6 over long leg. A kind of sweepy, slog sweepy thing, got underneath it. It's a good shot. It's a very modern shot, that. All the way for 6. So 4, 4, 6. Now the captain is going to...
Well, unless you're going to put your fielder in the upper deck of the Spencer Lounge, it's not going to make a great deal of difference, is it? He looked over his shoulder and he wanted to find out where that fielder was behind square on the leg side.
Surely, Dan, we've got to get 3rd man in the ring and get another fielder back on the leg side boundary.
I would say so, because I don't think you're protecting that boundary.
No. It's a poor field. 3rd man has got to come up. Yeah, here he comes. That, to be honest, that should have happened from the start of the over. But it's happened now. 3 balls into the over, 14 runs been taken from those 3. Oh, and Joe Moore's good enough. Plays a kind of reverse sort of paddle thing, gets something on it. He only needs to get something on it. He got something on it to beat that man at 3rd man. To be honest, if 3rd man had been back, it would have beaten him on the inside anyway. And that's, what's that now? 18 off 4 balls.
Yep.
Is this the breakout over?
And a 50 for Joe Moores as well.
Oh, well played, Joe Moores.
Absolutely flown along. He's on 53 now.
You heard the call there of 2. It's going to be 2. Nearly escaped the fielder on the boundary. He did well enough out there, Van der Merwe. Only 2. So this is a pricey over, isn't it? 20 off the first 5 balls of the over.
Yeah, exactly what Lancashire needed, exactly what the game needed from a neutral perspective, and the absolute opposite to what Northamptonshire needed.
Another reverse ramp and another boundary. So 24 off the over. Remembering that Gus Miller was brought back into the attack to replace Rob Keogh, who'd bowled 9 overs, and the captain thought, I think you're getting lined up. I don't argue that. That's a valid thought. I think whoever was bowling that over, Moores had decided, I need to go. We really need to go now. And he really did go and was very successful in that. So that's changed things a little bit. The run rate required under 10 now. 118 still needed. Still a lot of runs.
Yeah, it is. They've got 12 overs to find. And the question really now for McSweeney is, where does he find the 12 overs from?
So
Rafi Weatherall's got 2 left. Do
Rafi's got 2.
you think that'll take that? Liam
Yep.
Guthrie's got 5.
And he's going to bowl now, I think.
You'd think he bowls 5, but he's going to be under pressure here.
Yep.
Lancs are going to go very hard. And then you've got Gus Miller, who's just gone for 24. Do you bring him back? Do you
No.
do you give him a spell? But can he bring him back?
He doesn't bowl the next over for me.
Chahal's got 4 left, but he's going at 7s.
I'd go Chahal, I think, from this end.
Yeah.
I think one of the other issues here is the left hand, right hand, because you've got a shorter boundary and a much longer boundary, but you've got a right hand, left hand. So it kind of negates that. That's nicely bowled. First up from Guthrie, wide outside off stump. But Joe Moores has done a great job for his team here. They've not that they were ever out of it. They were always in the game, but they're now very, very much in the game.
Yeah.
I do feel, though, he's going to have to face more of the bowling. Shetty's 9 off 12. Obviously, he can play. All the youngsters can play, but I just feel Joe Moores is seeing it well. Good hands from Vasconcelos at backward point.
Yeah, 50s in all 3 formats now for Joe Moores, surpassing his previous best in list A cricket of 41 not out. 59 to go with his 57 in first class cricket and 55 in the T20s.
I'd like Guthrie to bowl a slower ball here, you know. I feel like Shetty will go through the shot. He gets a full pace ball, cloths it into the floor, so a good outcome either way. It was a bit in the slot, that one, to be honest with you. I think Shetty mistimed that, and his partner wants to come down and have some conversation with him. Shetty's not interested in that. That's 3 dots.
Yeah, we've not seen a great deal from Guthrie with regards to variation.
No.
Pretty much flat out and all out.
Yeah.
Which you can certainly set yourself up for as a batter.
That was a decent option, banging it in. He did get it down. He is off strike, but it's taken him 4 balls to get there, which at the moment is painful for his team. You just feel that if Joe Moores is there at the end, I think Lancashire have won, because he's going to score at a rate of over 10 and over.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just how much of the strike can he face? Arav Shetty just needs to get him back on strike as quick as possible.
Tell you what's a good delivery here is a toe crusher. Leg stump Yorker, a Wasim Akram special.
We know Guthrie's got those.
He's not bowled that. He's banged it in. He's been ramped. And he's going to get 2. He's coming back for 2. He's run very well there. Picks up 2. From the minute he got to the crease, Joe Moores, he's had an intent about him and a sort of a confidence about him. Whether he was feeling that way, he certainly showed that he was feeling confident. And he's been really busy. Got tremendous bat speed. He's taken some good options. Your fans will know this is a very, very big wicket. That's well bowled from Liam Guthrie. That's a pretty good over there. A very good over from Liam Guthrie. 39 gone. 114 still to win. And I think, Dan, you described the crowd as nervous earlier. And there was a nervous little kind of, well, that was good, but how good was it? It was like, we kind of want to clap, but that's,
yeah.
I'm not sure. Rob Keogh is coming back.
Okay, 9 overs, 1 for 42 for Rob Keogh. Long boundaries in front of square.
I think he's got to bowl wide. Wide of off stump and try and spin it hard. We've seen a couple turn from there. And if Moores wants to hit it to the shorter side, he's got to drag it.
Yeah.
There's risk in that. So I'd bowl slow, spinny balls outside off stump. The boundary option looks, if he does that, sort of cow corner to the left-hander.
Yes, he's just looked over his shoulder. Tries to give himself some room, didn't he?
Yeah, that was always a wide. I don't know why the umpire took so long to give that. It was always a wide. Not sure that's the line Rob needs to be bowling, to be honest with you. Well, that's going to be 4 runs. He's backed away and got it through the offside. There are 2 men trying to stop that shot. He got it well enough between the 2 of them. It was a good effort by George Bartlett, full-length dive. He's left a bit of skin on the square as a result of that. So with the wide first ball, effectively 5 off the first ball of the over. And at the moment, Joe Moores is putting Northants under more pressure than they can handle.
Yeah, and more pressure than they've been under all game as well. 66 now.
It's a reverse hit. It's in the vicinity of Liam Guthrie. Is he going to get there?
No, don't think he was going to get there, and certainly aired on the caution side. I don't think he was getting underneath it. I think he was on the wrong side of it as well. But it hung in the air for a long time. Powerful strike.
Reverse hit, wasn't it? Joe Moores wins this game if they don't get him out. I think that's a fairly safe prediction. Where's that gone? That's gone down the ground, and it's going to go for 4, I think. Yeah, it's a great effort by, I think it's Vasconcelos at long on. Let nobody tell you that's a bad bit of fielding. It was a very good bit of fielding because he gave everything to get hands on that. It just bounced in front of him and unfortunately skipped away from him and goes for 4. But in terms of intent and decision making, absolutely dead right.
I think what speaks volumes of that was the appetite that Ricardo Vasconcelos had to take the catch.
Yeah.
If they felt as though they were well ahead, they'd have been quite happy to have let that get there on the half volley. Great stop from George Bartlett, saves 3. But he'd have been quite happy to have had that on the half volley, underarm it back.
Yeah.
1, maybe 2.
Yeah.
Thanks very much. But they realised they identify.
Absolutely. The decision making in fielding as well. And although it's a tight run chase, actually the dismissal was worth the risk. He took the risk and it didn't pay off, but it was a good option and nearly got there. But dot ball to finish Rob Keogh's spell. It's 10 overs, 1 for 55, which in the context of the game is a very good spell. A little bit pricey at the end there, but 10 overs, 1 for 55. He'll be happy with that, and he's bowled very nicely.
Yeah, very, very good from Rob Keogh. Good end to it as well. I'm sure they would have quite liked to have conceded a single off the final ball to
sure they would
have Arab Shetty starting on strike, but it's going to be Joe Moores with 10 overs to go here as we start the final part of this game and this run chase. 10 overs, 60 deliveries to go. And Lancashire need 101 with Joe Moores 73 not out of 47. Arab Shetty 10 off 16. George Balderson, Jack Blatherwick, Ollie Sutton and Tom Bailey left on the card for the visitors. Yuzvendra Chahal replacing Liam Guthrie. So just 1 over from Liam Guthrie. It was a good over. And a leg spinner. With all of that IPL experience. If there's one cricketer out here that's going to be used to batters trying to go at 10 plus and over, it's going to be Yuzvendra Chahal.
We spoke earlier about the international quality. This is what we're hoping to see.
Attempted slog sweep. Well, it wasn't attempted, was it? It was the slog sweep. Moores didn't get all of it. Didn't get any of it, really. 2 dot balls. Something unsurprisingly will happen. He's just had a glance down towards deep mid-wicket. Chahal hides it. Outside off stump. Can only hit that for a single.
Great experience for Joe Moores facing one of the most skillful white ball spinners that there's been. Certainly in the last 20 years, probably ever.
Yes, without doubt. Without doubt. Huge skill. Yuzvendra Chahal over to Shetty. He comes into the act now. Has he got it straight enough? No. Oh, I think that's Vasconcelos, isn't it, down there at long on, long off. He's done really well to keep it down to 2. He's had to check his feet, make sure that he's all right. Kept the ball in play. Powerful strike from Shetty. Moores is going to need a bit of lifting here from his batting partner. Should just be 1. Here's Van der Merwe has been good.
We've got 1 ball of the over left. It's been a quiet over, hasn't it? Moores, he's just had a big look at that big pocket leg side near the pavilion. And he's looking exactly where the 2 leg side boundary fielders are as well.
Brilliantly well bowled.
That's great.
Hides it outside off stump. Just the single. End of the over, 9 to go. 252 for 5. 96 required.
Game on, isn't it?
Certainly is.
It always felt like it was going to be a good long game, this one. Good pitch helps, doesn't it?
Massively so.
What a good pitch it's been for one-day cricket.
Brilliantly quick outfield too.
Yeah, you said earlier Shetty needs to do a bit more of the lift, and he's 13 off 18. He's clearly in at number 7 for a reason. He's struggled to time the ball so far, but it only takes 1 to get you going.
Yeah, he can certainly catch up, can't he?
He certainly can. So the captain himself is going to take responsibility. Don't mind that. He's going to replace Rob Keogh. 96 wanted, 54 balls.
Yeah, well, they've got 6, haven't they, from Weatherall and Guthrie, with 9 overs remaining.
3 more from Chahal. And the captain can fill in a bit.
Yeah. That's really well and casually stopped by Liam Guthrie at extra cover.
God, that was casual because there's no one behind him.
That would have been 4 had he have not stopped it.
But I don't like that. It's not good for my heart rate. Get the long barrier out, son.
Perfect result for Northamptonshire because Moores is back down the non-striker's end.
He's going to try and hit a 6 down the ground here, I would have thought, Shetty, isn't he?
Gives himself a bit of room, goes down the ground. Will only be 1 though. Good start to the over for McSweeney. In terms of damage limitation, he's 2 balls in. Still feels like it's got scope to be a very, very expensive over.
Those fielders both need to be on the edge for me. There's no point in them staggering, the extra cover fielders. It's a reverse hit. It's missed it. But it hit his body.
It hit him in the chest, I think. McManus just checking whether it got him in the chin, I think.
So 2 off 3 so far, isn't it? 2 off 4.
Excellent over this from McSweeney. 17 years old. The pressure on Moores here. It's a thick outside edge. Takes on Chahal for 1. They're playing a lone innings as well. He'll kind of be desperately hoping that Shetty can get involved here and just take a bit of pressure off him.
Get on the boundary edge here, leg side fielders.
Nicely played.
That is great cricket.
Yeah, deft touch. Cute cricket shot, wasn't it? Everybody thought there was going to be a huge swing of the bat. And Shetty said, nah, it's all right. I'll just use the pace and run it down to that short 3rd boundary for 4.
What a beautiful bit of batting that was from Arav Shetty. Possibly helped by the fact that he bowls off spin himself and would recognise that that's going to be an option.
Yeah.
The faster ball outside off stump as I run past it and get stumped, but he didn't. Just left his bat in the way and picks up 4. That's very well played up.
Yeah, good over though for the Steelbacks. Certainly got a bit more credit in the bank with 8 to go. It's 89 required. of 48 deliveries. That run rate has started this final 10 overs at 10s, and it's gone up to 11.1. Moores hasn't yet been able to line up Chahal. In fact, once the pressures come on a bit more, Chahal's economy rate has come down.
I think there are bowlers who want you to come at them, aren't there? And he is one of those.
It was at 7s.
Yeah, he's at 48 off 7. 1 for 48. If you can turn that into 2, and that's the little left-hander who's playing a great hand here, 77 off 55.
Well, it's not going to be there. That's going to be 6. Huge monster into the sitch stand. 6 more for Joe Moores. 83 now. There's a few Lancashire supporters in the crowd today. You can just hear them starting to get a bit more lively, a bit more boisterous.
Oh, they're well in this
down
game.
below us.
Well in the game. What an innings this has been.
6 off the first. That's going to be close to another boundary. Doesn't quite get all of it. Didn't time that as well as I thought he did.
No, he didn't, did he?
As he inspects the toe. It's got a good toe on that cricket bat, because I think he's hit some 6s off the toe.
That speed is tremendous. And I just feel Shetty, who's clothed the few, I think he's going to have something to say about it as well.
I feel like he needs to. I don't think he can. I'm not sure he's not, but he can't expect Moores to continue the onslaught without joining in. Appeal for the stumping. Umpire on his way in to just reset the stumps. Tidy work by McManus.
Keep Shetty on strike. That was a lovely little rundown he played off the last ball of McSweeney's over. He's been less successful when he tried to score in front of the wicket.
Yeah, they've just opened up that mid-wicket gap again here for Chahal, so I suspect this will be a bit slower and outside, and quicker outside off stump. Tries that reverse.
I think keep it simple. Keep it simple.
It's hard to see here the option for Shetty. It's either going to have to get very creative very quickly, get outside off stump and try and utilise that leg side, but Chahal's going to know, isn't he? Bottom of the bat's gone up into the air. Gus Miller taken.
The catch.
Shetty departs, couldn't really get going. He's gone for 18. Chahal gets his second when the pressure's on at the death, and Lancashire lose their 6th. And it's Arav Shetty. Well judged catch by Gus Miller.
It was a good catch. I mean, one of the big reasons it's such a good catch in the context of the game is it keeps Moores off strike. If he drops that, they get a single. Moores is on strike for the last ball of the over, and he's dealing in boundaries almost exclusively at the moment. So the Newey will have to be on strike. And although Shetty was 18 off 23, he had been there, and he, I felt he was going to go. He was only going to improve as his innings progressed. But he's died trying to go down the ground. I think that's where he should have gone. He just clothed it, didn't he? He mishit it badly. But here comes the captain. He can play.
He certainly can. A very good number 8, George Balderson. He's been opening in the championship with a few bits of unavailability and injuries for Lancashire earlier this year. Very, very good all-round cricketer, genuine all-round cricketer, joins Joe Moores in the middle. 266 for 6, and it's 82 required of 43 deliveries here at the Sidge County grounds.
So it's not quite at that tipping point for me of 12s.
No, it's still hovering underneath, isn't it? 11.5 and over for Lancashire. I just feel, I don't think this is as simple for Balderson as, well, I'll get Joe Moores back on strike. Somebody has to help him here. Take a bit of pressure off.
Yeah.
Is it Balderson or is it Blatherwick that's
No, I
come
think
out?
that's Blatherwick,
I
isn't
think
it?
it is Blatherwick
Yeah.
now that we've given George Balderson the big,
Yeah, no, it's got Balderson on the board, but that isn't Balderson.
the big warm-up.
That's
Oh,
out.
it's gone straight through him.
Whoever
Well,
it is.
It might be Balderson next. Blatherwick goes without scoring. First ball, and Yusvendra Chahal's on a hat-trick. Well, that's dreamland for the Steelbacks. 2 wickets in 2 balls. An excellent over from Yusvendra Chahal. And a couple more tokens back in the sheds for Lancashire. 3 wickets left. And Joe Moores just casts a bit of a lonely figure so that the non-strikers end at the moment.
Yeah, well, the scoreboard got it wrong, and Blatherwick got it wrong as well, and Chahal got it right. Let's credit the bowler there. Kept the stumps in play. It sounded like he nicked it on, actually. But whatever happened, the bails are dislodged. Yeah, there we go. Blatherwick's gone first ball. As you say, Chahal's on a hat-trick. That'll be the first ball of his next over. I'm still saying this, though. I think Joe Moores can do this on his own if he faces enough of the bowling. I think he's that dangerous. Oh, no, it's probably 60-40. Northants. Let me get that out there. But I still think he is capable of winning this game. 82 is a lot, though, isn't it?
It is a lot, and I still stand by what I said. I don't think George Balderson can just take one and get Moores back on strike.
No.
Balderson has to be striking at, say, 150 plus here.
He's got an over of doing that, I think.
To help.
3 balls.
Yeah.
Do that for 3 balls.
McSweeney to Moores. That's going to be a dot. Good start to the over for McSweeney, the experienced McSweeney.
Why is Rob Kerr not on the edge of the circle?
Not sure.
I don't get that. Where's
Leg
that gone?
side. It's only going to be 1, though.
Dan.
A nice shot, wasn't it? Van der Merwe. I don't think he was ever going to get there, but put a fair effort into it. Past Keogh again, gets a hand on it this time. Cool for run him out. Very good too for Lancashire.
Yeah, now we are over 12s. So even 2 a ball, the run rate increases.
And Rob Keogh just wringing the hands.
He could do without breaking a digit at this time. He's got himself back in the team, contributing.
272 for 7. 76 required from 37. Balderson gives himself room, heaves it to the leg side.
This could be out if he throws it well.
Oh, there we go. Moores has been... Well, there'll be a decision for the umpires there as to who is out. I think it's going to be Moores. He turned and had come back for the second, assuming that was the script. Balderson, on the other hand, was stood there with his back to Joe Moores. And the dangerous, and quite frankly spectacular Joe Moores has been run out for 85 of 59 deliveries. And you've got to say, with that wicket, Steelbacks fans can breathe a sigh of relief.
Start the car, isn't it? It was I don't think there was ever 2 there, let me say that for a start. So, no, let me state something else. Joe Moores can play. That was very, very impressive from the young man. And my first viewing of him, 17 years old, 85 off 59 balls. And I stand by what I said just now. If he'd been there at the end, I think Lancashire are likely to have won that game. That's how dangerous he was and how well he played. He was run out, and Balderson is bereft out in the middle. He feels responsible for that. I'm not quite sure who was responsible for that. I think there was never two there. So long as Adi Sharma got a decent throw away, I think there was never two there.
Yeah.
But there was confusion in the middle, clearly.
Yeah, I think there was a run out at Lewis McManus's end, regardless, wasn't there?
Yeah.
I think Joe Moores was coming to the danger end anyway, but I think the throw was always going to go to the keeper, and Balderson would have been struggling to have got back. But a big moment. Adi Sharma kept his calm, held his nerve, got a good throw in, managed to finish the job off. And just that bit of confusion, wasn't it? And Balderson desperately tried to make sure that he was the one to be run out.
Yeah.
Just not able to do so.
I mean, it's another example, quite a massive example, but another example of which there have been plenty. Of Northants out cricket has been significantly better than Lancashire's out cricket today. If I look across at the extras, 11 extras so far, there was the best part of 30 extras in the first innings. There were some quite a lot of misfields, there was a couple of drop catches, miss stumping. It hasn't been a great day of out cricket from Lancashire. In all of that, we forgot about the hat-trick ball, actually.
Yes. Yeah, we did. Didn't happen.
Didn't happen. Run rate nearly 13s now. Once it gets above 12, it climbs so quickly. That's going to be out as well. It's slogged up in the air. Van der Merwe's under it and takes it.
Good catch. Simple catch in the end, wasn't it? Came a bit back and forth whilst judging it. And a good, smart catch down on the boundary by Stuart van der Merwe. And now Lancashire are really, really up against it. And you have to say, Northants will be picking up the 4 points here in what's been a very, very good game of List A cricket.
It has. There's been a lot to enjoy, hasn't there, from both teams. Northants look a good outfit. Have looked a good outfit today, I should say.
Yeah.
I think they're well led. I like McSweeney as a captain. Delighted for Gus Miller getting a maiden first-class 100. Not first-class 100, sorry, first-team 100. Yep. List A 100 from him, played beautifully. Well supported by the captain. Well supported by his young ex-academy colleague as well, Adi Sharma with a 60. And Van der Merwe added impetus towards the end to get up to that 347. It always looked a big number. Wickets were always going to be the issue.
Yeah, and it was, well, that top four, wasn't it? One of them wasn't able to do that match influencing score. Yes, there was a 40, there was a 57.
Yeah.
But it needed a 100 plus from one of the four, with then that cameo from Moores. Well, it was more than a cameo, wasn't it? It was much better than that. But that final bit of firepower just wasn't able to set the platform up for it. And a lot of that, when you look at the card, I mean, Rafi Weatherall won for 38 from 8 overs, going at less than 5s. Rob Keogh won for 55. Slog sweep. And that will be a 1 bounce for Tom Bailey. Even Nathan McSweeney himself, none for 48 from his 8 overs, going at 6s. They've just been, the three of them, they've just been more economical than their Lancashire counterparts. Slip in place now for Chahal. Quicker and flatter. Almost looked like a seam-up delivery, didn't it? End of the over. 5 overs to go then. Score is 279 for 9.
Yeah, it's all over. I don't think I'm being overly brave in saying that, am I? It's all It's all over now.
Yeah, and it's going to be back to Liam Guthrie. It's a ball from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
Not a bad number 11, though. He was carded at number 11. I couldn't believe he was going to come in at number 11, Tom Bailey, but that's what's happened. That tells you strength in depth there is in this lineup.
Nice shot down the grounds for one here. I guess is there an eye here for Lancashire just to try and protect that net run rate?
I'd say so.
Make sure you don't get bowled out.
Yep.
Get safely in as close as you can. It's going to be pretty close, isn't it, at the top of this group with those 4 teams all on 12 points.
Yeah, you've got to feel that one of those qualification places will be on net run rate. It's a bit of a toss-up, though, how you go about that, because if you just knock it around at 3 and over, that's not going to help. You might as well play a few shots.
Well, there you go. Not going to worry about it at all. Tom Bailey tried to go for the expansive and the aggressive way, and he's missed the Yorker from Liam Guthrie. He's out for 4, and Lancashire are all out for 280. Steelbacks winning by 67 runs here on the community day at the Cinch County Ground. A great way to bounce back against the pretty one-sided defeat against Leicestershire on Friday. Very, very good performance. Spearheaded by Gus Miller.
Yeah, very good all-round performance. Northants were better with the bat, they were better with the ball, and they were certainly better in the field. And their out cricket was very good. And against a very strong Lancashire team, that's credit to them. As you say, also off the back of a bit of a hiding from the local rivals, Leicestershire, 2 days ago, to come back and put that performance on in front of a lovely community crowd here today says a lot about where this team is, where this club is, on and off the field. Well led off the field, well led on the field today. Particularly chuffed, really, for Gus Miller. As I said, personal interest. He was the last guy I signed on to our academy before I moved to throw balls at the grown-ups. So I'm delighted to have seen that. Didn't he play well? And thoroughly deserved victory for the Steelbacks. Congratulations all round.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very good performance. And we'll be back here on Steelbacks TV on Sunday for the return of the Metro Bank One-Day Cup as that competition draws towards its conclusion in the summer of 2026. Thank you for joining us today. It's been great to have your company with us. It's been wonderful to see so many in the ground here today as well. Enjoy your week, and we will see you on Sunday for some more One-Day Cup cricket.
Steelbacks.